Today is Thursday, February 26th, and I'm joined by my Vice Chair, Delegate Kerr, and our committee. So excited to see so many people from the public here today to testify. Just as a reminder, please silence your cell phones and put them on silent, as I've already said just now. Please refrain from any food or drink being consumed in the gallery, and also just a reminder that we do not time the bill sponsors. However, we do time witnesses at 2 minutes. So you'll see or hear the beep go off, give you a moment to wrap up, but I will interject if you go beyond about 10 seconds. So just to give you a little heads up on how I do it. But with that, we will call our first bill. We have HB 732, Delegate Ebersol. Yes. Good to see you, Delegate, and welcome to Glee.
May I bring Representative Baltimore County in case there are questions? She's not going to testify. Pam Casemeyer is going to come in. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Eric Ebersol, representing Baltimore County as their delegation chair, a bill that the county government brought to me, House Bill 732. Baltimore County supports this bill. House Bill 732 is essentially a technical bill. Every 10 years, Baltimore County must update its local code. Because it's a charter county, there are express powers delegated to them by the General Assembly. Because their code or any supplement contain laws enacted by the General Assembly, when they update their code every 10 years, the General Assembly has to approve the updated code. House Bill 732 provides that approval and reflects the same language as action taken back in 2015 when the code was last updated. I would like to ask this committee for a favorable report.
Thank you very much, Delegate. And Ms. Casemeyer is just here to answer questions.
Just in case there are questions that I don't know the answer to, and there would be some if you're asking them.
I'm glad you admitted to that. Seeing no questions from the committee, that concludes our bill hearing on HB 732. Thank you very much,
Thank you very much, committee.
We will move next to HB 1241, Delegate Acevedo. And I see do you have two people on your panel?
I do, Madam Chair, but I'm not sure if they're
MPs, and then I believe we have a virtual for Lauren Durr, DER, there.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of this August committee. For the record, Delegate Gabriel Acevedo here to present House Bill 1241, which is simply but equally as important an update to Maryland's bereavement law, which is current statute, which would allow employees to use earned paid leave only in the event of death of an immediate family member. This bill modernizes that law by allowing employees to use bereavement leave when they experience the loss of an individual with whom they had a qualified relationship. HB 1241 recognizes that Maryland families do not all fit into a narrow traditional category, and many Marylanders rely on grandparents, siblings, domestic partners, step relations, foster relations, or de facto family members as their closest sources of support and care. This bill, HB 1241, ensures that workers are not forced to return to work immediately after the death of someone who played a central role in their life, simply because that relationship does not fall under an outdated legal definition. The bill defines qualified relationships to include immediate family members, grandparents, siblings, domestic partners, adoptive and foster relations, and de facto relationships. Importantly, Madam Chair, HB 1241 does not create a new category of paid leave or impose new costs on employers. It allows employees to use leave with pay that they have already earned, such as sick leave, vacation time, or paid time off for the bereavement purposes. Grief does not follow a schedule, and loss does not always occur within rigid legal boundaries. This legislation is about dignity, compassion, and ensuring that Maryland's labor standards reflect the realities of modern families and relationships. HB 1241 is a thoughtful and measured reform that supports workers across our state during some of the most difficult moments of their lives while maintaining flexibility for employers and existing workplace policies. For these reasons, Madam Chair and members of the committee, I respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 1241, and I thank you for the opportunity to present this bill.
Wonderful. Hello, honorable members of the committee. Such a joy to be here with you all today. My name is MPs. I use they, them pronouns. I am a PhD candidate in counseling psychology at the University of Maryland, meaning that I am both a mental health researcher as well as a therapist serving communities in the state. Separately, I also serve as vice chair of Maryland's Commission on LGBTQIA+ Affairs, and I know that they submitted separate written testimony that I would gently direct you to. Many years ago, also, I was a House page, so it's always a joy and an honor to come back to the legislature and talk about important bills like this one. I started my work in bereavement in college when I tragically lost a very close friend of mine who I'd consider like family. When I tried to take time off to navigate that experience, I quickly realized how our systems often fail to support losses that are not what is traditionally viewed as immediate family, making it harder for me and for people in my community to move through that grief. As a therapist, I learned that deaths like this are also known as disenfranchised grief, experiences of loss that are unrecognized by society. From the research, we know that this can complicate grief processes and contribute to longer-term mental health challenges and costs related to a loss. One of the ways that we can recognize grief is by allowing people to take time away from their personal responsibilities to take care of themselves and their community through their personal, cultural, and religious grieving practices. Knowing this, I also want to share that I went on to successfully advocate for changes to the excused absence policy at UMD to provide a more accurate recognition of close relationships for bereavement. However, in that process, I learned just how much broader this issue is than one university. Grief touches or will touch quite literally all of us across our state, and that's what brings me here today. There are so many life circumstances that place people who do not fit under narrow definitions of immediate family into core roles in people's lives, where an extended family member or friend steps up into the role of a parent, for instance. And we know that we are living in a society where people have increasingly diverse communities that support them, as the delegate just mentioned. It is a wonderful and special thing that we are loved by so many, and people deserve time off to grieve those losses and receive that support. So I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Acevera, for bringing this bill. I just want to confirm this is not creating any new leave. Is that correct?
That is correct, and if you were to take a look at the fiscal note, Delegate, you would see that the Maryland Department of Labor can also implement this bill with existing budgeted resources.
Thank you, and actually, as part of the current law, this doesn't impact small businesses, right?
That is also correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. MPs, I have a question for you. Can you explain, or if you're able to maybe talk a little bit more about the bereavement improvement process? So like in most cases, how employers, you know, I've had employers where like they ask you for documentation, or is there a way that they ask you to prove your familial relation to the person?
Right, I think there's
How
a
does that
lot
play
of,
out?
yeah, I think there's a lot of variation for folks across different employers and folks set their own policies in that area. My main experience is with like the advocacy I did at the university, but I know that, you know, different folks are free to make different determinations about how they require evidence or like documentation of different relations that can make for very different experiences for folks. I also know separately that sometimes those processes, when they're not handled gently and with like an informed kind of compassionate approach, can often exacerbate some of these experiences of disenfranchised grief, as I was speaking to. Like being asked to prove that a loss it raises to the right level and then being told that it doesn't count can be a particularly distressing experience in a moment of crisis for many. So while there's a lot of variance, like I think that speaks to a little bit of what the experience can be like in different contexts.
Thank you very much. Delegate Schmidt.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And kind of a follow-up to the chair's question. Delegate, thank you for bringing the bill. You always bring these interesting bills. I have to do some research here and look up what de facto relationship was. And so thank you for enlightening me on that.
Of course.
I'm reading here, and correct me if I'm wrong, it says a legal recognition often requires a 2-year duration. Is that correct?
Say that again?
It says a legal recognition of a de facto relationship would require a 2-year duration.
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware
but
of
I
that?
can look into that.
I guess it falls in line with the chair's question of like, do you have to give your employer a list of, if you're living with someone or you're in a relationship with someone, I guess how would you know? We talked about the variances of different relationships, just so people would know. And I guess you brought up that it would not affect small businesses, but I do see a letter from Maryland Chamber of Commerce regarding the 7,000 businesses that they represent. So it does not affect any small businesses? It's purely government related?
Yep. So, Delegate, the fiscal note kind of sums that up. So not only can the bill be implemented with existing budgeted resources, but the bill does not apply to the state as an employer. Revenues are also not affected. In terms of relationships, I mean, we live in a world now where you have relationships that don't necessarily fit into that sort of traditional understanding of relationships. Some people may have been raised by an immediate or a chosen family member. And so if there is a death in that case, we want to make sure that, we're respectful of those relationships and folks are able to take the necessary time to take care of themselves and whatever that situation is, but also, what the bill would do is essentially, recognize those within our foster care system. A lot of folks who have chosen family and may lose a loved one, they should be able to have time off as well. And it also does not create any new system. You are able to essentially tap into leave that you have already earned as an employee. And that's an important piece of this as well. So this is not new leave that employees would gain. If you have earned paid time off, if you have earned leave for, paid leave for whatever, job that you're at, this allows you to tap into that leave in order to, again, handle whatever personal, family, or relationship situation you might have.
And I guess I'm seeing here in the fiscal note, thank you for that explanation. It says 15 employees with at least 15 or more employees, I guess would be the threshold for this bill?
That's correct. Private sector employee with at least 15 employees.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Seeing no more questions from the committee, thank you to the bill sponsor and to your panel. Actually, no, that's not true. Let me double check. We have one virtual. Yes, one virtual, Lauren Dare, that will be joining us. Are they not there? Okay. Unfortunately, the virtual witness Lauren Dare is having some technical problems, so we're not able to hear from them today. But so that
And I
does
believe the
conclude-
witness, Madam Chair, I believe the witness submitted written testimony as well, just so, yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you again for the bill. Thank you for your testimony. That concludes our bill hearing on HB 1241. We will move next to Delegate Smith, HB 1070. I don't know if I see Delegate Smith in the room. Okay, we'll pause and we will call Delegate Congolo for HB 1358. Not seeing the delegate. Is Delegate Johnson here with us? Okay, woo. I was getting a little nervous there. The third one. Good to see you, Delegate Johnson, presenting HB 1141. Do you have a sponsor panel? I'm just still getting through my notes to catch up on. Okay.
I don't think. All
right, yeah, Justin
Mind if I check
Field-
and see if they're outside here? 'Cause we jumped up
Sure,
and-
just, we can pop out real quickly. Justin Fiore and Nolanda Robert.
Yes. Madam Chair, they're
Okay,
here.
perfect.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. This is the first time I've been to this committee, so it's a pleasure. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Government, Labor, and Elections Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Steve Johnson, here to present House Bill 1141, Municipal Incorporation, County Commissioners, or County Council, required approval of referendum request. Municipal incorporation is not merely a formal creation of a town. It's an act of community empowerment. In our system, the level of government closest to the people often has the greatest impact on quality of life. Yet in Maryland, most residents do not live in municipalities. Census data has long shown that far more Marylanders live in unincorporated areas than in towns and cities. A lack of local government is no small matter. Local governments determines what services are delivered, how developments occur, how public dollars are spent, and who speaks for the community. Residents of unincorporated areas pay their share of taxes, but lack local elected leadership focused on strictly them and their community. Incorporation gives communities self-determination, allowing them to apply for grants, provide targeted services, and pursue a plethora of quality of life investments. It strengthens civic engagement, deepens democracy by forging new opportunities for leadership and fostering local accountability. Municipalities have a higher residential and commercial growth, and 5% of Maryland's land mass governed by municipalities pays 37% of the state's sales tax. Maryland's current incorporation process was created through a ratification of the Maryland Constitution in 1954, which established municipal home rule and moved the authority to approve municipal incorporations from the state to the counties. At that time, the General Assembly felt the counties would have more of a finger on the pulse, and this would free up Assembly's limited time. Since that time, however, only 5 municipalities have been incorporated, all special taxing districts and all in Montgomery County, despite efforts to incorporate around the state. While communities must collect and verify signatures, draft a petition, and create a proposal for a municipality, the law allows county councils to decide unilaterally whether to hold a referendum. Because municipalities receive a portion of county tax dollars, county government has no incentive to approve new municipalities at the cost of revenue used to pay for services. Incorporation attempts that could support revitalization of communities can be killed with no recourse and little explanation. Under the existing law, a community seeking incorporation must have at least 300 residents and submit a petition to the county. The petition must meet specific signature thresholds, either 25% of the registered voters in the proposed area or 20% of the registered voters plus property owners representing at least 25% of the assessed property value. If those requirements are met, the county appoints a liaison, works with the organizing committee on a proposed charter, and then may schedule a referendum or reject the request. As I said previously, although counties must provide written reasons for rejection and establish procedures for reconsideration, they ultimately retain the unilateral authority to deny a referendum. In practice, this means that even when the community satisfies the legal requirements and demonstrates meaningful support for the incorporation, the county can block the effort without residents ever having the opportunity to vote. Over the years, incorporation attempts in Edgewood in Harford County, which I represent, and Calvert Shores in Calvert County have been halted at the county level. This structure concentrates power in county government and prevents residents from deciding their own political future. For communities seeking greater control over development and local services, the current system functions as taxation without meaningful representation. The consequences are tangible. Incorporated municipalities are better positioned to secure federal and state funding, pursue economic development, and advocate for infrastructure investments. Along the Route 40 corridor in my district, for example, the incorporated cities of Aberdeen and Havre de Grace were each able to secure significant federal COVID relief funding. Edgewood, which is at the other end of the Route 40 corridor, lacking local government, did not have the same direct advocacy or funding pathways. Incorporation translates into stronger representation and more focused investment. House Bill 1141 seeks to move past the outdated process and allow more effective governance by requiring a referendum if a substantial portion of the community supports a valid petition. To address the concerns voiced by others, it increases the minimum population threshold for municipal incorporation to 600 residents and requires a petition to include a physical analysis of incorporation. Then, if a valid petition is presented by at least 40% of the registered voters residing in the proposed area of the incorporation, the county commissioners or county council will be required to approve the request for a referendum. Now, we bumped it up to 40% when we required them to put it to referendum because we thought that was a fair trade-off. If you get 40% of the signatures, you are very likely that a referendum is going to pass. And we didn't want the county going through frivolous exercises if there was not a real possibility for this to pass. You are surely going to hear from MACO and county governments opposing the bill who will say that this opens the door for irresponsible municipal incorporations and stops counties from properly evaluating proposals. Let me be clear. The counties have complete veto power and refuse to come to the table and work on reforms that will serve all of our citizens. And why should they? They hold all the cards. There's nothing pressuring them to come and negotiate anything. This is the third year I have introduced a version of this bill, and my partners in the Maryland Municipal League and I have made more changes to address their criticisms with this version. They continue to hold zero-sum view where any reform to municipal incorporation is unacceptable. The reforms in HB 1141 will not guarantee incorporation. This just guarantees that the citizens have a pathway, should they so choose to vote in and become a municipality. This bill enshrines rigorous petition requirements while ensuring that the counties cannot block incorporation efforts that demonstrate broad community backing. The ultimate decision would rest where it belongs, with the residents. I respectfully ask for a favorable vote on 1141. Now, before I move on to the panel, I just wanted to address a few things in the Maryland Association of Counties' concerns in their letter. One was the county then evaluates the potential effects of the possible incorporations on the surrounding area and county at large. But what about the areas that are paying taxes and not getting any reinvestments in their communities? MACO is never there for them. Another comment was this bill would jeopardize local zoning policies by creating an appealing avenue for development inconsistent with the overall county land use plan. This happens every day with annexations. Once a municipality annexes land in, then they zone the property and it gets developed or not developed. So that same exact scenario happens every day. Residents in select enclaves in virtually any county could incorporate merely to receive this allocation of county resources, regardless of their desire for any municipal services. Well, they're paying their taxes already and not getting any reinvestment into their communities. And this is the whole point, to be able to spend their tax dollars in their community and not have it spent in other areas of the county. If they continue to use county resources, they would become a special taxing district. And we have 5 of those in Maryland already. So they would continue to pay the county for the services that they use. So with that, I would like to pass it on to my panel. Councilwoman Nolanda Roberts.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Government, Labor, and Relations Committee. I hope you can hear me. This is the third time I have testified on behalf of this municipality bill. I'm here to advocate for any community in Maryland that seeks the opportunity to become a municipality and have the full capability to do so. Every community deserves the right to local determination, the ability to govern its own growth, manage its own services, and shape its own future. When communities are empowered to incorporate, they gain a stronger voice, greater accountability, and the tools needed to address their unique needs. My advocacy is simple. If a community is ready and willing to take on those responsibilities of a municipal governance, Maryland should ensure the pathway to incorporation is clear, accessible, and achievable. What I find interesting and important is that municipalities also create a space for marginalized communities. I live in a marginalized community, and that is why I'm here. I am one of the communities in Harford County that is currently not a municipality at this time. My community feels they don't have a seat at the table with the government. And that's something that is often missing when decisions are made solely at a county or regional level. I find in unincorporated areas, residents may struggle to have their concerns heard amid the county's broader priorities. Incorporation will allow communities, particularly those historically underrepresented, to elect leadership from within their own neighborhoods, elevate local voices, and ensure that policies reflect lived realities. Municipal governance brings decision-making closer to the people most affected by their decisions, strengthening equity, inclusion, and representation. We have had a couple of town halls, and our community is ready and willing and able to step up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Justin Fiore here on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League in support of House Bill 1141. I'm going to start off with some really light math just to give some context on the scenario. Edgewood has about 25,000, or population about 25,000 according to the last census. If you look at the voting population within this community, you're looking at somewhere between 15 and 16,000 voters. To meet the threshold, the 40% threshold in this bill, you need to get over 6,000 signatures on one of these petitions. We're talking about 6,000 residents that signed the petition to say they're dissatisfied with the county government services and they think they can better represent themselves. And really, the Maryland Constitution gives them this choice, gives them the option. But frankly, it's a false choice under the current framework because the political reality is they will never be allowed to. I don't believe that was the General Assembly's intention in 1954. I don't think it's serving Maryland well today. And for those reasons, we would request a favorable report.
Thank you very much to the bill sponsor and to your panel. Delegate Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, bill sponsor. What are the 5 successful municipal corporations since 1954? Do you know?
I don't recall their name specifically. I can get that to you. They were state-created special taxing districts, so they were already receiving some income income from the county, and they were allowed to convert somewhere between the mid-'80s and the '90s.
Okay. Call it irony or coincidence. I was at a traffic hearing last night in my special tax district, and the question was posed about this bill, about incorporating to a municipality. So I find it really ironic that we're here right now. So thank you for bringing the bill.
You're right.
All right. Seeing no further questions for the bill sponsor in this panel, we move on to our unfavorable. Mr. Michael Sanderson. Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I'm Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. Back again before you, unfortunately, in this curious small space where your two local government partner organizations disagree. Better than 9 out of 10 times we're at the table together saying we agree, we back each other. This is in the small area where we disagree. So I want to thank the sponsor of the bill who year after year has tried to make improvements to get things closer to our being comfortable with it. But I think there really is a fundamental question. He also came and moderated a panel at one of our conferences talking about county municipal relationships. So we're invested in this issue, but there are tricky issues like this. You heard on another bill, one of these issues is inside the municipality, you don't need to have land use planning, growth management that recognizes things like schools that are non-municipal concerns. This bill, to be clear, just takes the county government completely out of the process. That's the threshold question. The number of signatures and the percentages and so forth isn't the heart of the bill. The heart of the bill is this bill says, if the folks in your circle agree you should be a town, then you can be a town, and nobody else gets any say. It's not really in the text of the bill. It's in other existing Maryland law that makes this more complicated than it seems. Once an area becomes an incorporated municipality, boom, their roads are worth more. They take more out of the highway user revenue fund than county roads do. And that comes at the expense of the Rockvilles and other places that are incorporated cities and town. And those residents' income tax money gets diverted from the county government to the municipal government, independent of whether the municipality is providing real services. We have some that are just in the business of giving tax rebates. It's a really strong incentive for well-to-do areas to say, hey, I already built my school, I'm done, I want to get on an island and get some of that money back. That's a bad incentive, and that's why these rules are in place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Delegate Tomlinson.
Wow, that was quick. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure I understand. So you're not opposed, so MACO, they're not opposed to municipalities coming into creation. You're just opposed to the process that's being laid out in this bill?
I think I can speak for MACO. I've testified on various versions of this bill. I think I can speak for MACO saying any bill that says nobody gets a say beyond the people who are in the circle proposing to annex. I mean, that's what this bill proposes is you pass a petition in the not annexed, to be incorporated area. The folks who would be incorporated do a certain number of signatures, then it goes to the county. Today, the county approves making it a referendum among the people in that area. This bill takes out that last step and says the county must start the process whether they agree with the incorporation or not. I think our view is this decision does not exclusively affect the people in the new municipality. The people in the schools nearby, the people in the balance of the county, and I think even arguably other municipalities are all directly affected, either financially or on traffic and land use and so forth. And that's why the state law says there should be another voice beyond just the 600 or 2,500 people or 25,000 people who would like to become an incorporated city. That you need to have another view beyond just the folks who drew the lines.
Thank you very much. Delegate, yep, I see as well. Delegate Schindler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I have is very simple. Looking at this and seeing everything, I understand the argument of MACO, but is there ever a scenario where you think that a county would allow a new municipality, being that there hasn't been a new one in 70 years?
Yeah. I don't see why not. I don't come to you as an expert on the circumstances in Harford County or the Edgewood area. I really don't know the chapter and verse of any of the specific circumstances, the handful of times these have made it to counties. I don't see why a county wouldn't potentially be a partner in saying, let's stand up a municipal government so this area can raise their own taxes to provide police or more, downtown municipal services and so forth. I don't see any structural reason why counties would uniformly say that's a bad idea. And I don't want to leave that with that's not MACO's view, that this is just wholly a bad idea. I think our view is having the county consideration as part of this process was done thoughtfully and for good reasons.
May I ask just one follow-up? Do you believe that there is a way that that could be. I always seem to have an issue with conflicts between municipalities and counties where there's not a defined process for the yes/no. Like, do you see a scenario where there could be something laid out where, there would have to be some sort of reasonable reason to say no?
Right. I would say organizationally, MACO's open to having that conversation. Last year, I'll be candid, after an analogous bill hearing in the Senate committee on the cross-file of this bill last year, the Senate sponsor indicated maybe we should get a bunch of people together and work this sort of stuff through. Not a formal task force or blue ribbon commission, but let's do a work group or something along those lines. We submitted language to try and be helpful toward a work group to try and do something informal to advance the issue. That never came together. I don't really know why precisely, but we would certainly be ready to have constructive conversations about how to find some either formal or informal middle ground.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. I have a question from Maker's point of view. What's the advantage have 300 or 600 people as a city? If they pay the same tax, everything else, what's the advantage from that?
Okay, so I think the two structural things that happen for a new city of any size, actually I do think, I think the change from a standard of 300 people to 600 is probably a wise one. I think it's a good move in this bill. It makes the bill incrementally better. But whether it's 600 or 25,000, the two things that automatically happen, and it's not in this bill, this is just current Maryland law and the way we treat municipal governments within counties. Two things happen automatically. One is their share of gas tax money. We don't have any local transportation revenues in Maryland. It's all through the state gas tax and vehicle tax and so forth. There's a piece for municipalities that's in one channel and a piece for counties in another channel. So you'd have that area would move from being county roads to municipal roads. And whether we like it or not, the state right now values a municipal road more highly than a county road. So there's an incentive for the town to say, we'll get more road money if we become a town rather than just an area within the county. The second thing that happens automatically is that 1/6 of the income tax, the county level income tax by those municipal residents, goes to the city away from the county. So that would become a municipal revenue. Some of them use it for true services. They do public safety, they do their planning and zoning and that sort of stuff. Some municipalities don't even provide those services, but they would still get that share of the income tax. I think that's the biggest rub financially is, I'll give you a personal example. I'm a resident in Anne Arundel County. I live in Severna Park. It's a pretty well-to-do part of Anne Arundel County who just got our big high school built. Folks in Severna Park would be delighted to vote for me to be their next mayor. Because I could run on, just give the money back. We already got our school. We're done. We're out of here. Let's draw a big circle around Severna Park. We'll become the city of Severna Park. They'll elect me mayor. Maybe I'm looking for a new job. But I mean that half jokingly, but understand that the mathematics are great for a place like Severna Park. So let's get some of that county income tax money back. And that's not what the sponsor wants, and that's not what the municipal league wants. But with the bill as it's before you, it's a green light.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Seeing no more questions for the witness, this concludes the bill hearing for HB 1141. Thank you for your testimony. We'll move next to Delegate Smith, HB 1070. And Delegate Smith, do you have a sponsor panel by any chance? Okay, all right.
One or two people.
All right. Grayson Wiggins and Chris Dews, is that correct? Okay, and another person?
If I'll say yeah. This is like the poll. Yeah.
Thank Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and the distinguished and pioneering members of the GLE Committee. Once again, I'm Delegate Stephanie Smith, representing the 45th District, here to present House Bill 1070 regarding workforce opportunities and a grant program we're creating and a fund, therefore. So HB 1070 establishes the Workforce Opportunity Grant Program that mandates an annual appropriation of $500,000 in the state budget to facilitate job fairs across Maryland. This is a targeted investment designed to directly connect Maryland job seekers with Maryland businesses that will generate economic opportunity and mobility. Workforce access remains the single most important factor for business growth here in Maryland. Employers are consistently reporting difficulty finding the workers they need and an inability to expand, innovate, and remain competitive. Economic uncertainty, including federal workforce reductions and broader economic pressures, have left Marylanders actively seeking employment. While Maryland saw employment growth between 1.5% and 3% in 2024, growth in 2025 slowed to 1% per month. House Bill 1070 brings employers and job seekers in one place, removes barriers to hiring, and expedites employment. This bill targets students of higher education institutions, including community colleges and trade programs, job seekers who are returning citizens, and those who live in jurisdictions with high unemployment rates. Priority consideration will be granted to applicants who have trusted community partnerships and experience working with job seekers. This bill was inspired by the success of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in partnership with Chair Wilkins and Chair Smith with the Greater Silver Spring Chamber of Commerce job fair last fall. That event brought hundreds of job seekers together with over 24 employers and service providers and generated same-day hiring. By investing a modest amount of revenue to replicate that event in districts across the state, Maryland can generate direct and immediate economic opportunities for thousands of constituents. So I come before you humbly with a simple bill to help us connect workers to jobs, and I do request your favorable report of House Bill 1070. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Anthony Featherstone, and I serve as the Executive Director for WorkSource Montgomery and Montgomery County's Local Workforce Development Board. And today I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 1070. In Montgomery County, as well as our region, we're experiencing a significant change in our labor market. Essentially, it shifted from a job seekers market that we saw throughout the pandemic to an employers market. As an example of this, for the first time since March 2021, in December 2025, we saw data released by BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, that shows that there were more job seekers than jobs in the market. We see this shift demonstrated every day in our local American Job Centers through the stories of residents who are faced with the challenge of setting themselves apart from a sea of competitors, or employers who are telling us that they're receiving hundreds of applications for a single job vacancy. This is where the value of job fairs come in. They allow job seekers the opportunity to gain direct access to employers, learn about opportunities, showcase their skills, and make personal connections. These are things that you just can't do through online applications. For businesses, job fairs offer an efficient way to meet a high volume of qualified candidates, which strengthens their talent pipelines while increasing their brand awareness in their local community. For all these reasons, we've seen an uptick in the demand for job fairs over the past few years. These events have rapidly evolved from small-scale gatherings to large-scale and resource-intensive operations that require a lot of planning to be executed. In FY25 alone, our local workforce system helped approximately 3,000 residents connect to employment. This was done through over 40 coordinated job fair events that included over 600 businesses in Montgomery County. With all of these placements, job fairs really has proved to be our most effective tool. And as the demand for workforce services continues to grow, House Bill 1070 provides the type of support necessary for local workforce boards and our partners across the state to meet the moment. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report for House Bill 1070. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Dews of Dews & Associates, and I have 4 different clients that are on this bill, so I'm going to name them quickly. Center for Urban Families in Baltimore City, Out for Justice in Baltimore City, Life After Release in Prince George's County, and also the Reform Alliance, which is a national organization dedicated to transforming probation and parole systems across the United States. As part of reforms, I'm going to read their specific statement here. As part of reform's commitment to improving supervision systems, we recognize that a critical role that meaningful employment plays ways in reducing recidivism and promoting long-term prosperity. The research consistently shows that stable employment is one of the strongest predictors of successful reentry. So when individuals from the justice system have access to legitimate career pathways, they are far more likely to remain crime-free, support their families, and contribute positively to their communities. With this clear connection, the Reform Alliance stands firmly in support of House Bill 1070 with the sponsor amendments, and we thank Delegate Smith for amending the bill to provide explicit support for Marylanders returning home from incarceration. We know that this population has the highest needs for additional workforce supports, and nationally, 2/3 of individuals on probation earn less than $20,000 a year. And the research consistently shows that stable employment is one of the strongest predictors of reduced recidivism. This bill builds on that progress that Maryland has made by creating a fund to support job fairs and workforce grants to local workforce development boards and nonprofits that can help returning citizens find meaningful employment. Expanding access to employment opportunities for qualified Marylanders would provide immediate benefit to families and communities while also strengthening the reentry landscape for those on supervision. As we all know, employment is not just about income, it's about stability, dignity, and accountability. So by supporting this bill, Maryland can continue leading the way in smart, evidence-driven workforce and public safety policy. With the Reform Alliance and all of my other clients respectfully urges a favorable report on House Bill 1070. Happy to answer questions on how this will impact the reentry community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. I first want to thank Delegate Smith for bringing the bill forward and working with us on it. I also want to point your attention to a letter submitted by the Department of Social and Economic Mobility in which they describe, and this is a quote, HB 1070 is designed to strengthen a practical front door to employment. And I think that's really an excellent way to describe this bill. As Delegate Smith mentioned, the genesis behind this is a job fair that we did at the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in partnership with Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Charkoudian, Chair Smith on the Senate side, and Majority Leader Moon down in Silver Spring, Maryland at United Therapeutics headquarters. We saw an overwhelming positive response from the community down there. We had over 20 employers that came to the event. We had few hundred constituents come out, and as Delegate Smith mentioned, there was absolutely same-day hiring. And so we feel as though this bill and these job fairs are really, as again, the department mentioned and described this, a practical front door to employment to get people jobs, to promote economic growth, and to connect job seekers to employers. And so for those reasons, the Maryland Chamber of Commerce is in full support of this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the bill sponsor and to the panel. Delegate Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any of you can answer this. How are the current job fairs being paid for or funded? The one that maybe you highlighted, the one in Silver Spring, or how's that being funded now?
Sure. So each year our Workforce Development Board adds a line in our organization's budget for job fairs. As I mentioned, they have become very resource intensive where it's a all hands on deck approach. They've outgrown the space in our American Job Centers, and I think I can speak for all of my colleagues across the state from a local workforce board standpoint. And so we do have to secure spaces at the Civic Center and larger venues in Montgomery County. So we have to add that as a line budget each year.
So it would be through the county budget right now?
It's a combination, county funds, state, federal funds, and private funds in Montgomery County.
Okay, and this is for the bill sponsor. As the bill is written, would it be dispersed proportionately across the state?
Parts of the state that have higher rates of unemployment would be prioritized, but really the applicants, if they can show a compelling connection to workforce, like you can't just be someone who just threw a nonprofit together and wants to do this. You have to show that you have demonstrated connectivity to the populations you're trying to connect with employers and also employers. It really could be anywhere in the state that could be eligible, but there's going to be a preference for those places that have higher rates of unemployment.
Okay. I appreciate that accountability piece to that. Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, panel.
Thank you very much to the bill sponsor, to your panel. Seeing no more questions from the committee, we are going to move on. We have additional favorable witnesses today. We have Terry Speaks. I don't know if he's here with us or not.
He is with Out for Justice. I've testified.
Oh, okay. All right. And then we have one favorable with amendments, Brandon Butler. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Butler. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm really glad. This is great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Brandon Butler, Pinnacle Strategies, on behalf of the Maryland Workforce Association. You just heard about what workforce boards do day in and day out. They provide opportunities for job seekers and businesses alike. They are the ones that are the boots on the ground, or as Secretary Portia Wu likes to say, the backbone of Maryland's workforce system. As the Delegate Smith pointed out, this is a targeted investment, and so we are fully supportive of that, with a slight amendment that we're asking for consideration, and that is about systems alignment. As Delegate Schmidt just pointed out, that workforce boards have money in their budgets. Some of that is federal funds that they have that they have for these things. What we're asking for is that an organization, in order to be eligible for this funding, to work with the local workforce boards, specifically the Maryland Workforce Association, to connect those opportunities with the workforce board in their area. This allows for a stretching of those dollars. This allows for opportunities to grow the pot so that we can have those important and impactful events. So as for instance, as an organization is looking to have an event in Baltimore City, they would be working with the Mayor's Office of Employment Development. If they are having an event in Prince George's, they would be working with Employ Prince George's or WorkSource Montgomery. And so what we're asking for is simple. Let's align the system rather than just have a simple one-off and move on. Let's partner with the local workforce experts in your communities to get this job done, to stretch the state's investment. And with that, we're asking for a favorable consideration with the amendment.
Madam Chair, I received that as a friendly amendment. So
Good to hear that. I had a question. This might be for Mr. Butler or maybe Delegate Smith, but I know that we've seen like a significant amount of our workforce dollars come from the federal government, from USDOL's employment and training, ETA especially. So I'm just wondering, is this obviously there, in the sponsor's testimony, there's been an increase in the demand of folks looking for work, be they former federal workers or just the economy has just gotten really tight. But I'm also curious to know if this is at all a response to some of the reductions in federal workforce dollars that were coming to the state and to local jurisdictions.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that's a great question, and you're exactly right. We are largely held hostage by federal funding. And so the whims of Congress appropriating, and so a lot of workforce dollars, you'll actually probably hear this again in the next bill, but a lot of workforce dollars are federal dollars. And so as looking at ways that we can partner to stretch the state's investment, I will say that there are, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act has a lot of strings attached to that, a lot of eligibility requirements to those bills. You have to be low income. You have to have multiple barriers to employment to be eligible for that funding. And so here is a way to have dollars that don't have those strings attached that can be partnered with the funding that we already have available to us, again, to stretch those dollars.
Thank you very much. Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Smith, for bringing the bill. I really like it. I do have a question for you, Mr. Butler, and I know that the delegate already said it was a friendly amendment, so maybe it's sort of like neither here nor there, but I'm a little confused, like why we would require a nonprofit to enter into a formal agreement with the Maryland Workforce Association, which from what I can tell is like a private membership group, in order to qualify for state funds. Like this is a public program, these are nonprofits, like why would we be like, all right, you can hold a great quality workforce event, but first you gotta go meet up with these private people and sign some agreement.
Well, Delegate, and I apologize for maybe not making that clear. It is an association of the 13 local workforce boards that are publicly designated. Okay. So those are they come in different flavors. Some of them are nonprofits, some of them are county entities, but they are all designated under the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. So again, what we're trying to do is make that connection so that it's not a one-off. That a organization doesn't say, put a good application in and then that's it. Let's make the connection to the folks who are the experts on the ground.
Okay, all right, appreciate it, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no more questions from the committee, this concludes our bill hearing on HB 1070. Thank you very much, Delegate Smith. And we'll move right along to Delegate Congola for HB 1358. And Delegate, I believe you have a sponsor panel. I have listed Brandon Butler and Anthony Featherstone, as well as Heather Powell. I guess I should have told you just to stay put. Getting more steps in.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Latoya Congola, representing District 31. And I am here asking for a favorable report for HB 1358, Local Workforce Solutions Investment Act. The Local Workforce Solutions Investment Act is a simple and timely update that strengthens Maryland's workforce system, and it does so with zero fiscal impact. And I just also want to mention that this bill has been cross-filed with Senator Saling, and we have received support from the Rural Caucus. To give a little history, local workforce boards were established under the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which helps people gain the job training and skills they need and helps employers find qualified workers. These boards work in every part of the state and make sure job training programs match the actual need of employers and the job market. Maryland currently has 13 local workforce development boards, each serving to respond to employer demand in all areas, whether it be rural, suburban, and urban. Maryland, like every other state in the nation, maintains dedicated local workforce boards that meet the needs of businesses and workers in their communities. However, while federal workforce programs recognize these boards as central coordinators, certain state-funded workforce initiatives do not consistently integrate them into planning or eligibility structures. Simply put, Maryland has more than one workforce system, and this bill makes sure that they are working together and can fully take part in workforce programs and solutions. This legislation does not create new programs or require additional state funding. Instead, it ensures that existing workforce resources are deployed more effectively by formally integrating local workforce development boards into rapid response efforts, restraining initiatives, and apprenticeship coordination. When layoffs, hospital closures, or reductions in operations occur, local workforce boards are already on the ground working with employers, community colleges, economic development partners, and displaced workers. This bill ensures they receive timely notification and the authority to act immediately using tools and funding streams that already exist. By improving coordination and communication with Maryland's workforce system, this legislation reduces duplication of services, accelerates reemployment, strengthens employer engagement, and delivers better outcomes for workers and businesses alike, all without increasing costs to taxpayers. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report for HB 1358. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Heather Powell, and I serve as the local director of Carroll County Workforce Development. I'm also serving as the Vice Chair of the Maryland Workforce Association. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1358. Local workforce development boards play a critical role in responding quickly to economic changes and supporting both employers and workers during periods of transition. In Carroll County, we work directly with businesses, educational partners, and community organizations to provide job training, career services, apprenticeships, and rapid response assistance when industries face disruptions or workforce shortages. House Bill 1358 strengthens Maryland's workforce system by ensuring local workforce boards are fully engaged in planning and coordinating workforce responses. Because local workforce boards understand our regional labor market needs, employer demands, and community challenges, we are uniquely positioned to deliver targeted solutions that help displaced workers reconnect to employment while supporting economic stability. This legislation recognizes that workforce solutions are most effective when driven locally and coordinated collaboratively. by reinforcing partnerships and providing alignment between workforce programs and economic development efforts. House Bill 1358 will help communities respond more effectively to workforce challenges and better prepare Maryland's workforce for future opportunities. I want to thank you for your consideration and your continued support of Maryland's workforce development system. And I respectfully urge you to favorably report on this House Bill 1358. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Anthony Featherstone, Executive Director for WorkSource Montgomery and Montgomery County's Local Workforce Board. Today I'm here in support of House Bill 1358. Through the inclusion of local workforce development boards, House Bill 1358 strengthens Maryland's ability to deliver coordinated workforce solutions when workers and employers need us most. We know this well in Montgomery County, as we've experienced over 40 worker adjustment and retraining notifications, warn notices, and 5 reduction in force notices, RIFs, in 2025, affecting thousands of workers in Montgomery County. This has tested our system's ability to respond adequately to meet the needs of impacted workers and businesses. And while I'm proud of our response to these dislocations, we've learned many lessons on the value of timely and quality rapid response services. When layoffs occur, no matter the circumstance, rapid response services are essential to those impacted. House Bill 1358 recognizes this by ensuring local workforce boards receive dedicated resources to deploy these services quickly and effectively. For impacted employees, services are the difference between prolonged unemployment and a swift reemployment transition. Support is provided in the form of on-site unemployment insurance, support through our partners at Maryland Department of Labor, job search workshops, retraining assistance, and direct job placement assistance. Ultimately, we ensure those impacted don't have to navigate the disruption alone. Most importantly, House Bill 1358 would strengthen what our workforce boards do do each and every day in our local community when there's a dislocation event. And that's coordinate with employers, coordinate with training providers, and coordinate with partners to reduce the harm caused by the layoffs. Lastly, we appreciate the apprenticeship component through the action program, allowing local workforce boards the ability to administer grants to hire and retain first-year apprentices. This will represent a big step forward in furthering our local apprenticeship expansion efforts. By localizing these resources, local workforce boards will be better equipped to connect our residents to quality pathways within the trades. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1358. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm batting cleanup. Again, Brandon Butler, Pinnacle Strategies on behalf of the Maryland Workforce Association. Again, this is about systems alignment. We talked about workforce funding coming from the federal government. There are some programs in the state that the legislature has passed and that's doing great work. However, if you take a look at the codified language, it clearly says community college partners and other community agencies. It doesn't specifically reference the local workforce boards who are doing the work day in and day out. And so that's what this bill in part does. It makes sure that whenever there is a workforce investment in the state, that the local workforce board, again, the boots on the ground, or as Secretary Wu has said, the backbone of Maryland's workforce system has the resources that they need, or at least has access to those resources. Simply put, we're looking to this bill as a way to make sure that as Maryland is investing in workforce development, whether that's in Carroll County or in Montgomery County and every place in between, that the investments are also making sure that they're going to the boots on the ground in the form of the local workforce boards. And so for that, we're asking for a favorable consideration of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just seeing if there's any questions from the committee for this panel. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for the bill, delegate. Thank you to your panelists. We have one additional testimony from Mr. Michael Sanderson. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much. The sponsor, Madam Chair, committee members, Michael Sanderson, Maryland Association of Counties, principally a Me Too here. These are the resources on the ground. Let's feather them in, make them part of the effort. It's a great way to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And also I want to acknowledge this is a jointly assigned with our colleagues from the Health Committee. We're joined by Delegate Martinez, Delegate Riley, and Delegate White Holland, as well as their counsel. So with that, seeing no questions from the committee, that concludes our bill hearing for 1358. We'll move next to Delegate Harrison, HB 1178. Don't know if she's joined us yet. Delegate Phillips, HB 1154. Also not here yet. We will move on to Delegate Stewart, HB 1108.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some panelists.
Yes,
They'll probably
please.
realize that. All right, there we go. Told you. Look at that. I summoned them. Yeah, you can come on up. All right, guys. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the newest and greatest committee in the world. My name is Vaughn Stewart. This is House Bill 1108. So let's begin with just a simple comparison. Imagine two workers standing side by side, and they're in two buildings in the state of Maryland. Both work indoors. Both work year-round. Both have supervisors. Both report repetitive production tasks in an employer-controlled environment. Both work in high heat in the summer. One worker packs boxed goods in a warehouse, and the other worker pots and prepares plants in a greenhouse. The warehouse worker has a right to organize and bargain collectively under the National Labor Relations Act. The greenhouse worker does not. The only meaningful difference between these two workers is what leaves the building at the end of the day, the box of goods or the potted plant. And that is the gap that HB 1108 attempts to address. So the NLRA was passed in 1935, and it excluded agricultural laborers. And now this was a very different era. This was an era of open fields and seasonal harvests, small-scale farming. Congress could never have envisioned the modern controlled environment agricultural operation, which is enclosed structures where temperature and humidity are engineered, and where work is structured like light manufacturing, and where production runs year-round. These facilities look and operate more like industrial workplaces than traditional farms, and the environment is not governed by the weather. It's governed by systems designed and controlled by the employer. So workers pot, trim, sort, package, and move product along defined workflows. And the fact that the product is botanical rather than mechanical should not determine whether a worker has collective bargaining rights. So we don't have any opponents here today in person for us, but if you do look at your bill packet, you'll see that we've got a couple of written oppositions, and they basically make one argument, which is that this bill, by saying that greenhouse workers should have collective bargaining rights in the state of Maryland, singles out one type of agricultural worker. But respectfully, I would say that assumes that greenhouse workers are properly categorized right now alongside open field, seasonal, oftentimes H-1B visa workers. I would argue that right now the law already singles out greenhouse workers because the NLRA was written before this type of employer scheme and before these types of workers could really have ever been anticipated. So this bill is narrowly tailored. It only applies to employees working inside enclosed structures where environmental conditions are artificially regulated. It doesn't disturb traditional agricultural practice. It doesn't rewrite the broader agriculture exemption. It just recognizes that controlled environment production is structurally different than our agricultural industry. The bill also includes a modest heat protection provision. Basically, we say in this bill that if the heat rises up to a certain level, then employees should have paid breaks. Now, they already have a certain modicum of workplace safety in terms of protections in COMAR, but not paid breaks. So that's it. Basically, this is a targeted and thoughtful correction to a 90-year-old classification that no longer reflects today's workplace reality. If you're a greenhouse worker in the state of Maryland, your job in pretty much every respect looks like a factory worker, except for when you want to try to collectively bargain, exercise your rights to bargain collectively, you'll quickly realize that you're treated instead like an agricultural worker, even though you have virtually nothing in common with agricultural workers. And so that's why the bill is here. I respectfully request a favorable report, and my panel will let you know what it's like out there in the greenhouses.
Greetings, delegates. Thank you, Delegate Stewart, also Delegate Hornberger, for introducing this necessary legislation. My name is Trent Leon Lehrman. I'm a union organizer and a community organizer. And as Delegate Stewart mentioned, the NLRA passed a great law in 1935, but unfortunately it excluded the two groups of workers, agricultural and domestic workers. And that exclusion continues to prevent workers from having the basic right, those workers to have the basic right to organize, to be protected. Greenhouses are a major example. Despite industrial greenhouses largely differing from traditional agricultural, because the work is not seasonal, they're year-round, and Delegate Stewart mentioned, another additional thing is they're often in urban settings, right? In one industrial greenhouse here in Maryland, you will hear from workers about how the pay is low and the work is hard, how the treatment is demeaning and the recognition for hard work is non-existent, how they feel like robots because of computer screens tracking their line speed, or how they are sent home early with less pay after working faster. Greenhouse workers are not even protected for any type of concerted protected activity. So not only can they not form a union, but if they go and ask for a raise, they can be retaliated against. This happened just last week. You're going to hear from a couple of the workers. When they signed a petition, 30 of them signed this petition, took it to the management, and 2 of them got fired for it, right? This was after workers had been there for 5 years, each year getting 10-cent raises, 1-cent raises. Literally, workers got 1-cent raises, or no raises at all. So you're going to hear from a couple of these workers. This legislation would change that. Obviously, it would give workers the right to form unions. But even if the workers didn't form a union, at least they would be protected and not be able to get fired. Right now, they don't fall under the NLRA or the FSLA. I'll just say, to wrap it up, we're not talking about a big universe of workers here in Maryland. It's in the hundreds at the most. So I ask you to expeditiously pass HB 1108. Thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Go for it.
Mi nombre es Julio César Astudillo, soy residente de Baltimore y he trabajado como cosechador en el invernadero durante más de año y medio. Tengo 3 años de experiencia previa trabajando en un invernadero en otro estado. En un día de trabajo.
My name is Julio César Astudio Ramirez. I'm a resident of Baltimore City and I've worked as a harvester in the greenhouse for over a year and a half. I have 3 years of previous experience working in a greenhouse in another state.
En un día de trabajo, el equipo de cosecha corta alrededor de 16,000 plantas a la vez. Una de las principales dificultades de trabajar en un invernadero es que siempre hace calor y durante el año hay 4 o 5 meses de calor intenso, con temperaturas que a veces superan los 100 grados. En mis otras experiencias laborales trabajando en agricultura, había estándares de calor que se respetaban. Aquí no. Las fuentes de agua están más lejos y es difícil cumplir con las expectativas de tiempo mientras también intentando tomar descansos.
In a day's work, the harvest team will cut around 16,000 plants, sometimes more. One of the main challenges of working in a greenhouse is that it's always hot, and during the year there are 4 or 5 months of intense heat, with temperatures sometimes reaching 100 degrees. In my other employment experiences working in agriculture, there were heat standards that were respected. Not here. Water fountains are very far away, and it is difficult to meet time expectations while also trying to take breaks so we don't risk our health.
Desde que comencé a trabajar ahí, hemos aumentado la cantidad de cosecha, pero el estándar de tiempo y el salario sigue siendo el mismo. He trabajado ahí durante año y medio y nunca he recibido un aumento.
Since I began working there, we have increased the amount we harvest, but the time standard and the pay remains the same. I have worked there for 1.5 years and I have never received a raise.
No siento que mi trabajo sea apreciado o respetado. Nuestro último gerente nos dijo que no habláramos español, aunque muchos de nosotros no hablamos inglés. Vi hablar con compañeros de trabajo de manera irrespetuosa, pero la gerencia nunca intervino. A pesar de nuestras quejas, la gerencia me ha dicho, puedes hacer esto, es un trabajo fácil y deberías poder trabajar más rápido.
I don't feel like my work is appreciated or that I am respected. Our last manager told us not to speak in Spanish, even though many of us don't speak English. I witnessed her speak to my coworkers in disrespectful ways, but management never intervened, despite our complaints. I have been told by management, you can do this, it's easy work, and you should be able to work faster.
Estoy experimentando condiciones de trabajo muy difíciles, pero debido a que trabajo en un invernadero, no tengo los mismos derechos que otros trabajadores. Incluso si sigo trabajando duro, no hay manera que me asciendan o gane un salario más alto en esta empresa, debido a que estamos mal pagados, subvalorados y maltratados. Creo que es importante que los trabajadores puedan organizarse y formar un sindicato.
I'm experiencing very difficult working conditions, but because I work in a greenhouse, I don't have the same rights as other workers. Even if I continue to work hard, there is no way for me to get promoted or earn a higher wage at this company. Because we are underpaid, underappreciated, and mistreated, I think it's important for workers to be able to organize and form a union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lee Woo-Kee. I'm a resident of Baltimore City, and for the last 14 months, I've worked at an industrial greenhouse where workers seed, plant, harvest, break, package, and distribute greens to high-end grocery stores. My responsibilities included using a mechanical transplanter to seed new plants and then seeding those plants based on a production schedule. Beyond the physical demands of working in a greenhouse, there's the challenge of working in really grueling heat. In the summer months, I worked in over 90-degree heat, and in some parts of the greenhouse that I worked, temperatures would reach 10 to 15 degrees higher than outside. There were times myself and other workers experienced heat stress. Despite the challenges of our physical environment, the team I was on often met or exceeded production goals. Despite my hard work, after a year of employment, I was offered a 10-cent raise. Respectfully, I'd like us all to take a pause and think, how would receiving a 10-cent raise make you feel? I accrued sick time and PTO so slowly that it was difficult for me to take care of myself. I saw other coworkers be disciplined for using their time off, and I even witnessed workers getting called into work despite them having called out sick that morning. We want to organize a union because we want to improve the conditions of our work and of our lives. There were people at this company that had been employed for 5 or 6 years and made 50 more cents than me, because in the 6 years working there, they had gotten less than $1 in total raises. Now they make $16.50. When the majority of the workers at this site came together to ask for a raise, the company chose to retaliate and to use intimidation tactics. I was fired last Thursday along with another worker, and 3 other workers were written up. We have tried to ask for what is fair and what we deserve, and we were met with cruelty, and we are offered no protections under the law. For these reasons, we need this bill to pass. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the bill sponsor and to your panel. We'll begin with some questions. We have Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity, you said this would only affect, I think you said 100 or so workers. I looked up on BLS and they said there's 2,000 underneath of the category. I'm assuming the category, it's code 45-2092, which includes farm workers, laborers, crop, nursery, and greenhouse. So can I assume everybody else has the ability to unionize except for greenhouse?
So,
is that correct?
So I think, so no, I think that the definition you're reading is probably the agricultural exemption itself. So no one in that unit that you just read out has collective bargaining rights. I believe what Mr. Learman said was that there were probably hundreds, not necessarily 100, but hundreds of greenhouse workers in the state, probably not 1,000. What we're trying to say is in that definition of agricultural worker, greenhouse workers look a lot more like warehouse workers. And so than they do other agricultural workers.
Right.
Because if it looks like a warehouse, it operates like a warehouse, it's controlled like a warehouse, we think the workers should have collective bargaining like they were working in a warehouse, because the only difference is the output is a plant rather than a good.
Right, so if you were to pass this bill, it would include everybody underneath that SIC code, or no?
No, only the greenhouse workers.
Okay, and one follow-up. Can I assume that a lot of this, when I thought about greenhouse workers, I know we have some large landscape and Bell Nursery, but is a lot of it also in the marijuana business now?
Yeah, so under the definition that we use in the bill, marijuana growers actually would be part of this bill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate Crutchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my teammate there. I know you do a lot of research, so my first question to you is, are you aware of any instances where there have been attempts to change the NLRB, in particular to deal with our greenhouse workers?
Not specifically greenhouse workers. So the agricultural exemption in the NLRA is a long and sordid history. And I don't want to relitigate that issue today. It's sort of neither here nor there. But essentially, domestic workers and ag workers were exempted from the original National Labor Relations Act because of bias and prejudice and racism. About the nature of those workers, about how they basically didn't deserve real collective bargaining rights like other groups. There have been multiple attempts in the last 90 years to try to correct that injustice at the federal level. And now a number of states, I believe it's 10 or 11, have basically in their own state laws taken out the entire ag worker exemption from their state law. I am proposing something much more modest here, which is not to remove the ag worker exemption altogether. Maybe that would be a good idea, and maybe that's a bill for a future session. This bill is narrowly focused on the category of what is considered ag worker, which in my opinion and certainly all of the panelists' opinion is the one that doesn't really fit. Because in a modern greenhouse, it really functions like a warehouse and not like an open air farm. So, but yeah, to answer your questions, there have been lots of attempts to do this kind of thing in other states, but focusing on greenhouse workers in particular is a relatively unique thing that we're bringing to the forefront, and it's just based on what's actually happening in the state right now, which is that we've got groups of greenhouse workers across the state who actively want to exercise their rights. Now, they may not form a union. Obviously, the right to collectively bargain doesn't automatically mean there is a union. They just want to have the exact same rights against anti-retaliation and to be able to collectively organize that all their counterparts do in workplaces that look basically identical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Fair.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill forward. I know that when we did some agricultural requirements a couple years ago, we settled on this 90-degree heat for the amount of time that you work. Is there, I was curious at the time when we were talking with farmers and agricultural folks about this issue, is there a scientific basis by which we're setting that requirement at 90 degrees, why we say it's at 90 degrees and then you need to have at least 5 minutes every hour for break?
Yeah, there are some studies that basically, and actually in Comar actually has a 100-degree trigger now too. So 90 degrees has basically, you at least have to like come up with some kind of work plan if your workplace reaches 90, and then at 100 under the current rules, you have to have some kind of breaks basically. And what we're adding to that is that the 90 rule, we think there should at least be 5-minute paid breaks once it's 90 degrees. And that is based on some studies about basically the human body, how long it can withstand extreme heat. Now, as you've heard already from Lee, unfortunately in greenhouses, it's even worse than like an open air agricultural, farm would, because of that controlled environment. Oftentimes, if it's 85 outside, it's 95 or 100 inside the greenhouse. But yes, I'm happy to share with you some of the work that's been done over the decades around basically workplace heat regulations and kind of at what threshold it becomes dangerous.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Stewart, for bringing this bill. It's important. So 2 quick questions. Would this apply only to standalone greenhouses, or could it include retail workers who are assigned to those like separate lawn and garden areas in stores like Lowe's and Home Depot and
Yeah. So right now it's everyone. So the answer is under the current draft of the bill, it's everyone. But this has been an issue that's come up, including with I think some of the opponents have flagged the issue that like the retail workers are not necessarily the folks that we're trying to have a collective bargaining right. Obviously, if you're just like selling things at a cashier, it's important work, and we think you should be paid a fair wage too, but it's a little bit different than the kind of factory worker analogy that we're most concerned with. And the workers that are basically behind this bill and are trying to organize in Maryland are not retail workers. And so it's possible that we may have to look at an amendment to take out the retail side. We didn't really intend for that to be in the bill initially in the first place. But yeah, if we're trying to basically make sure that like workers are grouped together and have equal rights if their workplaces are similar, I do think the retail workers make a little bit of a poor fit.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. And then did you mention as part of your testimony how many total workers this would impact across Maryland?
Yeah, and we talked a little bit with Delegate Chisholm about this. We think that it's probably in the hundreds, so maybe something like 200 to 400 greenhouse workers, including the cannabis workers who work in greenhouses.
Oh, okay, I would have thought it was much higher. And then one last quick question, how many states have a similar law to what you're proposing? Any?
So I believe it's either 11 or 12 states have removed the agricultural exemption altogether.
Right, I heard you say that.
No other states have just taken greenhouse workers and given them collective bargaining rights.
Okay.
We're essentially trying to kind of take a half step here, right?
Okay.
I mean, rather than go the full thing and freak out the Farm Bureau and have, this whole hearing room filled with folks from the Eastern Shore, we're instead saying, hey, in these industrial urban areas, including in parts of both of our counties, Delegate Lehman, you've got this workforce that they don't, they're not migrant workers generally. They're not seasonal. They basically are the exact same employer pool as people who work in like Amazon warehouses, except they can't organize.
Thank you for your effort. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill. I think it's so important. I'm just trying to understand, if they worked in a Home Depot or a lot, wouldn't they already be covered under, they'd already have a right to organize, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
This would only be standalone greenhouses.
Right.
Okay, so we don't necessarily need them in there because they're already covered by a different area of the law.
Yeah, I think this bill would just fill the exclusion gap. So whatever the National Labor Relations Act determines as agricultural workers in greenhouses, this bill would say, if you're excluded from that, then you're included in our bill. But as you're saying, in Home Depot workers, they're already included in the National Labor Relations Act.
Okay. And just to clarify, and I didn't get your name.
Lee.
Lee? Okay, sorry about that, Lee. So well, maybe the question is for Delegate, but you can fire somebody for trying to organize if they're not, if they were at a Home Depot, they couldn't be fired for it, but under.
So under the National Labor Relations Act, workers have basic protections against, including retaliation protections for talking about, discussing, saying the word union at their workplace. But if you're exempted, like greenhouse workers are, then you can, and in some cases, unfortunately, are fired for union organizing or for even, again, broaching the topic of, hey, can things be better around here?
Okay, thank you. And Lee, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much to the bill sponsor and to the initial sponsor panel. I just wanted to clarify, the gentleman to my right, your name?
My name is Trent Leon Learman.
I thought that was you. Okay, perfect. Thank you. We have additional favorable testimony today. We have Kayla Mock, Nicole Tortorielli, Elliot Chacone, Taj Mohammed, and Mara Satakazi. Okay, all right. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kayla Mock, and I am here with the United Food and Commercial Workers Union Local 400 and 10,000 members here in Maryland working in grocery, retail, packing, processing, healthcare, and cannabis. And so you've heard a little bit about how agricultural workers were excluded in 1937 under the NLRA. So I won't get into all of that. I want to touch a little bit on that this is not instant unionization. This isn't a mandate. It's simply giving them the right to organize. It's the right to concerted activity. Usually when a Home Depot worker or Target worker come together, and if they are retaliated against, they have a way to push back against that under the National Labor Relations Board. However, the NLRB doesn't even recognize agricultural domestic workers either as workers. And so when they go to them, they're just out of luck. Lastly, I want to talk a little bit about cannabis workers. I heard those were brought up. And so in 2023, the Cannabis Reform Act had a little bit of language in it around this topic. It directed the administration to adopt minimum standards for licensed growers regarding disputes, wages, rate of pay. They went on to state that as a condition of licensure for the growers, that they would comply with these standards and that they would negotiate in good faith with employees and any legitimate labor union. However, I do not believe these standards have been adopted yet. The bill in 2023 directed it by July 1st, 2024. I have searched for them. I have phoned friends to search for them. I do not see them. And so we don't believe those have been enacted. Lastly, the piece that's missing from that language is the process to organize. They didn't grant that under the 2023, so with cannabis workers. And so you cannot negotiate in good faith if your workers don't have a pathway to organize. And so that is what we believe is missing that would grant this here. So we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Tortorello. I am the managing attorney for the Workplace Justice Project at the Public Justice Center. We work to expand and enforce the rights of low-wage workers to receive an honest day's pay for an honest day's work in a safe and equitable workplace. And we support this bill to ensure that greenhouse workers in Maryland have the ability to participate in collective bargaining. Other folks have touched on the points I want to make, so I will try to be brief, but Maryland's greenhouse workers deserve the same unionization and collective bargaining rights as most other workers in the state. As an organization, we support the work of all workers to unionize, and Maryland's small but crucial population of hundreds of greenhouse workers experience low wages and minimal employment benefits for a difficult job that takes an enormous physical toll, as we have heard from those workers. And we are seeing the devastating effects of the federal exclusion on greenhouse workers, with the 2 greenhouse workers recently fired for sending a petition to their managers. All the petition asked for was higher wages, and this sort of simple collective activity is protected in most industries, as we have been discussing. But these workers risked and lost their jobs just for asking to be treated better, and we can't let that stand. Maryland wouldn't be the state to provide, the first state to provide these rights to this population of workers. As we've said, New York State and 11 other states have passed some sort of legislation closing this loophole, and providing collective bargaining rights to greenhouse workers would let them join the vast majority of Maryland workers in being able to collectively address their abysmal working conditions and advocate together for better pay and benefits. So we urge a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
مننه زما نوم تاج ده زما تر خبرې دا زما ملګری کوي.
Okay. His name is Taj and I'm translating for him. The thing that he wrote it out there, we translated to English and I'm translating it here. My name is Taj Mohammad Nourzai. I have lived in Maryland for about 5 years. And for the past 4 years, I have worked in refrigerated pack house that packages vegetable grown in greenhouse. In the pack house, I handle, compost, clean, and assist with all production tasks. During my time at the company, I have experienced constant pressure from management to work faster and faster. The pace is so demanding that it's sometimes difficult to take prayer breaks at time. It even feels like we are being watched when we try to use the bathroom. Another challenge is how slowly we earn paid time off, even when we request PTO according to company policy. Management often discourages us from taking it. This makes it very hard for me to take care of my family and manage responsibilities outside of work. We are not allowed to leave our station while production is going, and our schedules depend on when management decides we can go home. With so little flexibility, it's difficult to plan my life or properly support my family. Management continues to increase production goals, but there's little discussion about raises or improving working conditions. When some of my coworkers were fired for signing a petition to request higher wages, I felt deeply hurt. They did nothing wrong. It made me worry about my own job security, because at any moment it feels like they could say, "We are done with you." It's important for workers to stand together. I respectfully ask for support from the government to help protect our rights. Many of my coworkers are afraid to speak up because they fear retaliation.
Thank you very much. Oh, Delegate Lehman.
Thank you. Quick question. What, and I don't think Delegate Stewart addressed this, roughly, does someone know what percentage of greenhouse workers are immigrants? And I ask that only because I wonder if, in addition to the usual stresses of a workplace, if there is added stress and fear given the climate we're in right now.
The entire agriculture, so according to the department, the federal standards, I looked them up, the entire agricultural sector is over 54% Latino workers. That statistic I can give you. I can provide more information around that, but that's the one that sticks out in my head.
Thank you. Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Question for the two ladies you're with. Which organizations? I apologize. I was trying to look up, but I couldn't find them.
The United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 400.
Okay.
And the Public Justice Center.
Public Justice, okay. So my question is for both of you. Being in the tech sector myself, I went to the Consumer Electronics Show in January, and I go every once in a while. And there was it's the largest show in the world for what's happening in the economy of innovation and how wireless is being implemented in the economy and so forth. And they had an entire pavilion on robotics. And those robotics included everything from replacing human labor, especially in indoor growing environments, but also in warehouses, and on and on and on. And I think that we're actually within 3 years, in my opinion, is a question that's coming. I think we're 3 years away from this stuff being implemented on a wide scale. So my question for you is, are either organization preparing your folks for understanding how to work on and service robots, the robots that clearly are going to be put in place of human beings? It's coming, and it's already happening. So, question.
Do you want me to take that?
PJC is a law firm, so we don't have direct workers that we are, we don't do workforce training. But these are issues that we are thinking deeply about. And I would say that unionization rights are particularly important. We have seen in the auto industry, for example, areas where workers protected by unions were able, as part of their collective bargaining agreement, to get job training and ensure that their jobs were protected when automation increased. So I think that only speaks to the increased need for unionization efforts for all workers.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. We primarily represent grocery workers, and so you see a lot of technology coming into the grocery space that it's always innovation at the cost of workers, quite frankly. And so with collective bargaining rights, though, there are ways for workers to address those issues with hours ratios, with different types of training, with education in their bargaining. So yes.
No, sorry, God, I apologize.
No, I was just going to echo that. I agree with that collective bargaining helps with those standards.
Yeah, I think that things are changing too quickly, though, for that. And that's really where I'm going with this, is we have a wholesale retooling of the economy that's happening in real time with robotics. And I do think that the average employer would much rather keep human beings, I do. But I do think there's a threshold at which they realize that they cannot. I mean, I was looking online at a strawberry company where they grow strawberries completely inside, which this bill would, it would reach the nexus of this bill. And human beings aren't involved at all. And so I guess, I think this is an important conversation to have, because sometimes I feel like Annapolis is so far behind. In fact, I know it's far behind. I mean, the rest of the country is racing ahead on this industry, and then we're talking about important issues, but we need to retrain workers to actually know how to work on the robotics themselves, because clearly those jobs that are uncomfortable, and that's all, and it's a question, all I've heard is testimony about, you know, how the job's terrible, okay? And maybe it is and maybe it isn't, I don't know. But if it's terrible, then those are the jobs that robots are gonna be replacing. Not a little bit, but completely. So I just want an honest conversation with you two, like, if they're terrible jobs, then why protect them? Why instead not just retrain people to work on the robots themselves?
Do you want me to go first?
I've got thoughts, but sorry, if I may, I do appreciate
I'm not sure who to
the
direct that
conversation,
to.
and I think Delegate Fisher, you're raising really good points more broadly about our strategy around AI integration in workers. I just wanted to step in only because I think the question is not, it's not that it's not fully relevant to the bill, but it's just taking us down a path right now that just diverting us from the bill is what I want to say. So I will give you one chance, one person to quickly respond, but Ms. Mock did mention that there's a lot of work that's being done by UFCW, and I know other labor unions, what have you, around AI, but I wanted to step in because we do have a lot of
Well, I know it's an uncomfortable question.
No, it's not about it being uncomfortable. I want to be clear. It's not
but
about
it should be an uncomfortable question, and this, if there was a committee that should be talking about it, it's this committee.
Correct, but I just want us to stay on the bill a little bit more aligned with the bill. That's all. We might disagree on that, but I will let Ms. Mock respond to your question.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you.
So I appreciate the question, and I do think that there's conversation. I would love to have this conversation. Yes, absolutely. And so I think it's wrong to say that these are terrible jobs, that workers hate these jobs. They wouldn't try to better these jobs if they hated them so much. So there's a nomenclature, there's just a misconception there. Our workers really love their jobs, but they also fight to make them better. But I would love to continue the conversation around tech and AI. It is a conversation that needs to happen.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know, I'm not going to fully, future of work, let's talk, but
Yes.
workers are doing these jobs now and they need the protection.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. We'll make sure Delegate Fisher is on our AI
look
workforce
forward to that.
integration, whatever we title it, okay?
We'll get ready for next session. It'll be great.
I look forward to that meeting.
Thank you all for your
Thank you.
enthusiasm and forward thinking. I believe, I'm going to call one more time just because I still have them listed, but Mara Satakazi and Elliot Chacone. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we acknowledge them. Thank you all for your testimony and to the committee for your questions. That concludes our bill hearing on HB 1108. We'll go back to Delegate Harrison for HB 1178.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for indulging me as I was across the hall at a subcommittee meeting talking about agriculture, by the way, the Department of Agriculture. So I do appreciate your grace. For the record, I am Delegate Andrea Harrison, and so to Madam Chair Wells, to Mr. Vice Chair Kerr, and all of the members of this wonderful committee that I'm going to try and give you all kinds of accolades for government labor relations, government, labor, and elections. I'm here to seek your support on HB 1178, which provides limitations to the annexation of property to municipalities. I'm going to read a good portion of this, even though you have it, but I'll interject as well. So annexation serves as a vital mechanism for municipalities to adapt to growth and enhance tax revenue. However, when these changes cross boundaries of legislative districts, they jeopardize the fundamental principles of equitable representation. Implications of municipal annexation across legislative districts also directly impacts the lives of countless citizens who deserve clear and effective representation. And just so you know, I'm only talking about during, in between the decennial census redistricting. There's a concern that, it's my concern, that it will lead to unequal population distribution, creates a landscape where communities may be fragmented among multiple legislators, causing confusion and frustration about whom to turn to for advocacy and support, although that's easily remedied. I acknowledge that. But they also can complicate negotiations and decision-making processes regarding essential funding and support for newly annexed regions. Such complexities can cause conflicts and delays, ultimately stunting the growth and development of some areas and overgrowth of others, sometimes within the same community, or that of the immediate adjacent community. What I would like to say is that as we look at redistricting basically and annexation, that we need to be mindful of everything. We need to be mindful of existing legislative boundaries, and that affects each and every one of us in here. We need to protect legislative districts with consideration for the legislative delegation of that proposed annexation. We need to consider annexation of land that is owned by the United States of America, any department of the state or bi-county agency. All of these annexation attempts should be worked in conjunction with the locality in which they are trying to, or the entity in which they are trying to annex. So what we don't want to see, and I think that we have a responsibility as state legislators to protect state land. We have the responsibility to protect federal lands. We have the responsibility to protect bi-county lands. I think that it is our responsibility to ensure that there is a conversation that happens and an agreement that happens when annexation is attempted across these multiple areas. Now, I will say I did put in an amendment just yesterday, actually, and of course I don't have it back, that says that if there's a federal land that is being surplused, then they are exempt from that, from having to go to the entity to have that conversation. If it's being surplused, actually it's a little bit more prescriptive than that. It says that if it is being surplus and it's been used for agricultural research, then they would be exempt from having to deal with that entity. But I believe that it is important that we have conversations rather than just the annexations occurring without anyone else knowing. Finally, I did have a wonderful conversation with a gentleman from MML yesterday, and we are working together. They may have some additional amendments. We're trying to figure out how we can make this work. What we don't want to have is what MML has suggested, and we had looked at a map that was in my office, as a matter of fact, that we don't want to have a donut hole someplace where a municipality is attempting to annex, and let's say there's a federal piece of land or state-owned piece of land right there, and then that entity says, well, no, I don't want to annex. But they need to have that conversation. They need to agree that they want to be annexed. I can't see where we would be able to, one municipality might be able to go and annex an Air Force base, a federal Air Force base, because they're just adjacent. So it's just about having a conversation, before it happens and to get approval, basically. And that's what this legislation essentially says. So I'll stop there. As I said, I did have a conversation, and I'm sorry, I can't remember his name. It was Justin, I think, from MML yesterday, and we're talking about how we can move forward. They have an understanding of what the concerns are and what we're trying to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for the bill. And yes, Justin Fiore, I know he's signed up to testify today.
Yes.
Delegate Schindler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate. So I just had a question trying to understand how this would work. I'll use my district as an example. My district is pretty much one-for-one with a municipality. So if the municipality that I represent, for example, decides they are going to annex some unincorporated land, which I don't have any say really what the city does, but say they did that, then what do you envision that process looks like? Then the city would go to the delegate that surrounds me, so say, Delegate Baker or Delegate Valentine, and asks their permission to annex land?
So the land that you're referring to, is it within your district or is it in their district?
No, so a good
your example.
Yeah, so using my example, my district is one-for-one with the municipality of the city of Hagerstown, right? So anything outside of my district would be kind of like what would be eligible for annexation. So contiguous property to the city line of to the boundary of the city of Hagerstown. The city decides they want to annex, or a property owner comes and says, we want to be annexed into the city. Technically, that's in a different district. That's in 2C or 2A. What would that process look like then?
So the way that the legislation is currently written, then whoever represents 2C, I guess it was, they need to be included in that conversation, and there should be an agreement. Because what you don't, we go through this where we try to make sure that all of our legislative districts are pretty much equal in population. And so we want to make sure that as much as we can, that we stay that way. If that, some organization, if an entity in 2C says, well, you know what, I want to be in the municipality of Hagerstown, then that conversation just needs to happen with the legislators in this particular case.
So, and if I may, I'm sorry. So as a follow-up to that, at least as far as I can tell in the bill, it doesn't really prescribe what that looks like. It seems a little ambiguous to me, and that's worrisome, that it could just be an objective no without a good reasoning, or an objective yes. Do you envision like a process of what that looks like, if that's a vote or if that's a letter of support, or what that looks like?
It should be a letter of support, in my opinion, but I'm open to, whatever amendment that you may have that could make you more comfortable with it.
Okay.
I just think that it's important. I really believe that it is important that, as legislators, we understand what our districts are and what's happening in our districts. I think it's a courtesy, actually.
Thank you, Delegate.
All right, seeing no more questions for the bill sponsor, thank you for the bill. We'll move on to our unfavorable. We have Justin Fiore, Sharika McCarthy, and for virtual, we have Charles Colbert.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. Justin Fiore here on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League in respectful opposition to House Bill 1178. I think, like the bill we talked about earlier, this is fundamentally about how people choose their representation. So there are a lot of pieces to this annexation process. I'm going to focus on one, since the story of this today seems to be about consent. And that's how we kind of already have a consent sandwich here in Maryland. Before a municipality can go through the annexation process and have a referendum, they first have to have a threshold level of buy-in from the area to be annexed. So there's some buy-in up front without 25% of the population or the business owners. Local governments can't even consider doing an annexation ordinance. Then we have public notice, public hearing. This is probably the time we can, work on any conversations about making sure a delegation's involved or that all the parties are involved. But on the back end of the process, there's another opportunity for a referendum. Now you've got the full sandwich with voters and or business owners having a straight up democracy vote, majority wins, on whether or not this new area will become a part of the city. So I think we were talking about the donut hole we don't want to create. And right now in Maryland, you can't. It's, it's unconstitutional to annex kind of around a property and leave it behind. So you can imagine a scenario where there's a small county park on the border of a municipality, and all of the residents around that park want to join the city and be a part of the city. A municipality wouldn't be able to move forward on that annexation under this bill unless the county was willing to allow that land to be annexed. And I think it's important to note, if we annex that county park, that doesn't become a municipal park. It's still owned by the county. The county isn't paying property taxes to the municipality on that land because it's governmental. So we're not really taking it. We're just trying to provide services around that area. Hope that helps.
Good afternoon. So my name is Sharika McCarthy. I am a council member in the city of Sea Pleasant, and I am here in opposition of House Bill 1178, which will prohibit municipalities from annexing land in a different legislative district, honestly, without getting consent from their legislators, which is problematic to me. Local governments are the backbone. We are right there with the people, and when we slow down our annexation processes, you have to explain to people why, yes, you're right across the street, but because you're not in my area, I can't provide that service to you, right? And so while I respect lines and land that the delegate was speaking of, I'm here for the people. And if the people say that this is what they want, then we should be able to give them that, not at the tune of the delegate saying yes or no. Well, like, oh, we agree with it or we don't, and I'm wholeheartedly here for having conversations. I think when bills like this come in, we should be having conversations with people that it directly affect. Most of us have annexation plans already. And so a bill like this would stop the growth, economic growth. It would stop public safety efforts. It would really change things that we've already put resources and time and effort into. And so I think that it is a great idea for us to have conversations, but to say that we have to get consent when the people who live there, the residents who elect us, are saying this is what they want, I just think that's unfair. It takes away our autonomy to govern ourselves. And so, at this point, I'm kind of against any bill that takes away the autonomy of municipalities because, again, we are the backbone. We are the ones that are there with our residents day in and day out. I have to go in the grocery store and explain, the one grocery store that we have, by the way, and explain, why this is that way or that's that way, And so I want to be able to go in and say that their delegates are here in Annapolis fighting for them.
Thank you very much. Delegate Lehman.
And thank you to both of you. I wonder, and I didn't really get a chance to look in great detail at this bill prior to today. I had a brief conversation with my former colleague, Delegate Tolles, present colleague in the legislature, but she and Delegate Harrison are former colleagues from the Prince George's County Council. But this had me thinking, and I wonder about your response to, and this is just focusing on paragraph 2, on the change in legislative districts. Do you not recognize, or does that not concern you in an annexation scenario where it could result in sort of an ad hoc redistricting of someone from one district to another? And it occurs to me, I think Delegate Harrison is still here, that this could occur not just at the state level, but at the county level, you could be pushing somebody into a different councilmanic district. And that does seem problematic, in my opinion.
I'll try to answer the question. Thank you, Delegate. I'm not really sure how county lines are drawn and how changing municipal maps may change the boundaries that counties draw themselves. I would defer that to someone with county expertise. I think every 10 years, Maryland goes through this new map-making process, and it's, from a planning perspective on the municipal side, hard to envision where those lines are going to be drawn. And so we have our 10-year comprehensive plans that kind of map out where annexations make sense, because I think many of you would agree developing around existing infrastructure is a really smart idea, which is why we talk about smart growth in the state. So it makes sense for municipalities to have the ability to grow. A lot of municipalities are currently boundary restricted if you look at legislative districts. But our 10-year plans where we identify where these are going to go, and then you have a redistricting happens and a new line is drawn, and all of a sudden we now need to respect that. I just think it gets messy. So I hear what you're saying, but I think on the other side of that coin is every time we redistrict, we draw the lines a little bit, and that's going to mess up existing 10-year plans. So I don't know what the right solution is. It sounds like it's a little messy.
Well, thank you for that. I would just say that, councilmanic district lines are drawn and redrawn in the same way that that they are at the state level. It's based on the census every 10 years, but that this could, typically it only happens every 10 years, but this could kind of turn that on its head through annexation potentially. And so I have some thoughts I can share offline on maybe how the bill could be tweaked. For one thing, maybe instead of getting the, the consent of the legislators that are impacted, and this could be true at the county level too, it could require consultation, just so there's an awareness. And then, I have some other thoughts as well, but I do think that's a significant concern if someone ends up redistricted, especially if they're going to be taking part in a vote in an area that is populated. You have that voting requirement, but they're not aware of that, what we call unintended consequence.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. All right, seeing no more questions for the in-person panel, we have two unfavorable virtual. We have Mr. Charles Colbert and we have Mayor Selena Benitez. Oh, hi. Okay, good afternoon. Miss Benitez, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Chair. I'm Selena Benitez, Mayor of the City of Mount Rainier. Good afternoon, Chairs Wells, Vice Chairs Carr, members of the Government Labor Elections Committee. On behalf of the City of Mount Rainier, we respectfully submit testimony opposing House Bill 1178. While the city recognizes the importance of transparency in coordinating municipal annexation decisions, HB 1178 imposes new procedural barriers that unnecessarily restrict municipal authority and further complicate an already rigorous annexation process. For a municipality like Mount Rainier, annexations are a tool for unchecked expansion, but a limited strategic mechanism to address service delivery, infrastructure, continuity, and coherent planning at a municipal edge. Introducing a bill approval based on legislation district boundaries injects political considerations into what is already a fundamental local land use and services decision. The city also is concerned that HB 1178 will delay or prevent annexation that could otherwise improve public safety, infrastructure coordination, and fiscal stability. As the speaker acknowledged, the bill may impact municipal operations or finance to the extent that it prevents or delays planned annexation. For small municipalities, limited tax base such as delays can be meaningful consequentially. Additionally, the bill consents requirements for annexation of land owned by nonprofit governmental entities by unintentionally discourage collaboration between municipalities and community-serving institutions. Mount Rainier values partnership with nonprofits and public entities and believes existing law already provides sufficient safeguards to ensure annexation occurs only when appropriate and mutually beneficial. In short, HB 74 shifts decision-making authority away from local governments without demonstrating a clear policy needed to do so. The City of Mount Rainier believes the annexation decisions are best addressed through existing statutory process that balance municipal responsibility, public input, and regional coordination. For this reason, the City of Mount Rainier asked for an unfavorable report on House Bill 1178. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Colbert.
Good afternoon, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr. My name is Charles Colbert. I am the mayor of the town of Upper Marlboro, and I'm here before you today in opposition of House Bill 1178. As the county seat of Prince George's County, Upper Marlboro plays a unique role in our region's economic and civic life. While geographically small, we are strategically positioned for thoughtful growth, particularly in our downtown corridor and in areas adjacent to existing municipal services. Annexation is one of the few tools available to us to support coordinated economic development and ensure public safety coverage aligns with real-world conditions on the ground. In the area surrounding Upper Marlboro, service demands, infrastructure needs, and response times can differ significantly from those within our municipal boundaries. And when adjacent properties begin to develop at higher intensities or function as a part of the town's economic core, annexation allows governance, infrastructure planning, and public safety coordination to align appropriately. Without that flexibility, mismatches can occur between land use intensity and the level of coordinated service delivery required to protect residents, businesses, and visitors. From an economic development perspective, House Bill 1178 would significantly constrain our ability to grow responsibly. Our town has worked diligently to attract new businesses, revitalize underutilized parcels, and expand our tax base without overburdening residents. When commercial or mixed-use properties directly adjacent to our border seek municipal services, annexation allows us to provide consistent code enforcement, infrastructure investment, and business support. Tying annexation authority to legislative district boundaries, lines that have nothing to do with water service, sidewalks, or economic corridors, introduces uncertainty that could discourage investment and stall revitalization efforts. For a small municipality like Upper Marlboro, even one or two lost or delayed commercial opportunities can have a meaningful impact on long-term fiscal sustainability. It's important to note that, as Mr. Fiore and Councilmember McCarthy have mentioned, that there's an extensive process requiring layers of consent already in place. These safeguards ensure that the people most directly affected, those living in or near the annexation area, have a voice in the process, and this bill would instead grant effective veto authority to members of the Maryland General Assembly who may not reside in the proposed annexation area and are not directly accountable to those impacted residents. This would create an outsized role, and for us, preserving local control over carefully considered annexation decisions is essential. For these reasons, we respectfully urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 1178. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colbert, excuse me. With that, seeing no more questions from the committee, this concludes our bill hearing for HB 1178. We'll move on next to Delegate Phillips, HB 1154. Do you have a panel by any, Delegate Phillips?
I believe we do.
Okay, wasn't indicated, but please have them join you.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm good. Hey. Yep. Yes. How are you? Oh, good, good. Good morning or good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and to the committee. As you know, my name is N. Scott Phillips, and I'm a delegate representing the 10th Legislative District. And I'm here today to respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1154, a measured, responsible reform of restrictive housing in Maryland's correctional facilities. Over the past few years, in my role as a delegate, I've visited multiple facilities across our state. I've walked the tiers. I've stood outside restrictive housing cells. I've seen aging infrastructure, units patched rather than repaired, and environments that are not designed for rehabilitation, much less habitation. In some cases, the conditions were simply deplorable for a system that claimed rehabilitation as its mission. House Bill 1154 is really not radical, it's responsible. In 2022 alone, DPSCS reported nearly 12,000 placements in restrictive housing with an average stay of more than 42 days per year. That is much more than a cooling off period. That is prolonged isolation. If our correctional system is meant to correct behavior, we must ask, does prolonged isolation actually make our facilities safer, or does it exacerbate mental health challenges and increase volatility? This bill takes a narrower, targeted approach. It focuses first on those we define vulnerable, individuals with serious mental health needs, developmental disabilities, and older incarcerated individuals, pregnant individuals, minors, and those requiring medical treatment. These are populations that should not be placed in isolation when they require treatment. House Bill 1154 also clarifies what constitutes restrictive housing. It establishes clear prohibitive acts, so placement is not arbitrary. It requires reporting by correctional ombudsmen to increase transparency. It limits stays to 15 consecutive days and 20 days in a 60-day period, consistent with widely recognized best practices. We did not draft this bill in a vacuum. We studied reforms in New Jersey and in New York. Those states saw reduced violence, shorter stays, and improved safety outcomes for both staff and incarcerated individuals. Reform did not create chaos, it created clarity. I understand there are cost concerns, but other states have also realized long-term savings when restrictive housing is used strategically and sparingly. More importantly, when individuals with untreated mental health conditions are placed in isolation, we are not solving a problem, we are compounding it. To the members of this committee, this bill is just a first step. It does not eliminate restrictive housing. It does not tie the hands of correctional leadership. It creates guardrails, it creates accountability, and it prioritizes safety and human dignity at the same time. If we are serious about modernizing Maryland's correctional system, we must be willing to confront practices that are outdated and counterproductive. HB 1154 is thoughtful, it is data-driven, and it is balanced. Nelson Mandela, in discussing his own incarceration, said, "It is said that no one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jails. A nation should not be judged how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones." I respectfully ask a favorable report for House Bill 1158. Thank you. 1154. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lucy Steinitz. I'm here representing the Maryland Alliance for Justice Reform. We are an all-volunteer organization of over 2,000 members across our state, and Major Maryland Alliance for Justice Reform urges your favorable report on House Bill 1154. I spend a lot of time in prisons as a volunteer and teaching on behalf of a university there that people can survive solitary confinement. We call it restrictive housing, but it's solitary. It's just amazing to me because of the absence of stimulation, the trauma that this results in. None of us would, I think, can survive that without severe consequences long term. You already know, in fact, about the mental health and physical consequences of extended isolation. It undermines, it's counter to rehabilitation. It accentuates mental illness, which has consequences when people leave prison. It lasts well beyond the time that someone is incarcerated, and therefore it does not make our communities safer. But as Delegate Phillips said, we don't have to invent the wheel here in Maryland. We have proof through the New York HALT Solitary Confinement Act, which limits solitary confinement to 15 days, consecutive days, sorry. New Jersey and Colorado have enacted similar reforms, and these are all grounded in evidence. It is extensive. They are working. This bill ensures meaningful programming and treatment that will promote safer facilities that will make life easier, not more difficult for correctional officers. Therefore, we strongly urge your support for 1154.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow delegates. My name is Benjamin Charlton. I'm an attorney with the Office of the Public Defender. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. We are also asking that you issue a favorable report on this bill because it brings Maryland into compliance with international standards that are devised to end torture in incarcerative environments, right? Through the UN's Mandela rules that were passed because of Nelson Mandela's torture that he faced in South Africa. And that is what restrictive housing, which is just a euphemism, as Delegate Phillips said, for solitary confinement. It is torture. You can see that it's not just a word they put on it, it's a word to describe what effects people who face solitary confinement experience. The physical effects that they experience, the detrimental mental health effects. A person who experiences restrictive housing is more likely to commit suicide in the incarcerative environment and after they are released because of the detrimental mental health effects that they have. In addition, it serves no purpose for rehabilitation. A person who experiences restrictive housing is also more likely to face or to have to recommit a crime, yes, once they are released. And that is once you control for all other factors, including economic status and race and anything like that. So it actually endangers our community to have people placed into this solitary confinement. They're more likely to commit a crime once released. In a state that incarcerates Black men at a rate higher than apartheid South Africa, the least that we can do is treat our imprisoned population with humanity and with the standards that have been set up internationally and in other states where they have seen success as well. So we urge this committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the bill, Delegate, and to your sponsor panel. Just seeing if we have any questions from the committee. Delegate Tomlinson.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, member of Judiciary. Just wanted to, so I toured, back in December, I went out and I toured JCI and MCIJ, yeah. So I went out there and I got to see the restrictive housing up close. I mean, I'm not gonna, act like it's a desirable place to be by any stretch of imagination. I was surprised to learn that they, and I was happy to learn this, that they've got access to their iPads, they've got the ability to write, they've got a medical unit right outside of the restrictive housing. So I was actually kind of surprised. I thought it was going to be truly them locked in a room and just losing their minds with nothing to do. So I was a little surprised by that. So I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, nobody wants to be in that position, but I don't know if it's. I don't know where I'm going with the question here, by the way. Anyhow, I just Somebody want to help me out here?
So Delegate, I think your point is well taken. In restrictive housing, generally today, unless that device is being used for disciplinary purposes, which sometimes it is, and it's removed, but individuals will have a device. The challenge is not that. And right now, we've narrowed the bill really to vulnerable persons. So even with the device, if I've taken a person and I've put them in restrictive housing and they're in that room that you saw, and not all rooms around the state are equal, not all tiers are equal, but if they're in the one that you saw at JCI, and they're in there for 23 and sometimes 24 hours a day without access, that in and of itself is torturous, if you think about that. What I've learned is, in some instances, they're in there 24 hours a day because of the number of individuals that are on a particular tier in restrictive housing. There are not enough correctional officers to get them out for even their hour a day to take a shower. Now, I compound that by having a vulnerable individual who has some type of disability, who has some type of mental condition. And that's what we're talking about in this bill. I'd like to be able to deal with everybody that's in that scenario. But in this bill, we're truly talking about vulnerable individuals, which exacerbates the problem for those individuals.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill. Two questions. One is, if I'm reading this right, I feel like I'm echoing here. Am I echoing? No. Okay, good. One is, your bill just says they can't be held in isolation, these vulnerable people can't be held in isolation more than 20 hours a day, but they can still be held even under your bill for 20 hours a day, or am I misunderstanding that?
Unfortunately, we're trying to get something done.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
So
that.
the idea of 20 hours a day, I don't like it.
Yeah, okay.
But I think you're going to hear that there are folks that are being held, once again, 23, 24 hours a day without any access. Particularly those that, we talk about this 42 days, and that's not the longest stay.
Right, that's your
now
average.
the average.
So, and then the other question I have is how this interplays with us charging so many young people as adults. Because my understanding, and I don't have a lot of background in this, but just my understanding is that when they have a young person, they have to keep them separate from the adults. And that often, or sometimes, results in them being kept completely isolated. And that seems like a horrible, horrible thing for a young person.
It is, and I just came from testifying on a bill that would.
On that bill, okay.
Yeah, limit restrictive housing for youth, regardless of where they are.
Yep. And on that one, it's a challenge, right? Because many of our youth that are charged as adults may be in a local facility. And with the local facilities, many of those local facilities just are not equipped to do anything but maintain a youth in essence, what is solitary confinement or restrictive housing. So if I have, or they're, from a federal perspective, they're supposed to be outside of sight and sound of adults. And in many of those facilities, if I think about my own in Baltimore County, it's almost impossible to keep them sight and sound and not put them in restrictive housing. You can't do
And it's particularly if there's only one.
Correct.
In a location. Okay, thank you, and I appreciate the bill.
Right, and I would just say, look, this is my third year bringing a bill of this nature to the legislature. This committee has the bill. I would just strongly ask this committee to take this issue under consideration, whether it's taking your own visits and tours, as has been done. We have a correctional, how we care for those that are in our correctional system. And I know they've committed crimes. Some of them have committed really heinous crimes. But how we maintain them, as Nelson Mandela has suggested, I think is important. And I think ultimately, there are the works that have happened in New York and New Jersey and other places that suggest that we can do it differently. And that's what I'm asking this committee to consider. How do we do this differently?
Thank you, Delegate, for the question. So then being this is my first time hearing this bill since there's been changes.
Yes.
But I'm looking at the opposition, and I understand that there are folks that maybe philosophically don't agree. I don't think we're necessarily having that conversation. But I think from a capacity standpoint, and we think about safety in our prisons and our holding facilities. But I'm curious if you could illuminate for the committee, I guess, how you envision being able to accomplish this in a way that could rectify. I won't talk about the definitions. I think we can all clearly perhaps find ways to better define if there's an agreement on that. But I think just some of the concerns around legal liability and also just around safety, which in my mind, if we exclude philosophical considerations, I think about capacity. So I'm curious, how do you envision this playing out and accomplishing perhaps the goals of your bill and the intent of your bill? What does it look like, considering we have staffing shortages in our prisons, we have facility, conditional issues where just some of the facilities are really terrible. And so I can't divorce those elements from what the bill is seeking to accomplish. So I'm just curious if you might be able to help us wrap our heads around some of those things.
I don't know if you all would like to make a comment. I'd like to reserve mine, but.
I can tell a story. The last time I was at JCI, I heard about a recent killing, and it was done by someone who had been in solitary confinement for an extended period of time. He was so so angry, so mentally deranged, but at the time that he came out, he committed certain offenses that created an altercation with others, and he ended up losing his life. If you put people into a situation that exacerbates their mental illness to such a degree, you're making things more difficult for correctional officers, more difficult for the overall management of the institution, not less so.
And I would say this, Madam Chair. My question is, what are our values? What are our values? And I know there's a fiscal note associated with this. At the end of the day, when I visit, I'm in places where I see tiers where there's supposed to be a minimum of 4 officers and there are 2. What's the safety for the officers and what's the safety for those that are incarcerated? I've experienced solitary confinement where the people are so angry that they're literally throwing their feces out of the little hole that they use to eat because they're so angry and they know we're there and they're trying to express themselves as a result. Part of, I think, the problem is that those that are in the system, and I know those will come behind me and say they need it to be safe, and that makes their officers safer if you have people that are unruly. We've gotten to the place where those that are in the system have now just become accepting of it as if it's okay. And what I'm saying to you, based on my observation, it's just not okay. So it's what are our values?
Thank you very much, Delegate. Okay, seeing no more questions for the sponsor and panel, thank you for the bill. We have some additional testimony in person. Thank you to your sponsor panelists as well. We have Rachel London, Lucian, Parsley. I think those are the last of our in-person. If you're here in person to testify, please stand up and acknowledge yourself before we move to virtual. Okay. Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I think Rachel London is at the DDA budget hearing.
Thank you.
I'm Lucienne Parsley. I'm an attorney at Disability Rights Maryland. We are the state's designated protection and advocacy center for persons with disabilities. We represent many of the people with disabilities at the state's correctional facilities when we've spent time on the SEG tiers, including the new mental health tiers and the infirmaries and special observation units, many of which use restrictive housing to help control behavior and promote safety. Our testimony is informed by what we have learned through our work and those directly impacted. We have found the mental health care and the conditions for those with serious mental illness on the restrictive housing units to be seriously inadequate, and that individuals are exposed to significant harm. For example, in FY 2024, the most recent year that DPSCS filed its restrictive housing report, DPSCS reported that 34% of people with serious mental illness were placed on restrictive housing at some point in the year. That's individuals. Some of them were placed in restrictive housing multiple times. This extreme isolation has significant impacts on people's mental health, as you've heard, but I'm not going to repeat all of that, but I do want to talk about the fiscal note that DPSCS estimates will apply if the bill is enacted. And we have serious questions about how the estimates were done, given the already very significant staff shortages in DPSCS facilities. Such large staff shortages seem to be unrelated to the use of restrictive housing, and as you know, they've resulted in low morale with staff and increased violence in the facilities. It's not clear to us that such additional hiring is needed to keep incarcerated persons out of restrictive housing. And further, as reported by the U.S. Department of Justice and social science researchers, the number of states that have reformed restrictive housing policies has resulted in significant savings and decreases in SEG populations. They have also been reduced violence, higher officer morale, et cetera. So we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no questions from this panel, we will move to our virtual. I have Natasha White, Magdalena Songus.
Sorry, I'm fine. Everybody to add.
Are you okay? Okay, all right. Terry Coopers, let's see, Scott Palcher. Okay, we'll begin with Scott. Hi, good afternoon. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the sponsors of the bill. My name is Scott Paltrowitz. I have experience as a prison monitor and work with campaigns to limit solitary confinement in dozens of states across the country with the Unlock the Box campaign. I am testifying in support of HB 1154 with a suggested amendment. Decades of evidence show solitary confinement causes devastating physical and psychological harm. It leads to psychosis, hallucinations, paranoia, heart disease, self-harm, and death, including by suicide. Evidence also shows that solitary worsens safety for causing people to... Sorry, Terry, could you
Sorry,
put yourself
sir,
on mute?
can you please hold for 1 moment while we take care of the...
They have clout.
Thank you very
and they're able
much.
to put the information together to document what the systemic problems are.
We're working on getting him muted. Okay, we'll start your time again.
Oh, no
You
problem.
can
Thank
be
you
in
so
again.
much.
Thank you.
So evidence also shows that solitary confinement worsens safety by causing people to deteriorate, while alternatives with full days of group out-of-cell programming reduce violence and improve the health and safety of incarcerated people and staff alike. People can be separated from the general facility population. The question is, what is the nature of that separation? Is it going to be isolation that causes grave harm and leads to violence? Or is it going to be an opportunity for an intervention that's effective at actually reducing violence and keeping people healthy and alive? For example, the RSVP program separated people who had committed the most serious violence, but instead of isolation, participants had access to at least 12 hours of daily out-of-cell time with group programs. Before it started, officers claimed there would be riots and violence. Instead, violence dropped to literally 0 incidents over an entire year, and all the officers wanted to work in that unit because it was the safest place in the jail. Our suggested amendment is to adjust the definition of restrictive housing to at least include people locked in for 17 hours or more per day. This will help prevent the use of solitary by another name, as has happened in numerous other states. Without this change, the department could hold someone in solitary for 19.5 hours a day, which is an extremely long time, for months and years, because none of the bill's protections would then apply. And my last time, I also want to just make a quick note about false information that was presented at yesterday's Senate hearing regarding the halt solitary law in New York. That law has not led to an increase in violence despite the false claims, and officers in New York have spread false information about it. Instead, that law has helped save lives, and the department in New York has refused to implement the law fully. Happy to share more about that and other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha White?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Please excuse me. I am currently in the hospital, but needed to speak to you all today. My name is Natasha White, and I serve as the Director of Community Engagement at IHR, Interfaith Action for Human Rights, and I am a survivor of long-term solitary confinement. I strongly support HB 1154. I've worked on restrictive housing reform in New York, Virginia, before taking over Maryland. And in both states, I have witnessed significant change when lawmakers choose rehabilitation over prolonged isolation. These reforms were not easy, but they were necessary, and they improved safety, accountability, and human dignity. We are hearing claims, well, I'm not going to repeat myself because Scott already did, but decades of research show that solitary confinement worsens safety by causing psychological deterioration, increasing self-harm, and raising the likelihood of future harm. By contrast, structured alternatives with meaningful out-of-cell time and programming reduce violence and improve outcomes. Maryland has an opportunity to move towards a model that promotes accountability, mental health stability, and true rehabilitation. HB 1154 does not eliminate discipline. It creates guidelines. It centers safety for staff and incarcerated people alike. As someone who has survived years in isolation, I can tell you prolonged confinement does not prepare people to return home stable or healed. It fractures the mind and erodes hope. If we want safer facilities and safer communities, we must invest in policies that reduce harm, not deepen it. Please report favorably on this bill, and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. White. Chris Zacharias.
Yes, good afternoon to the chair and members of the committee. My name is Reverend Christopher Zacharias, Executive Director of Interfaith Action for Human Rights. I speak today in strong support of HB 1154 because of our moral responsibility is clear. Maryland must end the harmful and excessive use of restricted housing in our jails and prisons. And my conviction is rooted in the principles of restorative justice, that every person, regardless of their past, deserves the opportunity to heal, reflect, and prepare for a successful return to their community. But prolonged restrictive housing does the opposite. It inflicts deep psychological wounds that they may never fully recover from. I've sat with many men and women who were incarcerated, who tremble when they describe the trauma of being locked in a cell the size of a bathroom for 22 to 24 hours a day. Some still sleep with the lights on because darkness triggers panic. Others struggle to be in crowds or even in their homes because isolations rewired their sense of safety. And these are not abstract harms. They are lived realities for our neighborhoods, our family members, and our returning citizens. And the research is clear that more than 15 days in solitary confinement is considered torture. And yet Maryland's own data shows an average stay of 42.5 days, with even longer durations for people living with mental illness. And the most recent reports continue to show that restrictive housing is increasing, not decreasing, especially among those who are most vulnerable. So HB 1154 moves us towards a more humane and accountable system, limiting restrictive housing to no more than 20 days in a 60-day period, guaranteeing at least 4 hours of meaningful out-of-cell time and ensuring access to rehabilitative programmings. Maryland has the opportunity to lead with integrity and compassion. I do support and respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Terry Coopers? You're still on mute. You have to take yourself off mute. Mr. Coopers, you're on mute still. Okay. If you are listening on the live,
sorry.
if you're listening on the live stream, you're about 30 seconds behind, so turn that off.
All right. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. I'm a professor at the Wright Institute in California, a psychiatrist. I have been studying solitary confinement for 30 years, written 2 books about it. One is called Solitary, and the other is called Isolation. I've listed the problems from a psychiatric perspective caused by solitary. I won't do that here. I think the discussion of the earlier bill on juvenile use of solitary was very comprehensive. I just want to make a few points. One is about the time. Typically, we talk about 22 hours or more alone in a cell. That's actually an incorrect number. The damage that is caused by solitary confinement can happen in as few as 16 or 17 hours a day. And this bill specifically references 17 hours. I've found from interviewing over 1,000 prisoners that being in a cell by oneself for 17 hours a day causes damage. So that is really an excellent part of the bill that 17 hours is referenced. Second, often it's said that solitary confinement is necessary in order to maintain order in the jail. That's actually entirely incorrect. All the research shows that when a prison or jail system goes to solitary confinement for a significant number of prisoners, the violence rate does not go down in the system. On the other hand, when you reduce solitary, for instance, in Dakota, they've been very successful doing this, and you enhance rehabilitation for the prisoners, that makes the violence rate in the entire prison system go down. So it's just not true that solitary helps maintain order. There are alternatives to solitary, for instance, separation. When an individual either has enemies or is acting badly, they can be separated from others without isolation. That doesn't cause the damage of isolation.
Dr. Coopers, your time has expired. I'll need you to wrap up.
Okay. The last point I'll make is that the people consigned to solitary are not the worst of the worst as advertised. Actually, they're very ordinary people. They run afoul of prison law rules, or they get into culturally required fights in prison and sent to solitary. And then it's a downward spiral from there. So I heartily encourage you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Magdalena Tsiangas.
Thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Magdalena. I'm submitting this testimony as a family member of an incarcerated person in Maryland. My partner's been incarcerated since 19, and early in his incarceration, spent a total of 4 years on and off in solitary confinement, which has been a profoundly impactful and detrimental to his mental health. His mental health diagnoses, which he's had since a child, were never considered as factors before putting him in restrictive housing. In fact, for a lot of people, their mental illness is the reason that they're put in solitary confinement. There is not meaningful mental health treatment for incarcerated people in Maryland, and the behaviors that are symptoms of their mental health are often controlled by putting them in restrictive housing. When I was visiting my partner this weekend, I was in the waiting room with a mother who was visiting her son, who, because of his mental health, is in restrictive housing, which means for them, he gets to have a 30-minute visit with her through plexiglass, and they cannot come in contact or hug each other. Preventing people from hugging their family for their incarceration is not treatment. It is punishment and it is torture. As we heard from other people who testified, this issue is getting worse. In 2022, DPSCS reported 370 people with severe mental illness were held in solitary. In 2024, they reported that number was over 880. That has more than doubled. As we heard, international standards put over 15 days of solitary confinement labeled as torture. The average in Maryland, depending on the unit, is 30 days to up to 110 days on specific solitary confinement units. And make no mistake that Maryland is torturing people by keeping them in solitary confinement. I urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
And thank you. Do we have questions for these online witnesses? I don't see any questions, but I want to thank you for taking the time to be with us today and offering your testimony. I'll now move to an unfavorable panel. We have Timothy Sellin, Marianne Thompson, Ryan Ross, and Daniel Galbraith. Thank you. Whoever would like to go first.
Hey, good afternoon, committee chair. I'm Ryan Ross. I'm the past president of the Maryland Correctional Administrators Association. I'm the director of the Charles County Sheriff's Office, Charles County Detention Center, and a subject matter expert on jail operations and management. I strongly oppose HB 1154 from a practical stance, not an ideological one. As a local administrator, I can't increase recreation time to 4 hours. This is part of that Title IX language. It's not an I won't, it's not an I don't want to, I really just can't. I know what you're thinking, it's 2 hours more, it shouldn't be a big deal. But on the ground it is. My facility is over 30 years old. It wasn't designed with this mandate in mind. The same can be said for all facilities in Maryland. I think reform is workable, but not as written in HB 1154. I need a jail that is designed to this bill, everything from engineering to staffing, policy, and practice. I understand that the Title X language won't affect local jails. However, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least provide some insight. You've heard of the successes in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut with limitations on restrictive housing, but that success has largely been just in the passage of the law. Years later, many of the facilities in those states are still in the implementation phase and not in compliance. Reform hasn't truly materialized. There's been a reported rise in litigation and violence. Advocates in those states, they're frustrated because the facilities are using workarounds and loopholes that circumvent the spirit of the law. If restrictive housing is truly a priority in Maryland, I respectfully request an unfavorable report on HB 1154 and suggest forming a work group of jail leaders, national experts, and planners to develop safe, practical policies and designs. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kerr and delegates. My name is Dan Galbraith. I serve as the warden of the Harford County Detention Center. As the warden, I stand before you in firm opposition of the proposed legislation as written. I would like to point out that all housing in correctional facilities is restrictive housing. The individuals committed to our local detention centers are there because either a judge or a district court commissioner has ordered their confinement in a secure environment. As warden, it is my responsibility to manage the inmates' behaviors for the safety of all inmates and staff working in our detention centers. Eliminating lockdown entirely or eliminating the time allowed for housing members of the vulnerable population does not eliminate violence. It does not eliminate aggression. It does not eliminate crisis. What it does eliminate is our ability to separate individuals during volatile situations. And when we lose that ability, the consequences are borne by the correctional officers, medical staff, and other inmates in our care and custody. Safety inside the jail is not theoretical. It is minute by minute. We are responsible not only for rehabilitation, but preventing harm. A blanket prohibition ties the hands of professionals who must make real-time decisions under pressure. Each detention center was designed differently at different periods of time, so trying to create a single piece of legislation pertaining to safe correctional housing in Annapolis is a mistake. I ask you all, have you visited and toured your local detention centers? Have you sat down and talked with your wardens? I urge you to reconsider this legislation and instead work with correctional leaders to craft a balanced legislation that protects the vulnerable population while preserving the tools necessary to keep everyone safe. Reform should strengthen safety and rehabilitation, not undermine the ability to protect lives in a crisis. I urge this committee to issue an unfavorable report for HB 1154.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kerr and members of the committee. My name is Major Timothy Salen. I'm the Assistant Warden at the Frederick County Adult Detention Center. I've submitted a detailed written testimony, so I'm only going to highlight a couple of the concerns. Our primary concern as a local facility in this bill is the change from 22 hours to 20 hours, basically 4 hours out of the cell. My facility cannot meet that requirement. My facility was built in 1984 with 1984 standards. It cannot be remodeled to get the 4 hours out of the cell. In order for me to get the 4 hours out, I would have to do cell blocks, roughly 3 cells with its own shower, its own rec yard, so that I can get them out for 4 hours and have enough time during the day. Right now, my typical cell block is anywhere from 5 cells to 12 cells, which if I had 12 cells at 4 hours a day, that gives me 48 hours to do in a 24-hour day. It's just not possible. To comply with this bill, I would need one of two options, neither one that the legislature is actually going to agree to because the state has no money. One is probably a new addition, 50 beds for $20 to $30 million, and another one would be a whole new facility. Second, I know advocates have mentioned that this type of bill is done great in other states. The information I'm about to say is widely available on the internet. In New York, it was implemented in 2022. There was a 72% increase in assaults on staff, 100% increase. And last year, the strike that correctional officers had, 2,000 correctional officers had gotten fired. Their main reason was the HALT Act, and it cost the state $1 billion to put the National Guard in the prisons.
Mary Ann Thompson?
Good afternoon.
You want to move the mic a little closer?
Okay.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ann Thompson, and I serve on the Legislative Committee for the Maryland Correctional Administrators Association, which represents wardens and administrators of local detention centers across the state. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 1154. MCAA strongly opposes House Bill 1154. While we share the goal of improving correctional practices, this bill, as drafted, poses serious legal, operational, and safety concerns. Key concerns are constitutional and legal risk. Administrators have constitutional duty under the 8th and 14th Amendments to protect incarcerated individuals from harm. Operational and physical impact. Local detention centers were not designed for the restrictive housing framework contemplated by House Bill 1154. Compliance would require costly renovations or new construction, imposing unfunded mandates on counties. The recommended path forward. MCA is not opposed to reform. We oppose implementing restrictions without the necessary infrastructure and planning. We urge the committee to establish a work group to develop model policies and operational strategies before imposing statutory mandates. This proactive approach will ensure compliance with constitutional standards, reduce exposure to litigation, maintain safety for staff and incarcerated individuals, avoid costly retroactive fixes and emergency measures. In conclusion, for these reasons, MCA respectfully requests an unfavorable report on House Bill 1154. Reform must be implemented in a manner that is legally sound, operationally practical, and protective of public and institutional safety. Thank you.
Do we have questions for this panel? Delegate Tomlinson? There we go. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reading over your testimony, the written testimony, and I think you might have mentioned it briefly in your speaking. Can you talk a little bit more about New York, New Jersey, Connecticut? You wrote that they passed legislation in as early as 2019 and 22, but they haven't actually been able to implement it.
My understanding is, and I'll defer to Major Seelan, he has statistics on where they took and, they have not been able to fully implement it. So it's basically, they're still in the phases and it just has not produced the results that were desired by the law. And I'll defer to my colleagues because they can speak to it further.
In New Jersey,
microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. In New Jersey, it's the Isolated Confinement Restriction Act of 2019. They've actually seen an 85% increase in assaults on staff. The assaults on inmate to inmate, they don't actually publish, so I couldn't get that information. In the Criminal Justice Reform Act of 2018 in Massachusetts, from 2017 to 2019, which was a year after, they had a 277% increase after the implementation. Now, this is an aggregate figure that includes assaults on staff, inmates, contractors, visitors. So the people that say that these are great things, they could be great things, but I can only go by the numbers and the stats that I can find.
Thank you.
I think it would be
very amenable, if I could just add, we would be very amenable to establishing a work group. I apologize. We would be very amenable to establishing a work group to work with the legislature, and as Director Ross had stated, with the people around the country that are experts in this, to be able to find a viable solution for Maryland. We are amenable to that. And we, all of us at the table yesterday, we volunteered to be on the work group with the Senate as well. So we would gladly work to take and make reform in Maryland, but it needs to be structured.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions. So this will, did anyone else sign up to speak? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you, Delegate Crutchfield. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank you for being here. Just wanted to find out, in both of those jurisdictions you mentioned, are they having staffing problems right now, or were they having them prior to the enactment of the laws? And I think you mentioned one law was in 2018 and one law was in 2019.
Yeah. Corrections as a whole always has staffing problems. Can it be because of that? I can't tell you.
But you can tell me that the 2018 legislation and 2019 legislation had a direct impact on the increases.
I cannot tell you that either. All I can tell you is
you.
the bill started and then we had the increase.
Now I see no further questions on this bill. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you all very much.
We'll bring up the final bill of the day, House Bill 1228. I know that we have a lot of people here to testify on this bill. We have 42 witnesses signed up. And let me point out to you that that's probably going to be about 2 hours of testimony to get all of you in. We know you had a big sacrifice to come here today. We know you've been sitting here for 3 hours waiting to testify. We know the effort and the sacrifice you put into being here. Just your very presence here lets us know how important this issue is to you. If a previous witness has said what you intend to say, it's perfectly acceptable and preferable for you just to say, it was important for me to be here today. I agree with the previous statement. Okay, thanks. Delegate Stewart, please go ahead and present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate those remarks, of course. For the record, my name remains Vaughn Stewart. This bill is House Bill 1229. And I do appreciate the committee's indulgence in the time, and I know this will get a very thorough hearing. We're going to be talking about every single aspect of this bill. But essentially what this bill boils down to is this basic premise. If a worker works a full shift in the state of Maryland, they should not have to rely on customer generosity to reach the minimum wage. A wage floor should be a floor. And that's what House Bill 1229 is about. So the bill does three things. First, it raises Maryland's minimum wage on a phased and predictable schedule all the way up to, for small businesses, 2032. And then it indexes, secondly, it indexes the minimum wage at $25 to inflation starting in 2033. So I know raising the minimum wage to $25 probably scares some folks sitting behind me. It does sound kind of wild even to my ears, even though it's my bill, because it does seem like just yesterday that we increased the minimum wage to $15. But remember, this is on an extremely long time horizon all the way up to 2033. So if you use 2026 dollars, we're really talking about indexing it at more of like what's currently $19 or $20 an hour, just to give you guys a sense of the dollars that we're talking about here. Secondly, what the bill does is it ends, and really most importantly, it ends the sub-minimum wage. And that's why most people are here today. That's kind of the big piece of this bill that we're fighting for here. The employers must pay the full minimum wage directly, and so tips remain on top of whatever the minimum wage is. And that's phased in, again, gradually over an almost decade-long time horizon. So tips are not eliminated. Tips are not capped. they're simply no longer used to substitute for an employer's wage obligation. And finally, what this bill does is it puts the idea of a living wage for all workers with no exceptions on the ballot in November of this year to start a statewide conversation about poverty and about how way too many Marylanders are working 2 or 3 jobs and they still can't afford their lives. And so hopefully the voters obviously will ratify this, but I think that they should have the opportunity to weigh in, and everyone should have the opportunity to talk about this very important issue and these very important problems that our state's facing. So right now, under the tip credit system, and of course I know this is kind of a new topic for our committee and a new topic for everyone, but right now, under the tip credit system, a worker can be paid just a few dollars per hour in base wages and then rely on tips to reach minimum wage. The problem with this is that it creates a lot of volatility for workers who rely on tips. So research from the Institute for Women's Policy Research and the Economic Policy Institute shows that tip workers experience very high rates of income instability and economic vulnerability in states with these sub-minimum wages. It also is really challenging from an enforcement perspective because the tip credit is one of the most complex and violation-prone areas of wage law. In a U.S. Department of Labor investigation from a few years ago found wage violations in more than half of restaurants that were investigated. They found more than 1,000 tip credit infractions after reviewing only 9,000 restaurants. So a tip credit, even if you think it's a good idea, it only works if compliance is 100% perfect. In other words, people are only making the real minimum wage if everyone is complying with the law. But we know that maybe as many as more than half of them are not. So this bill simplifies that system. Let's pay the minimum wage and let's use tips as additional income. It's easier to enforce, it's easier for everyone to understand. Now, I want to address kind of a little bit the elephant in the room, and the vice chair noted it. There are a lot of people behind me. Some are wearing pink shirts. Some are wearing green shirts. Now, Delegate Samuel Hughes, this is not an AKA homage. Sorry, yeah. It's a nice coincidence. But I did want to acknowledge that the folks behind me wearing the green Save Our Tip shirts, you know, I'm glad they're here. They don't like this bill. They're going to tell you why, but they care deeply about their income, and I think that's understandable. And I value their perspective. They took time out of their day because they care about this issue. And I just want to be clear, though, this bill does not eliminate tipping. And not only does it not eliminate tipping, research comparing states with sub-minimum wages like Maryland, like tip credit states, compared to our counterparts that do this in a more sensible way, the tipping rates are almost identical. Now that may blow your mind, but you know, there are now 10 or 11 states that have eliminated a sub-minimum wage. I can't even tell you offhand how many of them I've been to, and I've tipped normally in restaurants and had no idea that they were doing their minimum wage in a different way. The reality is all the studies suggest people are not making tip decisions based on whether workers get a minimum wage with tips on top or whether they use a sub-minimum wage in a tip credit. That's not how people tip. And so the good news for the folks in the green, other than they get to listen to me ramble for a couple more minutes and they got to see our beautiful committee room, is that nobody's coming for their tips. No tips are going to be eliminated. And the reason we know that is because a bunch of states have already done this and people still tip. So that's the beautiful news. That's something that we can all be happy about. So the question really is not whether tips will exist. They will. The question is whether the minimum wage should depend on tips. So what I want to do now is, as you've seen in your packet, this bill is basically like a lobbyist full employment bill because we've got almost everybody weighing in, including a lot of unfavorable on the bill. And I want to just go through, I've read every single one of their written testimony. And again, I appreciate everyone's time, but there's a lot of misconceptions. And we're going to be talking about those today, but there's a lot of misconception about how this stuff works. So I just want to go through the arguments that seem like they came up the most often in the written testimony and talk through what the research actually shows. So first, you will read and you will hear that this bill will destroy restaurants. But the best modern economic research does not support that claim. So a 2024 review by economists, I cannot pronounce all their names, but Dube and Zepperer, published through the National Bureau of Economic Research, finds that across decades of research, minimum wage increases tend to have very modest employment effects. Earlier work by some of those same folks, they looked at counties with different minimum wages, and they found no significant negative employment effects in restaurant sectors. So we can debate magnitude, but there's just simply no credible body of evidence showing that reasonable, responsible, phased-in increases somehow will collapse the restaurant industry. Now, we also just passed, it seems like it was just the other day, I guess it was a few years ago, in 2019, the legislature increased the minimum wage to $15. A lot of us were there. I remember some of the impassioned speeches on the floor about how this was going to wreck the state, about how we needed to have a lower minimum wage in kind of the more rural parts of the state. Actually, the minority leader, I think, gave some really interesting arguments. I remember actually Delegate Cornbread, one of my beloved committee colleagues, I remember gave a really memorable speech against that. But it seemed like the opponents were all on the same page that the bill was going to have these calamitous economic consequences. I'm sure we all remember this. It didn't happen. It just didn't happen. In fact, sitting here today, Maryland still has one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. Back in 2023, we had a 1.7% unemployment rate, which was one of the lowest ever recorded in the history of the country, which was after the bill that we passed had started to go into effect. Here's the second claim that you'll hear. Menu prices will skyrocket. I take this one really seriously because obviously we know that the legislature is really focused on affordability this year. So I was worried about that. I don't want to make menu prices skyrocket. So I looked into this. The best research out there is from an institute called the Upjohn Institute. They found that restaurant prices rise about 0.36% for every 10% increase in the minimum wage. So there is a little bit of a menu price increase, but it's incremental. It's not an explosive increase. And again, because this bill phases in those changes over years, it allows businesses to adjust gradually. Next, and I've already discussed this a little bit, you'll hear that servers will make less if we pass this bill, hence the green shirts, hence the Save Our Tip rhetoric. Here's the good news again. There is absolutely no credible evidence that tipping culture disappears when base wages rise. And again, studies comparing tipping patterns across state consistently demonstrate that tipping rates stay basically identical regardless of how you do this whole tip credit thing. So ultimately, the tip credit shifts part of payroll onto customers, and it exposes workers to volatility and to enforcement risk. It creates a system where a slow week, a snowstorm, or a policy change can determine whether someone actually fully reaches the minimum wage. But a minimum wage should not depend on the weather. It should not depend on generosity. It should not depend on perfect accounting compliance in every restaurant. It should be guaranteed. HB 1229 restores that principle. A minimum wage should actually mean a minimum wage. And for those reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Thank you so much, Chair Wells and Delegate Stewart, for having us. My name is Saru Jayaraman. I'm the co-founder and president of One Fair Wage. We're a national organization representing the 13.6 million restaurant workers in America. We also have 1,000 small business restaurant owners, several of whom are part of our association and here in Maryland supporting raising wages and ending sub-minimum wages. The restaurant industry is the largest and fastest growing private sector employer in Maryland, but it is the absolute lowest paying, and it has been for generations, dating back to emancipation when the wage structure was created. Prior to emancipation, waiters in Maryland were mostly white men. They got actual wages, no tips. They went on strike in 1853 for higher wages, and the restaurant industry started looking for cheaper labor. After emancipation, they found it by hiring newly freed Black women coming up from deeper south and telling them, you're not going to get any wage at all. You're going to live on this new thing that's come from Europe called a tip. Now in Europe, tipping was always an extra bonus on top of a wage for generations, for centuries actually, since feudal times. It was after emancipation that restaurants in America mutated the notion of tipping for the first time in world history from becoming an extra or bonus to becoming the entirety of a worker's wage, of a woman of color's wage. And we went from $0 in 1853 all the way up to $2.13 an hour at the federal level and $3.63 today. And over that entire time, tipped workers remain overwhelmingly women. 2/3 of tipped workers in Maryland are women, 60% are Black women. They have the highest rates of single mothers. We have the highest rates of food stamp usage, highest rates of sexual harassment of any industry, because they have to put up with so much from customers to get tips. Now, there are 7 states, as Delegate Stewart mentioned, that have done this differently: California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Minnesota, Montana, and Alaska. We have also passed this in Arizona, in DC, in Chicago, and Michigan. In those 7 states that have done it for years, there are higher small business restaurant growth rates, higher overall restaurant industry job growth rates, and yes, the same or higher rate of tipping. I'll just close by showing you this chart, which is Nevada. It's called quintile research. At every level, from the lowest tip workers to the highest tip earners at the Ritz-Carlton, at every level, tipped workers in Nevada make way more in wages and tips than they do in Maryland. And that is true if you compare Maryland to every one of those 7 states. From the lowest tip earners to the highest tip earners, everybody makes more. We are talking about a living wage now because the MIT living wage Yeah, I will. Living wage calculator says that the least a person needs in the state of Maryland to survive is over $30 an hour. So 25 is not even meeting the cost of living. It is deeply necessary in this moment.
Hi, I've missed you guys. My name's Paul Lemley. I'm MSCA president, and you might think, why education on this bill? Well, it would have a direct positive effect on our schools, where the vast majority of education support professionals do not earn a living wage in Maryland. Over 12,000 support professionals work in our schools for less than $25 an hour, often for only 180 days a year. And yet they show up every day dedicating themselves to our students, our families, and our communities, and I want to tell you who they are. They're the bus drivers who arrive before dawn to safely transport our babies. They are the front office staff who calm anxious parents, handle emergencies, ensure data and accounting are accurate, and keep our schools running. They are the people who, with dignity, warmth, and a watchful eye for the student who needs a little extra, make sure no child goes hungry. They are the paraprofessionals supporting our most vulnerable students, teaching them to read their first words, write their names, lift students in and out of wheelchairs, assist with mobility and personal care, manage behavioral crises, and ensure safety at every moment. Long before the first bell and long after last activity, custodians are sanitizing classrooms, fixing broken fixtures, clearing snow and ice very much over the last month, and ensuring our buildings are clean, healthy, and safe places to learn. They do this, of course, while working second and even third jobs to support their own families, because they believe in our shared future. We'd like to make the future better for them as well, and the State Education Association urges a favorable report. Let's send this one to the voters.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of this committee. My name is Lorraine Arikat. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst with 1199 SEIU. We're the largest healthcare workers union in the nation, representing over 5,000 healthcare workers across the care continuum here in Maryland. We support HB 1229 because a living wage will support our state's care infrastructure and the care workforce. From nursing homes to hospitals, essential workers are working short and underpaid. The lack of a livable wage for healthcare workers who work as environmental service workers, dietary aides, technicians, support staff means a broken care system. Workers that need more time and a patient care at risk. Many of our healthcare workers see workers from all sectors end up in the hospitals with chronic conditions due to the stress and burnout of working underpaid and multiple jobs. Supporting this bill is ensuring all workers have the means to take care of themselves, and right now, Maryland does not create the conditions for a healthy workforce. Despite the increasing demand in the essential nature of home care, the caregiving work of personal care aides is still not valued. Workers receive extremely low pay, few benefits, and enjoy limited protections. Home care workers are still earning as low as $15 per hour with very little job security. In Maryland, there are approximately 50,000 direct care workers, the majority of whom are Black and women of color. These are individuals who support people in their homes with bathing, cooking, mobility, and all the intimate forms of caregiving one needs with disability or aging. This bill alleviates long-standing racial and gender inequities in low-wage work. 49% of women of color in the direct care workforce rely on some form of public assistance. 47% of women of color in the direct care workforce live in or near poverty. This bill ensures that we take care of our healthcare workers and create healthier communities. This committee has the opportunity to support HB 1229, raise Maryland's minimum wage to a true living wage, a wage that reflects what it actually costs to live here. Maryland can afford to do this, but Maryland workers cannot afford to wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the bill sponsor and to your sponsor panel, your first panel. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. And my question is, Ms. I apologize, Jayaraman. Thank you so much. So you've been working on this for a while, and since you've been working on this, some states have passed this. Yes. This one fair wage for tip workers. Yes. And can you talk a little bit about what you've seen in those states when that change is made, both in terms of the impact on small businesses and the impact on tipped workers?
Yes. Can you still hear me?
It's not.
No.
Her mic shut off, so yeah. There we go.
Hello? Okay, great. Yes, it's been passed in Flagstaff, Arizona, where the phase-in is complete. It was passed in DC, where actually it got three-fifths of the way there. Last year, the DC budget office, the budget office for the DC Council, reported that DC restaurant jobs hit the highest rate they had ever been in the history of DC job reporting in 75 years. Also last year, there was a courts and tipping report on the states that tip the best. Washington, D.C. was the #1 place in the United States in terms of tipping, highest tipping rates in the entire country. Despite that real data from the D.C. Budget Office, the National Restaurant Association, of which, of course, the Maryland Restaurant Association is a funded chapter, they've been around since 1919, arguing that these workers should not get a wage. They lobbied the city council to block continuation of the increase based on false data, because the data I just shared comes from the DC Budget Office, which showed that actually DC jobs were growing in terms of restaurants. So voters who voted for this 3 times in Washington, D.C. are coming back and putting it on the ballot again in D.C. this fall, $25 with tipped workers included. In Chicago, we are at year 2 in a 5-year phase-in. In Chicago last year, actually, small business restaurants are growing faster than all the neighboring counties. The job growth is so high and the tipping rates are the same, and so we've heard from collar counties outside of Chicago, complaints from mayors outside of Chicago that workers are leaving the collar counties to go work in Chicago because they want the higher wage. In Flagstaff, Arizona is where we've seen completion of the phase out of the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers. Flagstaff is a tourist destination right outside Grand Canyon. Small businesses are doing fine. The restaurant industry is booming. You can look at the National Restaurant Association's own data, which shows tremendous growth in the 7 states that did this a long time ago, and in fact in Arizona. I do want to share on small businesses in particular, because we've been looking at this for a very long time, and it's, in this bill, which, by the way, you're not voting to raise the wage, you're voting to put it on the ballot, but it would actually allow, as Delegate Stewart said, a longer phase-in for small businesses. And I want to say a couple things about small businesses. The 7 states that have passed one fair wage, a full minimum wage with tips on top, have twice the rate of small business restaurant growth rate as Maryland. Twice the growth rate. Why is that? Well, actually, the CFO of Denny's said it best in 2021 when he was caught red-handed telling shareholders on an analyst call that Denny's California outperforms the system. California is a state that's had one fair wage for a very long time. And he said, why? It's because Denny's workers in California are paid a full minimum wage with tips on top, and they can afford to eat at Denny's, and therefore our guest receipts are higher. He and a colleague, the CFO of Texas Roadhouse, actually admitted that tipping in those 2 states, California, and the 7 states that have one fair wage, is robust in their own words. So chains know this to be true when they look across the country. Their business is growing faster, tips are robust, and when you look at small business growth rates, they are higher.
Thank you. One more quick question, follow-up. Thank you, Madam Chair. But what about tipped workers in the high-end restaurants?
Yeah, thank you. That's why I brought this. Can you see this? I'm not sure if you can. But because we've heard this fallacy so often, we did what's called quintile research. We looked at every 5th layer of tipped workers, from the lowest tip earners at very small or casual restaurants where tips are low, all the way up to the highest tip earners, 0.1%, the highest 1% of tip earners, who tend to be at the Ritz-Carlton or very fancy fine dining restaurants. I want you to look at Maryland versus Nevada. The top 1% of tip earners in Maryland earn $85,880 a year. It's a small percentage of workers that earn a lot of money in tips with a $3.63 wage. That same 1%, the highest tip earners in Nevada, earn $125,755 in wages and tips. Now, the wages are not dramatically higher. You're at $363, Nevada's at around 10 or 11. The real increase here is tips. And it is because in states that have one fair wage, restaurant workers are paid enough, they eat out more. The best tippers are, guess who? Restaurant workers. When they're paid more, they eat out more, and tips are higher, which is why DC was named the top restaurant, a tipping destination in the country last year.
Thank you for that. And I used to wait tables as a young adult, and I still, 30 or 40 years later, try to tip high because I remember what it was like. Thank you. Oops.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Delegate. I do have a question. So currently, we have like front of house, back of house. So we have the individuals like the servers, perhaps the hostess, and then you also have the line cooks, the bussers, and oftentimes there is a tip back portion by the server. So can you explain how with this constitutional amendment as suggested, how does that play out across all of the workers that are in a restaurant?
Right. So in a restaurant right now, what we call the front of the house, which is all the dining staff, servers, bussers, runners, they get a sub-minimum wage of $3.63, and they own the tips because tips are required to bring them to the full minimum wage, which, as Delegate Stewart said, we've seen an 84% violation rate reported by the Biden administration in terms of restaurants actually ensuring that tips bring people to the full minimum wage. But the back of the house legally cannot get tips in a place where you have a sub-minimum wage. Tips cannot be shared legally with the back of the house. They often are illegally, but the sharing is supposed to stay among workers who get the sub-minimum wage, so that's bussers, runners, barbacks, bartenders, right? Mm-hmm. In a state where there is a full minimum wage with tips on top, then the law says, well, everybody's getting the full minimum wage. You can legally share some portion, it's often a very small portion, but a portion with the back of the house legally, because now everybody's getting a full minimum wage, and it's more equitable. A customer might come in and give a tip, and it can be what's called the chain of service. Everybody who participates in the chain of service from the back to the front gets a portion. Now, still the majority stays with what we call the front of the house, but you can legally share some portion with back of house workers. I hope that made sense.
I think so. And I might be a little biased because I'm married to someone that's in the service sector, so I'm not speaking for him, to be clear. But I've heard from other servers, though, sometimes that it feels like they're never made whole because of, I guess, this illegal tipping mechanism. And so arguably, would this bill help make everyone whole in a restaurant?
That's precisely it.
At least the workers. Let me say the workers are speaking on that part.
That's precisely it. People, $3.63 is not a full minimum wage. And the volatility, as you heard, of tips sometimes bring you to the full minimum wage or not, that is not being made whole. Being made whole is that the employer should be responsible for the value of the labor of all workers. They should pay all their workers a minimum wage. Let tips be on top of that as they were always intended. And can I just share one more thing? Sure. When you require workers to have to get tips to meet the minimum wage or beyond, when you have a population that's overwhelmingly women, disproportionately women of color, the data shows you not only have the highest rates of sexual harassment of any industry because these women have to put up with so much to get tips from customers, you also have some of the worst rates of racial inequity because sadly, the data shows that there's customer bias in tipping, and women of color always get tipped less than white men, even when they provide what's called perfect service. And so we are seeing in Maryland a $5 to $8 per hour discrepancy for women of color, even when they provide perfect service because of biases from customers. And so the only way to address that is to ensure everybody gets a wage and is not reliant on the biases and harassment, feelings, opinions, moods of a customer, but rather can, yes, get tips for good service on top of a wage being made whole by their employer.
Thank you. Delegate Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The ESA Institute for Business Economics says that while you may see an increase in wages, there are fewer employment opportunities as a result of the changes that have made, the states that have adopted this.
So no, the data shows exactly the opposite. Even the National Restaurant Association's own data has shown the opposite, which is that restaurant industry job growth rates and small business restaurant growth rates are higher in the 7 states that have a full minimum wage with tips on top. And as I said, DC last year, after 3 years of implementing this, hit the highest point in jobs in the restaurant industry it has ever hit in the history of the nation's capital.
Delegate Lane.
And I'll just briefly add, yeah, and you guys can Google this study because I Googled it earlier, but yeah, Dube, D-U-B-E.
Dubé, yes.
Dubé, okay, got it. Sorry, Mr. Dube, Professor Dube, Dr. Dube, if you're out there, Dubé, I mean, sorry. Can't even get it right on the second time. Anyway, you can look at his review in 2024, which I think is the most comprehensive out there about the connection between minimum wage increases and employment. And he found, again, that minimum wage increases have extremely modest employment effects, if at all. And sorry again, Professor Dubé, if you're out there. I'm sure he's hooked to this.
Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Stewart, for this bill. And I'm not sure if I missed this, but is there a longer phase-in for the smallest restaurants to get to $25? First question. Second part of that is there any, will there be any help for them at all? Or does the bill, if there isn't any, does it contemplate help going forward if it becomes onerous?
Yes, small businesses have a much longer phase-in than larger businesses. They have almost 7 years, is that right? Till 2032, mm-hmm. Great. So it is a longer phase-in, and yes, we provide a tremendous amount of help to small businesses. So there was a small business, medium-sized business that was supposed to be here today, Andy Shalal, owner of Busboys and Poets. They've actually worked with us to create toolkits, training, calculators to show employers, especially small businesses, how to make this transition profitably. We created a calculator to show employers they can input their menu prices and staff size, and it shows them how to minor, and as you said, a very minor adjustment to their menu prices over several years to ensure that they can cover their costs. So we are ready and able to provide free training and technical assistance and even small grants and loans to any small business that wants the help to figure out how to make the transition profitably. We have, yes. Since the pandemic, we started a program called High Road Kitchens. We raised millions of dollars to provide small grants, loans, stipends to employers to go through the training, learn how to make the transition. So we've done that with over 1,000 restaurants around the country.
Thank you very much. Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Stewart, for bringing this bill. I just want to make sure, just really quick clarification, because I see folks saying save our tips, and I just want to make sure I understand. You keep saying on top of, so I want to make sure I understand what on top of means. So what you're saying is that folks would earn this minimum of, is it $25 an hour?
Eventually.
Eventually $25 an hour. And then in addition, that's what you mean by on top of, in addition to that, they would still have their tips, so they would be making more.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, in the states that do this differently, that have eliminated the sub-minimum wage, so you get your base minimum wage and everyone gets the minimum wage and you get tips on top, the tipping rate has not declined. So it's a way to have that guaranteed minimum wage that doesn't fluctuate by season or by racial bias or any of that, guaranteed every single month. Because again, rent doesn't fluctuate. Healthcare costs don't fluctuate. College tuition for your kids doesn't fluctuate. But if your wage fluctuates because it's volatile to compliance violations or seasons or the mood or the generosity of certain people, folks can't pay their bills. And so that's exactly right. You get your guaranteed wage and then people still tip, and that's just on top of that minimum wage that you get.
And by on top, you mean in addition to?
In addition, yep.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Delegate Schindler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you guys very much. I do have a question for you just so that I can understand how this works, and maybe you could help me understand. So part of this bill then takes, starting in 2032, and ties the minimum wage to the growth consumer price index. Can you kind of paint an example? And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but can you kind of give an example of what that would look like? Or like a rough average of what increase that would look like going forward? And have wages ever really correlated to the cost of living?
I'm so glad you asked that because when FDR, President Roosevelt, first created the federal minimum wage in 1938, if you go back to congressional testimony, in his own testimony, he said this should be a wage that allows every worker in the United States to meet the cost of living. So let's look at the cost of living over the last 75 years. Cost of living has never gone up or backwards. I'm sorry, gone down or backwards. It's always only ever gone up. And so the Speaker has said affordability is the top issue of this session. There is no way to address affordability by thinking that we're going to make the cost of living go down. We have to raise wage. We have to put money in people's pockets to meet the cost of living. And if you can see, I particularly would love you to look at the last 5 years of inflation since 2020. It is triple the rate of inflation of the last 75 years. We have never been in a moment like this in U.S. history. It is unprecedented, the level of crisis that people are facing in terms of affordability. And so how have wages fared during those same 75 years? This is wages as a component of GDP. They have plummeted. They have plummeted. Who is getting GDP? Who is getting the profits of GDP? It is the 1%. It is corporations. So during the same time period that the cost of living has skyrocketed, during the same time, sorry, I get passionate. During the same time period that the cost of living has skyrocketed, wages as a component of GDP have plummeted, which is why this issue is so insanely popular right now. We have done polling with both Fred Yang and Patrick Gonzalez. 65% of voters support $25 in Maryland right now. And Fred Yang found that half of all turnout targets, unlikely voters, said they'd be much more excited to turn out to vote this November were this to be on the ballot. It's because they're facing this affordability crisis that we're looking at.
And if I may, so thank you for that. That's very interesting. So after 2032, it looks like it's kind of stepped in at roughly $1.50 a year until it gets to the $25 an hour. Do you have any idea with what the current inflation looks like, what that would look like on the subsequent years, like an idea of what?
Yeah, it is. It's in the 30-cent. It's going to be. It's not going to be massive after that.
Very helpful.
But
Thank you.
25 at that point will not meet the cost of living, to be clear, which is why it has to continue to increase.
Yeah, it's like 2 to 4%. Like CPI is usually like 2 to 4%.
Yes.
So by 2033, we're talking about basically like a today like $19, and putting that in place forever. Which
That's
again,
right.
she already mentioned $30 is a living wage. So 19 is obviously nowhere close to 30, but we got to start somewhere.
Oh, thank you, Delegate Schmidt. Were you? All right. Okay. Seeing no more questions for the sponsor panel, thank you to the bill sponsor for this first panel. Barb Haskell, she's not here, is she? Okay, all right. I had her listed as well. She may have, I don't know if I didn't call her first time. Barb Haskell, Kayla Mock, Terry Kavanaugh, and Nikki M.G. Cole. I think that's 4 seats. Yep. Perfect, okay. Okay. Would you like to begin over here?
You want me to start?
Yes, so you, Ms. Haskell?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm used to standing up, so. Okay, I am Barb Haskell, and I am Maryland. I was born in Baltimore, Women's Hospital. I was raised in Towson. I married my high school sweetheart from Towson, and we now live in Ocean Pines. You can't be more Maryland than that. So I would love Maryland to do what's good. I'm down the Delmarva Peninsula. I work at the casino at Ocean Downs, and we need this minimum wage. I work with young people all the time. Most of the people that work are young or they're older. When I started at Ocean Pines casino, I stood in line in Ocean City, and it was $9.50, 15 years ago. As of now, I make $15.61. But 4 years ago, the casino decided to make us tipped workers. So now I work with people who make $12.50 an hour. And the only reason I'm higher is because I've been just above all the minimum wage earnings. Recently, with the beautiful blue bill, they have decided that of the jackpots going out, which was, I'm going to say 75% of my salary is jackpots, that they're going to go by the law and say, okay, now we're going to tie the word jackpot to $2,000. And they eliminated all the jackpots from $1,200 to $2,000. All those people that used to get jackpots and were happy, now they're only getting them if it's $2,000 or more. Supposedly, this is somebody's decision to do this, but our corporation is doing this. We went to them before and said, you're going to take away 80% of our income if you do that. So now, as comes January, first 2 weeks, nothing happens, and then we start going down, and they start changing all the machines. So now these $12.50 a week people are losing their tip money, because that tip money is now staying in those machines so that the people can just keep playing. And then very few. One day, I paid out $74,000 in jackpots. Now, if I pay out $9,000 or $10,000, that's a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Haskell. If you could please wrap up.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So please support the young people, support the old people going back to work, and pass this bill. It's needed in Maryland.
Good afternoon, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr, members of the committee. Terry Kavanaugh here on behalf of SEIU Local 500. We have our written testimony. Local 500 represents over 23,000 public service workers across Maryland. These workers often work multiple jobs to make ends meet for themselves and their families, many in the hospitality and service sectors, which pay sub-minimum wage. With that said, and with those witnesses who spoke before me, I'm going to take the Vice Chair's offer up and say thank you and agree with all the comments that have been made. Thank you.
I don't know how to follow that. My name is Kayla Mock. I'm here on behalf of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union Local 400. We represent about 10,000 members in grocery, retail, meatpacking, cannabis, and healthcare here in Maryland. You know, I don't just come to Annapolis to advocate for our members. A rising tide lifts all boats. And while our members have collective bargaining and they get to go to the table to discuss wages, they have that right, and not everybody here in Maryland has that right. And so we believe that lifting the tide for all workers in Maryland really helps lift our workers as well. And when I talk to our workers, the number one thing that they bring up is the cost of everything. Affordability for them isn't a political buzzword. It's something that they're living, particularly in grocery. Grocery costs have risen over 7%, according to Consumer Affairs here in Maryland in just the last year alone. And they get caught in the middle of that as consumers having to purchase these goods, and as workers. The public often, gets angry at costs, and so they get both sides of this. And so they really are looking for a way to keep the lights on, to keep their kids fed. It is a real issue for them. The fight for 15 began in 2012. It took Maryland 12 years to get to 15. We're proud of that. We should be proud of that work. It impacted the lives of hundreds of thousands of workers across Maryland. However, costs are continuing to rise, and wages are once again not keeping up. You've heard about the MIT living wage calculator. I would strongly encourage everyone to go on there and put their district in and see what the cost of living is in your district. And so with that, we urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nikki M.G. Cole, and I'm the campaign coordinator for the Maryland Living Wage for All Coalition. And I'm here today because this is personal to me. Just like Barb said, I am super Maryland, born in Montgomery County, raised in Prince George's, educated in Prince George's, lived in Washington and Frederick counties, and now I'm in Baltimore. So I am Maryland, okay? And I am from a family that is generations from here in Maryland and who are hospitality owners, successful ones here in Maryland who took care of their people. So I personally spent 21 years working in the restaurant and hospitality industry. As I said, it runs in my family. I've hosted, waited tables, bartended, managed, done a lot of free labor cleaning things, right? And from small mom and pop places like Franklin's and Hyattsville to corporate fine dining establishments like steakhouses like Ruth Chris. And I smiled through the good nights and the bad nights, because that's what you do when you love hospitality, and had to smile through those slow shifts, had to smile through all of these sexual harassment and physical harassment that I endured. And through those 21 years that I worked in the hospitality industry, not once did the sub-minimum wage ever go up. Not once in 21 years. Like, what is that? So I want to say that I know that the restaurant industry is here today, that workers are here today, that have a loving employer, and that maybe their restaurant is a positive example, but it's just not like that at all restaurants across the board. So what we're trying to do is actually raise conditions for everyone, make them better. And I'm a mom here, and I don't want my kid in another 21 years to have the same option of a sub-minimum wage. It's ridiculous. So thank you, and I encourage you to support this bill.
Thank you very much to the panel. Just seeing if there's any questions from the committee. Okay. Seeing that there are no questions, thank you so much. We'll move on to our next panel. We have Michelle Gion and Kiana Johnson, as well as Debbie Michaels and Chris Mayer.
Kiana had to leave.
She did, okay, all right, thank you for that. We will call up Marceline White. I see Marceline. Oh, there you are. Hi, Marceline, good to see you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Jun, and I'm a server and barista who has worked in multiple cities and states, most recently in Baltimore, Maryland. I've been in this line of work since 2018. Under Maryland law, one of my employers is allowed to pay their servers as little as $3.60 an hour, as we've heard, because of our classification as tipped workers. How much I'm paid per day obviously highly depends on how many customers were willing to tip us and how generously. This is also the case for my other work as barista and server as well, in which I'm paid a minimum wage of $15 an hour with tips on top. I hold both of these jobs simultaneously because in their slow season, they cut our hours on top of already reduced tips. Some days as a server, I only took home $70 for all my effort, and only because of the few customers we did have, felt bad for me enough to leave a bigger tip. Due to the unpredictable nature of tipped wages, for years I lived in constant anxiety about my finances and what I would do if an unexpected expense came up. Even when I worked a managerial role, my wages still needed to be supplemented for me to afford just the basics by donating blood plasma, until a doctor informed me I had developed intravascular scarring that could close my veins completely if I continued donating on a regular basis. There are arguments against raising the minimum wage, but I know from the proper research that's out there that's been done by organizations without a conflict of interest that doing this will not reduce jobs nor strain the economy. It's not the million or billionaires that power small businesses. It's the regular everyday people like me who can and do go support local businesses when we aren't already forced to choose between food, insurance, or rent. And I know from personal experience that in Washington and California, states without a separate tipped wage, customers still tip the same percentages between 15 to 20% regardless of our wages. And the most I ever contributed to my local economy was when my employer recognized my value and paid me accordingly with tips on top of my wages so that I could afford to go do anything beyond simply paying bills. Tip income is not a stable nor livable wage, and it shouldn't be legal to call it one. I'm asking this committee to pass HB 1229 to end the sub-minimum wage. We have, our work has dignity and our wage should too. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, well, afternoon. My name's Debbie Michaels. I am Central Region Vice President for AFSCME Maryland Council 3. I'm also President of AFSCME Local 1459 at UMBC, where I work as administrative support. I'm here on behalf of Maryland Council 3, honored to stand with our tipped workers, especially having been a tipped worker in my past life as a server and a bartender for many years. As a state employee and a single mom, I lived the life of using credit cards just to keep up, just to keep my family fed, just to keep the lights on. Today, one of my two monthly paychecks doesn't cover my rent. A few years ago, my landlord raised my rent by 25%, and utility costs have skyrocketed. I am here because I want a better future for myself, for these people, for my children. My son, who works in a small construction company, he's doing everything right. He is working overtime, he works 6 days a week, but he's never going to be able to afford to move out because of these subpar wages. He can't afford health care. His car payment just alone makes it impossible, but he has to have that in order to get to the job. So we're here to support HB 1229. Right now, our tax dollars is subsidizing million-dollar corporations like Walmart and McDonald's because they refuse to pay their workers fairly. And it's time for all workers, including tipped workers, to earn a real living wage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wells and committee members. My name is Christopher Meyer from the Maryland Center on Economic Policy in support of House Bill 1229. A single adult working full-time and not caring for children would need to take home $25.94 an hour to afford a basic living standard in Maryland, according to MIT. Research shows that raising family incomes delivers long-lasting benefits, things like improved infant health, more success in school, and higher earnings in adulthood. What research doesn't show is the sky falling. Today, the bulk of well-designed studies show that minimum wages as high as 2/3 of the median wage do not meaningfully affect the number of jobs available. Maryland's unemployment rate outperformed the nation overall by a wider margin while we were phasing in $15 an hour than before you passed that law. We've been in the bottom 10 states in recent years. That's good things. A good thing, and employers have reported struggling to recruit workers. This bill would also benefit tipped workers. Servers and bartenders in Maryland typically took home less than $36,000 in 2024. And despite scary anecdotes from lobbyists, data show healthy growth in the DC restaurant industry during a period when the district nearly doubled its subminimum wage. Measured in terms of employees or the number of establishments, DC's restaurant industry grew faster recently than the nation or the Virginia suburbs, which were stuck at $2.13 an hour. I've made a lot of factual claims today, and this committee will be hearing competing claims from opponents. Every number you've heard from me comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That agency has a long history of producing accurate data about our labor market, despite recent attacks on its integrity. As you consider which facts to believe, I ask that you consider the source, and I'm respectfully asking for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Wells, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Marceline White. I'm the Executive Director of Economic Action Maryland Fund, here in strong support of House Bill 1229. I want to thank Delegate Stewart for bringing it. As you all know, we are facing an affordability crisis in Maryland, and I know that everyone here wants to solve that affordability crisis. Just to give you some numbers around that, we did a survey of more than 500 Marylanders across the state, including a subset of our low-wage clients. 80% of people surveyed said the cost of living crisis has had an impact on their lives. 52% have had to cut back on basic spending, and 27% are having trouble affording basic necessities. 60% of our low-wage clients said rent was their biggest expense, with 50% of those spending half their income on rent. 18% cannot pay a $500 unexpected emergency. So we know we need to solve this. Passing this legislation is one of the best ways we can address the affordability crisis for hardworking low-wage workers in Maryland. I also want to talk about some other things this bill will do. It will inject money into the local economy. A phased increase in the minimum wage is good for the economy. As wages increase, families increase their spending on local goods and services. They circulate more money into the local economy. A $1 increase results in more than $2,000 in additional spending by low-wage households. And that's in my written testimony, but I can share that statistic and number. It also saves the state money. As workers' economic security grows, they stop having to rely on state public assistance, which helps local government and taxpayers. This stops the practice where corporations privatize profits and socialize the cost. And with more money, evictions decrease. A recent study found that for every eviction cost Virginia $7,000 per eviction. So similarly, this will save us. And so for all these reasons, I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions from the committee, we will move on to our next panel of witnesses. We have Tim Linneberry, Christopher Scott, Nicole Tortorelli, and Brianna Brumet. And I believe we have one. Oh, and Christopher Scott. Is Christopher Scott with us? Oh, perfect. Okay. You're all there. Thanks.
Great. Good afternoon. Okay. My name is Timothy Linneberry. I'm a Maryland resident and a tipped employee. I'm here speaking on behalf of those who cannot be here themselves. Those of us who are unable to request off a day for fear of not being able to pay their rent. Those of us who intended to be here but are exhausted and in desperate need of a day off. Those of us who are literally afraid to be out in public with a Gestapo police force roaming free. I am here on behalf of Maryland's workers to say, Maryland can do better. We can do better than $15 an hour. We can do better than $3.63 an hour. No one can live comfortably on $15 in 2026. No one deserves to live in a world with sub-minimum wages. We, the workers of Maryland, deserve better. We can deliberate till we debilitate. While the people, Marylanders not fortunate enough to be able to attend this hearing, struggle to keep their head above the ever-rising tide. We can wait around for states like California and New York to raise their minimum wages, and they will, or Maryland can follow, or Maryland can lead. There are those of us here that have and will speak against this bill, citing a concern for the economic impact and the businesses it will affect. They will say it will be the end of tipping as we know it. And while on the surface this argument might seem to hold water, it misrepresents reality. A reality where 7 states, including the state I was born in, California, do not have a tipped wage and have a thriving restaurant industry. They will say that it will impact small businesses, and in truth, it will, but not in the disastrous way they claim. Because the truth is, when you raise the floor, when you pay the people who live paycheck to paycheck more, they spend more. And where do they spend it? Right here in Maryland. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I am proud to call Maryland my home. I'm here because I know that you, like me, are proud to represent such a great state. We are all Marylanders, and we can do better. Pass HB 1229. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Christopher Scott. I once was living in South Carolina. I moved here to Maryland to be with my family, and I was debating to move back because I can't afford to stay here. I have to rely on subsidized housing. I have to cut my medicine back because I can't afford a whole prescription. And I also have to rely on food stamps to put food on the table. As a tipped employee, I barely make a paycheck because the times are slow right now. So they cut our hours back. So I urge y'all to please support this bill.
Hello again, I'm Nicole Tortorello, Managing Attorney for the Workplace Justice Project at the Public Justice Center. The Workplace Justice Project represents low-wage workers in wage theft cases. These are workers whose employers are not paying them the legally required minimum wage. And we know that that minimum wage is not even enough to begin with. Every month, while I said earlier we don't provide job force training, we do provide Know Your Rights legal education training to workers. Every month when we do these trainings and we say what the minimum wage is, we hear over and over again, $15 is not enough to live on in the state of Maryland. When we put it next to DC with its higher minimum wage, we get a couple comments, hey, why don't I go look for work in DC? Marylanders working minimum wage jobs already live paycheck to paycheck. This is worse for tipped minimum wage workers. I have more in my written testimony, but for the sake of time, I will leave it there and urge you to report this bill favorably. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brianna, and I'm an ex-server. I'm also a public school teacher in Baltimore, Maryland. I've been doing this work for years, and I'm proud of the work that I've done. Serving is skilled labor. Teaching is also skilled labor. I've shown up for my community in both roles, and I belong in this room. During my time as a server, I wasn't making very much money. There were weeks when I checked my pay stubs and I found discrepancies in my check, hours missing, tips calculated a little funky. It felt insane how easily employers could fail to do their due diligence in making sure I was paid properly, and how the burden was always on me to catch it, question it, and eventually fight for it. I hear people say they are worried about their tips being taken, but does the entire state of Washington not make tips? Oregon? California? This bill will not touch anyone's tips. What it will do is guarantee that tips are truly extra and not a substitute for a living wage. Tipped income is not stable. We know that, we've heard that from the people before, and I personally have struggled with the stability of a tipped income. I've had to choose between paying bills, saving anything at all. I felt the anxiety of not knowing this week's paycheck would cover groceries. It is not a livable wage, and it should not be legal to call it one. Maryland has the opportunity to be a leader in a national movement towards a better life for our working people. We can set the standard and show the rest of the country that valuing workers means guaranteeing them stability, guaranteeing them dignity, fairness. I'm asking this committee to pass HB 1229, pay tip workers a full, fair living wage with tips on top. Our work has dignity, and our wage should too. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you for your testimony, for being here today. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. For those of you who are currently servers, did you have to take off of work to come here?
Yes.
And you don't, so when you take off of work, you don't make anything? Okay. And nobody paid you to come here, is that correct? So you came here at, loss to yourself, just to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Okay, Seeing no more questions from the committee, thank you to all the favorable that came down today. We will move on next to unfavorable witnesses. We will begin with Mr. DeJuan Claiborne, Melvin Thompson, Matthew Pipkin, and Paul Frey. And we can begin over on this side.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is DeJuan Claiborne, and I'm the President and CEO of the Central Maryland Chamber of Commerce, representing businesses across 8 Maryland jurisdictions. We respectfully urge an unfavorable report for HB 1229. This bill will raise Maryland's minimum wage 67% from $15 to $25 per hour by 2030, eliminating the tip credit entirely by 2031. Lock in automatic CPI increases starting in 2033 and embed all of it into Maryland's Constitution. That last point is the most consequential. No state in the nation has done this. Maryland is already struggling to retain businesses, ranking 46 in cost of doing business. We've fallen to 32nd overall based on CNBC's business ranking, down 10 spots in 2 years. We rank 45th in net domestic migration, losing nearly 19,000 residents to other states in a single year. Virginia is 4th, Pennsylvania is 17th, and Delaware is 29th. Our neighbors are pulling ahead while we add costs. The Congressional Budget Office has found that minimum wage increases of this magnitude reduce employment, and that the effect is amplified when increases are larger, when wages are indexed to inflation, and when tip credits are eliminated. This bill triggers all three. For our members in hospitality, retail, childcare, and healthcare services, this means fewer jobs, reduced hours, higher prices, and accelerated automation. And once it's in the Constitution, there is no ability to adjust. No matter what the economy looks like, this is bad for Maryland.
Thank you. Melvin Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Members of the committee, I'm Melvin Thompson. I represent the Restaurant Association of Maryland, and we oppose this bill. This legislation would substantially increase labor costs for food service employers and reduce the overall earnings of tipped employees. And because the bill also restricts the food service employers' use of service fees, most of these employers would be forced to reduce work hours and eliminate jobs because customers would reject the enormous menu price increases that would be needed to offset the higher labor costs this bill would impose. This would negatively impact customer service, which is a core part of the hospitality business. Eliminating the tip credit, as proposed by this bill, would increase labor costs for full-service restaurants by nearly 600%. Maryland's minimum wage law allows employers to pay tipped employees a base wage of at least $3.63 an hour, and the base wage in Montgomery County is $4 an hour. The tip credit is the difference between the minimum base wage and the full minimum wage. Employers are required to make up the difference if a tipped employee does not earn enough in base wages plus tips to make at least the full minimum wage per hour for the work week. Therefore, a restaurant tipped employees is guaranteed by law to earn at least the minimum wage, and most earn substantially more than that. And you'll hear from some of those here today in the green t-shirts. The tip credit is critical to full-service restaurant business models and has helped the growth of full-service restaurants in communities where they are affordable to the customers they serve. Previous Maryland proposals to eliminate the tip credit statewide and locally in Baltimore City, Prince George's County, and Montgomery County have failed to pass because of strong opposition from tipped employees and restaurant operators. And we also oppose the minimum wage increase in this bill. The restaurant industry is very labor intensive and operates on a razor-thin profit margin. The proposed labor cost increases in this bill would exacerbate the operational challenges for restaurants and would force many to close. For those reasons, we oppose this bill, and we do have restaurant operators here today to answer operational questions, but I hope someone asks me a question about this claim that 84% of restaurants violate wage laws regarding the tip credit, supposedly some Obama administration report, because I would love to clarify for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Vice Chair Kerr. Good to see you, members of the committee, and my friend from Hagerstown, Delegate Schindler. Good afternoon, or good evening now. Paul Fry, President, Washington County Chamber of Commerce. We have 700 organizations, and we represent 40,000 employees. I also have 20 years of restaurant experience running Roy Rogers restaurants. So my friends in Frederick know that brand well and know the Plumbuttons well. So I'm here to refute some of what's been said. First of all, in our little town of Hagerstown, and Delegate Schindler can testify to this, we've had 6 restaurants close in the last 6 months. Pricing of food, especially at McDonald's, Burger King, has gone up from $10 to $12, so a 20% increase. There are fewer employees working in these restaurants. You go in any restaurant, any quick serve place, there's kiosks, fewer people working. When I go to Waynesboro, which is 6 miles from my house, Waynesboro, Pennsylvania, they have a lot more teenagers working in those restaurants because they can afford to pay them. There's also impacts that we can learn from California, which has been mentioned several times. So while we're phasing in this $25 an hour minimum wage, let's hear what's happening in California. Job losses, the laws resulted in job losses, with reports indicating that thousands of workers have lost their jobs due to wage increases. Reduced employment. Employment has declined, with estimates suggesting 2.7 to 3.2% decrease in employment relative to other states. Higher prices for consumers. The increased costs for labor were passed down to consumers, leading to higher prices for food and beverages. Automation and restructuring. We see this here in Maryland. Restaurants are automating more tasks and restructuring operations to reduce labor costs, which further impacts employment. These factors contribute to a challenging environment for businesses in California and are doing so here in Maryland. The other issue we talk about is wage compression. So we're talking about restaurants, but folks in service industries, hotels, folks who work for schools, which were mentioned, folks who work for local governments, they're going to want that increased wage too, even though they're not part of this. So with that, we ask that you do not pass this legislation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. First time here for you. For the record, Matt Pipkin here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. Going to add, I guess, a different take to all this. We represent apartment communities and property management groups from across the state of Maryland, representing over 214,000 rental housing homes across the state. We filed joint testimony with AOBA, who represents Montgomery County and Prince George's County as well, respectfully requesting an unfavorable report to HB 1229. For us, a lot of our entry-level positions, would be affected by this. We hire leasing professionals, we hire technicians. I know this very well. My father-in-law started off as a maintenance technician. And through the career path that allowed him to take up on, he is now a senior vice president of a maintenance operation for one of the largest property management groups in the country. An opportunity that I'm not sure he would quite have if you would see increases like this in minimum wage. And for us, we cannot mark up a menu. We have to mark up the leases. So by extension, you would be passing these costs back to the residents in the form of rent increases should you go ahead and pass this bill. I also want to note one other interesting thing that was brought to my attention from the members. The Consumer Price Index, as defined under this bill, specifies for Alexandria, or Washington, Arlington, and Alexandria, which is very strange. I mean, that would completely ignore, the Baltimore, Columbia, Towson CPI. So the economic conditions in Washington and the greater Washington area would now be affecting policy in the center of the state. I'm not really sure, maybe that's an oversight, but I think that is very much an inequitable impact, for a business in Baltimore City. For those reasons, we would request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think everyone's gone for the panel, correct? Okay, all right. Delegate Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, panel, for your very detailed rebuttal here. Can you, Mr. Thompson, help me understand the 84% that was referenced in the...
Certainly. Thank you, Delegate. I'm so glad you asked.
You're welcome.
Supporters claim that there's an Obama administration report that found that 84% of restaurants violate wage laws for tipped workers. And this claim is false. We were unable to find any such Obama administration report. The only related language that we could find was from a 2014 report from the Economic Policy Institute, which is a Washington-based think tank that supports eliminating the tip credit. This language included data from a compliance investigation of about 9,000 full-service restaurants by the Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division, and 84% of those restaurants investigated had some type of violation. Now, that could include many things. It could include an overtime violation. It could include a violation for exceeding teen labor working hours. But Delegate Stewart was right. About 1,000 of those violations were tip credit infractions. So we reviewed that data for compliance investigation period in Maryland, that same period, and we found that 44 restaurants in Maryland that were full service had various types of labor violations, again, which could include overtime, teen labor, many things. 10 of those 44 restaurants had minimum wage violations, which could include tip credit violations. Only 10, which is far from the 84% that one of the supporters on the sponsors panel claimed. And so I just want to make sure that everyone understood that. There was a report, but the way that they interpret that data was very misleading. Thank you, sir.
Just quickly, I'm become pretty good friends with economist Anirban Basu out of Baltimore City.
I've read.
And I've read a series of articles. I follow a lot of his policy work at Sage Policy there. Putting something like this in place, we talked about the Washington Metro, but when you really consider the Baltimore Metro and the rural areas of our state, I mean, Paul, you might be able to help us with this. How would that truly affect some of the lower income areas?
Well, for instance, not that we need to be paying $7.25 an hour, but that's what minimum wage is in Pennsylvania. That allows them not paying $7.25, they pay closer to probably $10 for teenagers. We're also close to West Virginia. They're at $8.75. So we're competing against these other areas where folks are going to close their restaurants. They're not going to open businesses here. So that's how it impacts us.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Wu.
Okay. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for everyone come testify, either support or against it. I think this has been always a discussion on this issue, even on the Ways and Means Committee. So I think one question about for you against this bill, there's some other states are doing that. There are 9 states have a minimum wage for restaurant workers, right? So you use California as one example, which is not successful. How about other states? I look at some articles, some other states actually doing fine, right? What's their secret make it working?
Thank you, Delegate. I think that's a very good question because it allows me to clarify those other states that have no tip credit. In those states, restaurant operators know when they open that they cannot use the tip credit as part of their business model. So what they do is they decide to open in a location that will support their menu prices or if they have service fees or other things. What this bill proposes to do is change the business model of businesses that are already in operation. These are businesses that are engaged in long-term commitments like mortgages or long-term leases, and it would change their business model, and that's what would be so devastating to them. And that's what you saw happen not too far from here in Washington, D.C. They tried to eliminate the tip credit on existing businesses, and there were thousands of full-service restaurant employees who lost jobs, hundreds of restaurants in D.C. closed. It was so bad that the council had to come in and repeal that law. And we do have an expert here today who can talk a little more about D.C. Thank you so much for the question.
One more question. Yeah. So I understand the operating costs, right? You have hourly rates, you have hours for our employee, right? So if you have a fixed budget, that would be a problem. That extra cost will not, as you said, right, being buried into your operating expense or in your budget. So think about it this way. If we say we want to start a 2 system, one system is the current system, the other said for new restaurant, if you want to open, let's say you're going to have a minimum wage, right? Do you think that kind of system can work? There may be transition in the future, like we are have new restaurants that are operating on minimum wage, but the older restaurant, you stay on your current cost. Then eventually there will be transition to minimum wage.
I'll let my colleague to my left go next, but we're forgetting about all the other costs that are in Maryland. The family medical leave insurance is coming, the paid leave, the soon-to-be increased unemployment insurance, which needs to be increased, but not by 50%. So in addition to this minimum wage, we have all these other costs related to running a business. So I'll let my colleague here. Yeah, and so it's not just the minimum wage, all the other costs piled on top of not only restaurants, service industries, construction companies, on top of running a business, and then they have to charge more. So that's where we don't compete very well.
Me too, Delegate.
Can I follow up? Yeah, sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm still not thinking. Yeah, I'm not thinking about they're going to be your transition to be full-time employee. Still should be like hourly rate employee, right? So like some costs you mentioned actually shouldn't be part of that solution equation, right? You talk about the insurance orders, that does not change the contract relationship between the restaurant owner and the employee. The only part is really the hourly rate, right?
And perhaps, Delegate, it would be better to give you, and again, I have some restaurant operators here, but it would be better to provide a little more context to the committee because, as I mentioned in my testimony, restaurants are very labor intensive and they have very narrow profit margins, generally between 3% and 5%. What this proposal would do is exceed their current annual profit. And so it's really unsustainable. And they have to find a way to remain profitable. And when you raise menu prices, you drive away customers. And in DC, they tried to impose some service charges to help the employer offset some of that labor cost increase. But this bill prohibits that. And so there would be very few options for the business owner to utilize in order to stay in business. He'd probably have to find a way to cut labor. It's a business. It's not a charity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I understand costs are high for restaurants. It's, the utility costs are high, food costs are high, restaurants are struggling, but so are regular people. Regular people have utility bills that are high. They can't afford groceries. Rent has gone up because of the housing shortage. I guess we can all agree that people should be able to earn enough money from their labor to pay their bills. Don't you agree?
So we just had this conversation yesterday in Hagerstown. We talked about household income. And so not every person needs to make a living wage that lives in a household. And so the minimum wage is not supposed to be a living wage in some cases. So that's why you don't see a lot of teenagers working. And
so single mothers, you're okay with them not making?
No, ma'am, I'm not. But there's opportunities maybe for single moms. And I don't think minimum wage is going to solve.
So they may have to have a roommate then?
Well, I think there's other issues. So you mentioned cost of energy, cost of groceries. And so there may be other ways to address the cost without raising the wages for everyone.
So is there a way? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Please let him finish.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
And I apologize. I don't mean to argue.
No, it was my fault.
I want to address
sorry.
your question. I don't want to be argumentative. So I think we're trying to solve the same problem.
Go ahead, please finish.
Good job. No, I'm good.
So, and I apologize, and it was, as my colleague across the way is saying, it was hypocritical of me to do what I criticized him for last week or earlier.
It's been a long day for everybody.
Yeah. So I just got a little caught up in it. So I guess my question is there a sweet spot where we can help workers, but without causing too much burden on restaurants? Is 25 is too high? What is a reasonable number that we could look at?
I'm going to let some of the operators, I've done this 20 years ago for 20 years, but I'll let some of the operators address that because they can speak. I know Greg Brown for sure will be able to speak to that.
I would agree. Question for operators.
Do you mean the next? Yeah. Okay.
Some next panelists.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I believe operators are following them. I don't know. No. Delegate Lehman.
Madam Chair, thank you to this panel. So, Mr. Thompson, this is something I've been wondering about, frankly, since we debated and passed the $15 hour minimum wage here in Annapolis a number of years ago. So there were a group of about 24 or so progressive lawmakers that were, putting their heads together on how to, ensure we pass the strongest bill possible. And we got together at a restaurant, well-known restaurant, popular restaurant here in town over on West Street, which is where we were meeting and having a meal, and got to talking to the servers about, they knew or found out we were lawmakers about the $15 an hour wage. That's what we were, we were debating and discussing. And we began questioning them, engaging with them. They were engaging back with us. And someone mentioned about the sub-minimum wage and the requirement under the law that employers have to make up that difference, after tipping to bring them up to the standard. They were completely gobsmacked. They had no idea, and a number of people in this room were there that night. They didn't know what we were talking about. They said they had never been paid that. They didn't even know there was such a law. And so it makes me wonder, and yes, that's anecdotal, but you mentioned a study earlier about Maryland and some violations in the industry. How often is that issue looked at? The knowledge, the awareness by workers that they are supposed to get that, but also whether restaurant owners are actually paying that. Is that something that is looked at periodically? Is that complaint driven? What can you tell us about that?
Thank you for the question, Delegate Lehman. And there are enforcement mechanisms that are available in Maryland. Employees who are not getting their wages that are due to them can make a complaint with the Maryland Department of Labor. For our membership, we always send out compliance alerts to our members, and we try to keep them on the right side of the law. But there are bad actors in just about every industry. And I would say that it probably doesn't make sense to completely change the business model of full-service restaurants for a few bad actors that don't follow the law. That would be like eliminating tax deductions for everyone because there are some people who cheat on their taxes. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think that's debatable, but I've been concerned ever since that conversation of what, to the degree to which restaurant owners are violating that law. It's made me wonder.
And Delegate, frankly, that's why we went back and looked at that wage and hour study from the compliance period. That was 2010 through 2012, and the report came out in 2014. To see how many Maryland restaurants had minimum wage violations. And like I said, there were 10. It didn't give us the information about how many of them were specific to tip credit violations, but there were 10 minimum wage violations during that period.
Okay, and that's interesting, but that's what I asked about. So it's been more than 10 years since there was.
Right, I haven't seen any data since then. Okay. But there is the compliance mechanism in the Maryland wage and hour law for those employees to make a complaint to the Department of Labor. Bad actors give everyone a black eye, I think. So.
Well, it would certainly be useful to see more up-to-date information on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the question, Delegate.
Thank you. Delegate Tomlinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question probably best for the gentleman from Hagerstown. So I live in Manchester, or north of Manchester in Carroll County. I'm 90 seconds from the Pennsylvania line. So we, my wife does a lot of shopping up there. It's in some ways, we're closer to civilization in Pennsylvania than really in Maryland. So with the minimum wage in Pennsylvania being $7.25, and then in your case with Hagerstown, and you guys are pretty close to West Virginia. I mean, it's $8.75 out there. Can you talk a little bit more about the impact, especially it would have? I understand if you're in Baltimore City, if you live in Baltimore City, you're not going to venture, you're not going to travel 45 minutes outside the state, to go eat. But like for me, when I'm only 90 seconds away from the Mason-Dixon line, I mean, it's close. So can you just talk a little bit more about that, especially how this would impact you being so close to neighboring states?
Yeah, again, I'm 6 miles from Pennsylvania, Waynesboro. I'm about 8 miles from West Virginia. So we don't go there all the time to shop in restaurants, but I know when I go there, it's 10 or 15% cheaper at the same McDonald's food. They have more teenagers working there. The other issue is we have people who will not open a restaurant necessarily in Hagerstown. As I said earlier, we have 6 closed in the last 6 months. And so not only will restaurants not open, they're closing, and people do travel. But I will say, so it's good for our roads tax. I see lots of Pennsylvania tags getting gas in Maryland at our Sam's Club because it's probably 25 or 30 cents cheaper. So people are traveling, and in addition to all the other costs, it scares people away from, do I want to open a restaurant? Do I want to open a service business here? So we really are competitive in an 11-mile stretch of Hagerstown and Washington County between West Virginia to the south and then Pennsylvania to the north.
Thank you.
Delegate Schindler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Paul.
Same here, Delegate. Thank you.
So actually, I have a question for Mr. Thompson. As I'm trying to wade through and be objective, and it does seem like we're getting 2 sets of facts that are very contradictory, and I wasn't privy to the previous minimum wage conversations. But one thing you said, I wanted to see if you could clarify for me in your testimony, and that was that with this bill, that tipped workers would make less. And my understanding, at least the way I understand this bill, is that it wouldn't eliminate tips, so they would just be getting the flat minimum wage and then whatever people choose to tip them on top of that. So I was curious if you could explain that a little bit. I wasn't sure I understood.
Sure, and I think that's a valid question. Thank you for asking. And one of the issues that we have with the bill, as I mentioned, is that it restricts the employer from using service fees in order to help make up that labor cost increase. And so as the employer makes decisions about how to make up for the huge increase in labor costs, they'll probably try to increase menu prices as much as they can. Again, the operators will probably talk about this, but there's a point at which you can't increase menu prices beyond a certain point because you will lose customer traffic. And that's when you start to look at labor. And what happened in DC was when customers were not too keen on seeing service fees, that's when the restaurant operators started reducing working hours or eliminating positions. And you had servers in DC leave the city to go into Montgomery County, Northern Virginia, Prince George's, where they could still make tips with the tip credit. And so that's why you will see, even though tipping is still allowed, you're right, theoretically, but overall compensation for those tipped employees compared to what they're getting now will be lower. And that's why they're here today.
And are you saying that their compensation would be lower because they'd be getting less hours? Is that the claim?
Well, there are fewer hours. Again, those who can keep their jobs, some jobs will be cut. But there are some customers who won't tip as much either because now they know that the servers are making a higher wage rather than the lower base wage, with tips making up the difference. So if you know your server is now getting, if this bill were to pass by 2031, $25 an hour, are you still going to tip at the same rate that you did previously? So theoretically, you could say, oh, you're going to get a higher minimum wage as a base wage with tips on top. There is some concern whether it really works out that way. And in California, if you look at Toast data, Toast is a point of sale system that most restaurants use. You'll see that California has one of the lowest tipping rates, and that is a state that does not allow a tip credit.
Thank you for clarifying.
Certainly.
All right, thank you, Delegate. All right, my reluctancy is because I'm thinking of a question. I've been listening, but so we don't agree, or clearly you're here because you don't agree with the bill as it stands. I guess with the conversations around affordability, And, we have people that are reaching out that they're truly struggling. Some of those folks are here in the room today that are in the industry, those that are not here that wish they could be here, and those who are screaming into the void, more broadly speaking. And so I think where I'm going is the bottom line is that their earned wage is $3.63 or whatever the amount is, like what they're required to get paid, right? And the rest is the tip, right? So they're only guaranteed technically per hour. And I see someone in the back shaking the head, so maybe you can illuminate on the next panel. But, so please help me understand, because that's at least how I'm hearing it, is that if their hourly wage is $3.64, and then the rest of it would be the tip. So maybe you can help me understand that more or less. So if there's a scenario where, God forbid, someone goes home that day and they got no tips, right? What would they leave conceivably with if they worked 8 hours or 10 hours?
That's a very good question, Madam Chair. Thank you for asking, because it allows me to clarify something else that has been said throughout this debate, that there is a sub-minimum wage for tipped employees. That is false also. There is no such thing as a sub-minimum wage for tipped employees. What they're guaranteed is full minimum wage. That's what the law says. The 363 is a base wage. The 363 plus tips must equal at least the full minimum wage, which is $15, or the employer is required by law to make up the difference. So they're guaranteed minimum wage. The sub-minimum wage, it does exist at the federal level, but it's for student workers, home industrial employees, those with disabilities. That's what's referred to in the Federal Department of Labor law regarding sub-minimum wage. I think that is a false narrative that has worked for the proponents on this issue. But tipped employees are making, as you'll hear from them soon, a lot more than minimum wage with their tips included. But I just want to stress that they're guaranteed at least minimum wage. That's the way the law is structured. And that has been that way since Congress created the tip credit back in 1966. And 43 states allow the tip credit.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh, Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Melvin, how are you?
Good to see you on a different committee.
It's the singing committee. Question concerning the tips and so forth. They're taxed now, right, in Maryland, generally speaking? If you're a restaurant waiter, bartender, waitress?
Income tax.
Yes, in Maryland, yeah. Right. But the big beautiful bill got rid of tips in Congress, but Maryland, it's my understanding, is not going to comport with that bill. They're going to, of course, do anything but comport with that bill. Do we know the amount of money extra that people would be able to keep as a waiter or waitress or a bartender if their tips weren't taxed?
That's a good question. I do not have an answer to that question.
But is it fair to say that if we didn't tax these individuals on their tips, that they would have more take-home pay?
I think that's a different debate, probably for a different committee. But I will say this, Delegate, because you do raise a very interesting point that I think is related to this tip credit bill. Because if you take away the tip credit, then that means that more of those employees will be paid a bigger proportion of their earnings in hourly wages and not tips, because they'll get fewer tips for what I just explained to Delegate Schindler. And so they wouldn't be able to take as much advantage of the federal tax credit, which allows them to get that break on up to $25,000 of their reported tips. And so by eliminating the tip credit, you're eliminating their ability to take advantage of that tax break for tax years 2025 through 2028.
Yes, so in other words, President Trump, who passed the big beautiful bill along with the Congress, had in it no taxes on tips. But the state of Maryland, and rather than comporting with that law and doing the same so that it helps people in the restaurant industry, namely waiters and waitresses and bartenders, instead, the state wants to be punitive, it sounds, instead to the restaurants themselves.
Well, I'm not a tax expert, I'll tell you that, but it's my understanding that that tax break is, I think, what they call below the line. And so that's why I think Maryland would have to change their law to exclude those tip earnings from state income tax the way they've been excluded from federal income tax.
And it'd be great if they did, because all the fine people in this room who are in the industry would be able to keep more of the money that they've earned.
But I appreciate the question. I think it is related to this tip
It's
credit
most
issue.
definitely, yeah,
Yes,
when you said
yes.
it wasn't, it's
Yes.
if
Now I
there were
understand
ever
it is.
something related, it would
That's
be
right.
that issue.
As I thought it through, you're
How much money
absolutely
you
right.
keep. You know, my father always said, you can make money and you can save money, and they're both really the same thing.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Seeing no more bites at the apple. Thank you
Madam
to this
Chair.
panel.
Thank you.
We will move on to our next panel. Mike O'Halloran, Amy Rohrer, Pete Mangione, Shariah Yousefi. Is that 4 people? Okay, yep, we have 4 people, 4 seats filled. All right, Mike, you can begin.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing the NFIB in Maryland in respectful opposition to House Bill 1229. You have my written testimony. One thing I would like to highlight, and hopefully the attachment came through as well, is the NFIB Research Center just did a survey, or checked out an analysis on this particular bill. And the findings are certainly interesting, if not depressing. The analysis by the Research Center said that if this bill, when fully implemented, will cost the state of Maryland 84,000 jobs. In addition to that, it will also cost $15 billion in economic output. Now, economic output is, frankly, another word for GDP. So those are certainly concerning if we're talking about analysis and numbers being thrown about. So I certainly invite you to dig into that research and explore it further. But look, the good news is that small businesses are not only looking to hire, but they're also raising their wages. 32%, in fact, reported raising compensation in January. That's a point higher than it was in December. So that is good news that the mark, and that could be for a variety of reasons, whether or not, it's something as simple as a business had a good year and decided to reward its employees with some well-earned compensation increases, or, any other factor. And I know a lot of emphasis by the proponents, as well as generally the session, is about affordability. The sponsor is right about the minimum wage. We did just go up in 2024. In fact, we did it at the expense of this small business exemption. Small businesses before 2024 had another 18 months to go up to $15. That was taken away by the Fair Wage Act in 2024. And these things don't happen in a silo. It's not just minimum wage, as was discussed in the panel before me. There's the paid leave, employer paid leave. There's a paid leave insurance program, which will not only affect employees, but employees as well. There's license fee hikes. There's insurance costs. Again, these things just don't happen in a silo. And while there's a lot of issues that go into affordability, this is only a small part of, from a business standpoint. So thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Amy Rohrer. On behalf of the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association, we respectfully oppose House Bill 1229. The hospitality industry is a gateway industry, and we are concerned, should this bill pass, that it would reduce entry-level opportunities and compress career ladders at our hotels. We are a demand-sensitive industry in a soft recovery. In 2025, room revenue declined nearly 2% year over year. That may not sound like a lot, but that equates to a loss of more than $85 million in room revenue in Maryland last year. At the same time, operating costs have grown at 4 times the rate of revenue over the past 5 years. Expenses rising across the board. We have raised wages, so labor has gone up, insurance, energy, the cost of supplies. We've been impacted by tariffs. There are compliance costs, including coming into compliance with Maryland BEPS. more than 60% of U.S. hotels are owned by small business owners. For a typical select service hotel in Maryland, a $25 minimum wage could increase total labor costs by well over 20% per property annually. When costs rise faster than revenue, businesses are forced to raise rates, reduce staffing, delay renovations, or unfortunately, eliminate entry-level jobs. Maryland's hotel industry supports 115,000 jobs and generates $2.4 billion in state and local tax every year. We urge caution since policies that significantly outpace neighboring states risk shifting tourism and business travel elsewhere. I have submitted written testimony with more detail and am joined by two members who are also here today, and we respectfully request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. My name is Pete Mangione. I'm the general manager of Turf Valley Resort located in Howard County. My family has owned, operated, and developed the property since 1979, and I consider us to be good employers, as it is certainly one of our goals. We currently employ 300 employees. We have a turnover rate of 45%, which is well below the standard of 70 to 80% in our industry. We have many success stories. My assistant general manager started as a dishwasher 40 years ago. My food and beverage director started as a busboy 30 years ago. I have 15 department heads that average 19 years at Turf Valley. And I say all this because I consider us to be a good employer. I was here 10 years ago when there was a drive for 15, and I said once we get to 15, it won't be enough. There'll be a drive for 20, and then a drive for 25. You see, 15 would have been fine if the floor stayed the same, but it didn't. This keeps raising it. I do share your concern about affordability, but I believe you are actually increasing the divide between those who can afford things and those who can't, because prices and expenses will accelerate at a higher rate than pay rates. I mentioned my family has been at Turf Valley for 47 years. We're a second-generation family business, and my hope one day is to turn the business over to my son. But for the first time, I am starting to wonder if the business is sustainable. Increased regulations and burdens on business continue to grow every year. I realize some of the opponents to this may say, how can I oppose this? How can I not want to take care of my employees? But before I take care of my employees, I must take care of the business. With no business, there are no employees. And I feel this bill will jeopardize not only my business, but many others as well. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr, and members of the committee. My name is Shirai Yousefi, and as a small business owner and someone who works with a lot of small businesses, I stand before you today in strong opposition to HB 1229. HB 1229 in its current form raises the minimum wage to 25 by 2030, eliminates the tip credit, automatically increases wages with inflation, and then enshrines these mandates into our state constitution. This bill, at its core, strikes at the backbone of Maryland's economy, which is our small businesses. When you hit this lifeline, you don't just hurt a business, you hurt the families and the communities that depend on their prosperity. Mandating a 25 minimum wage, eliminating the tip credit, and automatically increasing wages with inflation dramatically increase labor costs for restaurants and neighborhood shops that already operate on very razor-thin margins. When policies like these force costs to rise, which this bill will do, businesses are left with detrimental choices. Choices such as rising the prices of goods, cutting staff, reducing hours, automating processes, or in many cases, closing completely. And every one of these outcomes hurts working families and small businesses. Look at California. After eliminating the tip credit and implementing aggressive minimum wage mandates, restaurants faced soaring labor costs. Prices climbed, and then job losses followed. So make no mistake, if this did pass in its current form, it will do the same to our remaining small businesses in the state. When we're already facing a shrinking growth market in that area, this would further that drop. We need sound fiscal policies that drive down the cost of goods, drive down the cost of service, and encourage commerce. And HB 1229 respectfully is not that policy. Therefore, for the sake of our families, our small businesses, and long-term strength of our economy, I respectfully urge an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel for your testimony. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I promise I won't interrupt you. I am going to ask the same question that I asked previously, and as I said before, I totally understand that costs are going up for businesses, and we certainly don't want to drive businesses out of business, especially small businesses, but costs are going up for people as well. And I know, Mr. Mangione, you said that, 15, you knew it wouldn't be enough, but costs continue to go up. And so, of course, wages have to go up to keep up with inflation. And I know earlier one of the proponents, I think several of them mentioned the MIT living wage calculator. I think it was about $25. But I always like to look at the Maryland the National Low Income Housing Coalition statistics. And according to their latest data, in order to afford a one-bedroom apartment in Maryland on $15 an hour, you would have to work 89 hours a week. Now, as was said by the previous panelist, you could have a married couple, 2 people working, but not everybody is married. Some people are single, parents with children, and the housing wage for a one-bedroom apartment is $33 in Maryland. So, understanding if you're saying 25 is too much, that's going to drive you out of business, but 15 is not paying people's bills, is there a sweet spot between 15 and 25?
Most of my employees, certainly the long-term ones, are already well above 15. Raising the minimum wage just raises everything else. For many of the restaurants here, a couple of years ago, we were paying cooks $17 to $19 an hour. Now we're paying all line cooks $23 to $24 an hour. Both were above the minimum wage. But if the minimum wage goes to 17 or 18, you're asking where's the sweet spot. If that goes to 18, then it'll just raise everybody else up as well. So it's not so much, most of my employees are already above that.
But you have some that are at 15.
We do, yes.
And should they be able to pay their bills and afford rent with, being a third of their income, or housing being a third of their income?
I think we have very few heads of households at minimum wage. Most of our minimum wage employees are young people.
Thank you. Anybody else? Is there a sweet spot for you?
I think, and thank you for the question, Delegate. I think you bring up great points about housing, and in my testimony I mentioned silos. Look, and I think the response is two-part. One, I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all mandate for businesses, for industries, for specific, the businesses on Main Street. At the top of Main Street may be a different dynamic than at the bottom of Main Street. Who knows? Foot traffic may drive that. But there's all sorts of variables. I think the second part is you mentioned housing. From an employer perspective, we don't control the costs of housing. So to talk about we need to pay, in the proponent's eyes, employers have to pay enough money so that they can, afford their housing. We'd love to. Unfortunately, the cost of housing, with I think very, very limited exceptions, is out of the hands of an employer. So I think it's tough. I mean, certainly we understand. I mean, for commercial enterprises that rent or even own their own property, I mean, they're dealing with those costs as well.
Of course they are. Thank you. And it is, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. We have to look at lowering housing costs, and we are. At the same time, we can look at making sure that people are paid enough to be able to pay their bills. It's not just housing, it's utilities, which we are also looking at, it's groceries. We have to solve all of these problems, but a part of that is making sure people are paid enough. So, and when people aren't paid enough, they often need SNAP or housing assistance or other things, so that there's a societal cost to that as well. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way forward, if there's some kind of, place where we can
make sure to not hurt the businesses too much, but that we can make sure people get paid in a way that they can afford their bills.
Thank you. Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. So this is a new committee, and for the committee's indulgence, my first job when I was growing up was at your dad? Was it your father that I worked for?
Well, I was there. Yeah, I was there since I've been there since 1984. Yeah. I think you were there in the 90s?
No. That was that was before then. So I think it was your dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
My dad was obviously there. He
exactly.
worked there, but he bought the business. And
yes. So, and I started out as a busboy.
Okay.
Excuse me, it's wrong. I started out as a dishwasher.
Okay.
And found out pretty quickly as my first job outside the house, I didn't want to do it. And then, meaning that, it was like, wow, this is a tough job, right? Yeah. It's like, I can't believe I'm doing this. Still is. Very quickly, I became a waiter.
Yeah.
Which is great. I was 16. And this private club, and was thrilled because I was so I was incentivized to work. And I'm just curious, is that also the case with your employees where, people come in like I did with zero skills and they start out at a low level and then they work their way up and they make more?
Yes, I mentioned, my assistant general manager started as a dishwasher when he was in high school. Went off to college and came back in 1991. He's been there full time, but he started as a dishwasher, became a banquet server, a banquet captain, a banquet manager, banquet director, food and beverage director, operation, right on through the system. Same with my food and beverage director. Started as a busboy. My executive housekeeper started as an hourly housekeeper in 1989. So now she has been running the department for years. Most of my department heads have come through. That's what I meant by coming through the system.
And so my other question is concerning costs of doing business. Because of the scale of the facility there, a beautiful place. And because of the very bad policies of this General Assembly as it relates to electricity, I would imagine your electricity bills are through the roof at that facility.
Yes, they are.
And so you have to pay those, and you're selling food and beverages and memberships, and you have a fixed amount of people that you can be at this facility, I would imagine, at any given time. And yet, through no fault of your own, this General Assembly made electricity unaffordable, especially for businesses. Does that sound about right?
Sure, yes, just one more increased cost that we've had to incur.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manchin.
Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Maggioni. And I would say Turf Valley Resort is a great place in Howard County. And I've been there either hosting event or attending event, one of the largest property in Howard County. Thank you very much. So I think you talk about the salary increase for some of your employees, right? I think you kind of implied is a market-driven and for salary increase for some employees.
Yes,
so
I would say that.
At the same time, I think everybody sitting here, right? We try to see how we can help our low-wage employees, right? We always say, where's the balance? Where's the equilibrium where we can see they can find a wage or job to support themselves? From your side, where do you see the balance we can achieve?
That's a very it's a very difficult question to answer. I can't answer that for everybody else. I can only speak for myself at Turf Valley and providing for everyone there. I run my business like I run my family. I'll go into a long story. I'm sorry to do this. I have 4 brothers and I have 5 sisters. I have 10 brothers and sisters. We live within 15 minutes of each other. We all get along very, very well. When I tell people that, they're shocked. I always thought it was normal. And for us, it's just the only way, it's all we know. I treat my business the same way. I am the dad, and all my employees are my kids. For those of you who have kids, you want to do the best you can for your kids. I want to give them as much as I can without spoiling them. And I got to, so you got to find that balance. I need to take care of the business. I want to take my employees as much as I can to keep them there, because they make my job easier. I have 15 department heads that have been there a long time. That makes my job easy. I can come down here. I've been here since 12 o'clock. I can come down here and do this because they're back there doing all the hard work. So that's how I treat my business, and it seems to work for me. I printed 454 W-2s last year. I have 300 employees, 50 seasonal employees. So there's not a lot of terminations. There's not a lot. I mentioned my turnover is about 45%. So that works for me. I was here earlier, I got here and heard them speaking about the greenhouse bill, talking about how bad things were. I felt like standing up saying, we have jobs at Turf Valley. Go find it. Come out there. They're good conditions. You'll like it. The people who said they're working and they're getting 10-cent raises, I would suggest they go someplace else if they can and find another job. I'd love to hire them, you know, when we have positions. So it's hard to answer that question for everybody else and to try to find the sweet spot.
Sure, thank you.
I'm sorry if I rambled on too much.
Thank you, panel, for your testimony and your answers to our questions. I will now call up another panel, beginning with Greg Brown, Gary Cohen, Rebecca Paxton, and Chris Owens. Mr. Brown, if you're ready, you can begin.
Sounds good. Thank you, and thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. You can just take my remarks or take Pete's remarks and just dub mine, because I would say much of the exact same things he did. I'm also happy to answer. There's been a lot of questions I think I could provide some clarity to that were asked earlier. So I'm a Maryland employer. I own Brewers Alley, Benstown, and I'm involved with ownership of Monoxy Brewing Company in Frederick, Maryland. First and foremost, you know, the best day in any employer's life is when they get to give a well-deserved pay increase to any employee. Best day in an employee's life is when I watch my tip employees go home and they made $80 an hour in tips. Most tipped employees make between $30 and $60 an hour, just to make that clear. So $15 is totally irrelevant to this conversation in regards to tipped employees. I would also go to say that, you know, mandated wage levels have risen by about 40% in Maryland since 2020 and almost have doubled over the past 10 years. During that period of time, affordability has worsened across our state, as we're talking about. Virtually all costs have increased. And I put that in place. A component of that is due to mandated minimum wage increases, because that drives inflation. In practice, when labor costs rise faster than productivity, businesses must adjust. That means some combination of higher prices, reduced hours, fewer entry-level opportunities, et cetera. Durable wage increases come from stronger businesses, great employees, and generated productivity. An artificially mandated wage increase just creates inflation and more affordability issues, and it's a continuous cycle. On the tip credit, I've talked about this in many committees. Those comments have already been made, but I'll make them again. I mean, it's going to reduce the wages for tipped employees. Again, $30 to $80 an hour. Sometimes I want to be a bartender. I'm just not very good at it. Increased business costs resulting in an immediate, you know, tips, you take those away, my costs are going up 35 to 40%, or my price is going up 35 to 40%. So I'm out of time, but I would say that also the voter referendum, I think it's very irresponsible to let the voters vote on that, because minimum wage is a very complex issue. And I think that's something that the folks in this room and the General Assembly should be aware of, because you guys have a lot more details of what it's about and how it goes. So
thank you. Mr. Cohen.
My notes say good morning, but I guess I have to change it to good evening. Gary Cohen, I'm here in opposition to 1229. I am the Executive Vice President for Glory Days Grill Restaurants. We have several throughout the state. Year after year, the idea of eliminating tip wage in Maryland comes up, and year after year, we show up here with restaurant employees and owners telling you why it's such a bad idea. Let me be clear. Eliminating the tip wage is an existential threat to the full-service restaurant industry as we know it. Washington, D.C. recently tried to eliminate tip wage, and the results were devastating, and 98 full-service restaurants closed in the first year. Full-service restaurants have flourished over the years using this tip wage system. Servers and other employees are paid a base wage of $3.63 and make the rest of their wages in tips that are left by guests. This has never been a secret. It is our business model, and it is the way our operations function. tipped employees make on average, according to the National Restaurant Association, on average $27 an hour. Greg's employees do better. So I have bartenders that make $35 and $40 an hour as well. They're very happy with their compensation as is. A typical Glory Days Grill restaurant, here I'm sharing personal data, makes about $3 million a year in sales. We only make about $150,000 a year in profit, 5%. We typically schedule about 1,000 tipped hours a week, which means waiters, bartenders, busboys, and hostesses. For every dollar that you increase tip wage, this equates to a $52,000 a year addition to labor cost. If you were to hypothetically get rid of tip wage and make us pay $25 an hour, you're talking about adding $1 million in labor cost to a business that only makes $150,000 in profit. So what are we going to do? Clearly, this is unsustainable. If the tip wage is eliminated, obviously, we talked all day long about prices increasing, jobs being cut, but the only way owners could stay in business would be to put in a service charge. And you guys have disallowed the service charge. So we're really just plain old out of luck. The model needs the tip wage, and I recommend that we oppose this bill.
Ms. Paxton?
Thank you so much, delegates. My name is Rebecca Paxton. I'm an economist and director of research at the Employment Policies Institute. We're a think tank that studied proposals like this across the country for decades. At a time when affordability is top of mind, House Bill 1229 would make the cost of living and a difficult job market even worse. Government data shows these policies would and have backfired on businesses and failed workers. The vast majority of economists over the last 3 decades do find minimum wage hikes will cause job losses. Take California's $20 fast food minimum wage law, for example. The state lost nearly 20,000 jobs, and Census Bureau data shows that compared to before the law, workers who remained employed lost on average 7 weeks of work. Economists find wage hikes significantly worsen inflation. Studies find every $1 wage hike can raise prices up to 5.5%, and even higher when we're talking about rent and childcare, according to studies on those. In California, fast food prices rose over 14% in just a year under that $20 wage law. If those consequences aren't enough, eliminating Maryland's tip credit would be a heavy blow to many restaurants here. Operators are often forced to downsize hours or positions as a direct result of these policies. A UC Irvine study found every $1 wage hike causes a 6% drop in tipped restaurant employment. Tips suffer too. A Cornell study found as the tipped wage rises, the tip percentage left by customers falls. California and Washington and several other no tip credit states have the lowest tipping percentages in the country. DC already tried this, and government data by the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows restaurant workers lost millions in earnings, thousands of jobs, and restaurants closed at an unprecedented pace. Bureau of Labor Statistics quarterly data shows DC lost more than 5% of its restaurant and bar jobs. A median DC tipped employee saw earnings drop by 5%, and losses were higher for lowest earning workers. I'll leave with one other thing, which is DC ended up reversing that law, and in worker testimony opposing the law that was in place, they said, I can go to Maryland and make at least $200 or even $300 for 5 hours of work, or I can work double those hours and only make half of that in DC. Thanks so much.
I forgot about that.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Chris Owens. I'm here in opposition of HB 1229. I've been a tipped employee in the state of Maryland for 27 years now. A few things I want to bring to light that I don't think have been mentioned, simply the fact that there are 2 very different conversations happening within this bill. One is a minimum wage hike, which should be a separate conversation than the elimination of the tip credit. I myself, in those 27 years, have not ever once made less than minimum wage as a tipped employee, even receiving $363 or at points in time $218 as a base wage. Delegate Lehman earlier today mentioned how awestruck one of her servers was locally about the fact that they didn't know that there was a tip credit. That could just be based on personal ignorance for that one employee. I will tell you, in personal experience, numerous of my coworkers, they could not access their pay stub. They have no idea what they make in general. They'll see something on a W-2, but they wouldn't be able to interpret those numbers. I don't think that the complexities of this bill could be answered by the general public, and I basically rely on all of you on your level of intellectualism to understand that and not let it move forth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I know I had to step out. That was everyone for the panel. Just want to make sure. Delegate Kerr.
Madam Chair, Greg Brown, your restaurants are in my district, and you have certain fixed costs. So your rent, your utilities, and your labor costs. And then you take all those and you base your menu prices on that. So if this bill were to go into effect, your labor prices would seriously go up. How would that affect your menu prices?
Yeah, my one.
Oh.
I didn't start, I got cut off. No, I'm joking. There you go. No, so it was, I think Delegate Stewart mentioned it out of the gate, and I took notes of it, and I did some quick math because it was specifically said that, there's no evidence that there'd be increases in menu pricing. So I did quick math, and my math is actually kind of similar to Gary's, but it's more. If I'm looking at my overall with the current way that we operate today, 800 hours a week in the back of the house, about 2,000 hours a week in the front of the house. That gets me to roughly, close to $1.1 million before I add any employer taxes to that. So you add employer taxes, now I'm at like 1.3, 1.4, something like that. So based on what was proposed, which is just taking the same hours but times the new rates, that basically takes my new labor cost to $3.6 million. If I add the 18% employer rate, which is generally what I do, it's a little bit higher than you might see because going back to the question that I think was raised on the restaurants, most servers and bartenders, tipped employees get a zero paycheck because they run out of, they have to pay their employer taxes and they run out of money eventually. You want that because that means they're making good money. But in reality, you're looking at probably I'm going from $1 million to 3.6, add taxes that. I'm at basically a $3 million increase from current state. So $3 million. So if I just look at that based on my annual restaurant sales run, I just take $3 million divided by my annual restaurant sales run. And so if this were to pass, I'm not sure where the $3 million would come from unless I increase my menu prices about 60%-ish. Probably a little bit more. That would just be out of the gate because then you also have to account for going back to this minimum wage, everyone's wages are going up. So the input costs, the cost of goods, it's going to go up. Other major implications is many restaurants, their leases, if they're renting, are tied to sales figures. So if you hit certain sales thresholds, then you have to pay more in your lease to the landlord. So that's going to go up. So, I mean, my point is, if you look at real math, if you paid $20 for a cheeseburger today, $32 for a cheeseburger tomorrow. I think when we talk about affordability and people being able to even afford to go out to eat, you talk about affordability. Do you want to pay $32 for a cheeseburger? Would you rather pay $6 today for a beer, or would you rather pay $11 tomorrow for a beer? So, like I said, if someone could show me the data on how having such a drastic increase in wage and eliminating tip credit somehow allows us to have a minimal percent increase in pricing, I'm all ears. But I don't know where it comes from because the restaurant generates revenue from its menu and pricing. So if we got to increase pricing 60% just to cover the increase in labor, where else can it come from? I'd also add, I'm out. Like if this goes through, I'm just going to give my keys to the bank. I'm out because I don't think that I don't even know if it's worth the pain. It's going to be very painful for me and my family and all my employees. But
thank you, Mr. Brown. Are there any more questions for the panel from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you all for your testimony and for being patient and being here with us all afternoon. Into the evening, we'll move next to additional panelists. We have, Chris Owens, Martin, they did, okay, excuse me. I'll make sure I check that off. Thank you. Martin Gardner, Sean Leway, Jay Steinmetz, and Christian Gaines. And then I'll call up Kamanti Simon, if they're here. Hello. Okay. You may begin.
Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sean Leeway. I'm a 20-year disabled veteran of the United States Air Force, a board member of my local Chamber of Commerce, and a recent graduate of Leadership Anne Arundel, class of 25, best class ever. Also, I'm a Maryland employer, and I'm here to share concerns about House Bill 1229 based on my business experience. This bill addresses several issues, including tip wages and service fees. My comments are focused specifically on the path to $25 an hour minimum wage and the pace at which it would be implemented. I want to be clear, I support the goal of workers earning a livable wage. It's a nuanced issue, and I respect the intent behind the bill. My concern is not the goal itself, but the speed and the scale of the proposed increase. In my experience as an employer, labor already represents just over half of my gross revenue. I'm a property manager. Under the scheduled proposed in the bill, the labor cost would increase roughly 60% over the next 6 years, even assuming a strong and sustained 15% annual increase in revenue, which is difficult to maintain year over year. Those gains would largely be absorbed by higher payroll costs. That growth that would otherwise support expansion, innovation, and additional hiring is instead redirected towards meeting higher mandated labor costs. At this pace, higher mandated wages are likely to result in higher prices for consumers, contributing to inflationary pressure and additional strain on the small and mid-sized businesses. I'll just ad-lib a little bit on the last bit. My own personal experience, I wouldn't have been able to start a business in Maryland as I was getting out of the military if the wages would be what they are proposed to be in this bill. After 20 years, I started off by myself. I was a bootstrap business, and I tried to put it together. I pay myself less than $20 an hour. I pay my employees over $25 an hour, or at $25 an hour already, because that's what the market demands from my industry. So if this proposed wage increase goes up, it's going to raise up everything else alongside of that, which means I may not be able to have my business continue in the state. Thank you. I oppose this bill.
My name is Kamante Simon. I am also a veteran, but not of the Air Force, of the Army.
We can't all be that.
I want to begin by saying that I do respect the intent of this bill. Ensuring that workers are protected and fairly compensated is very important. My concern, however, is that economic outcomes vary significantly by region and business model, and policy impacts are rarely uniform. Research shows that restaurants in states like California, Washington, and/or Nevada are thriving under similar systems, but those states include large metropolitan markets with higher average incomes, heavy tourism, and pricing structures that don't necessarily reflect Maryland's diverse restaurant landscape. Our state includes many small and mid-sized independent businesses that have been mentioned before that operate on thin profit margins, often between 3 and 6% after expenses. Labor is one of their largest controllable costs. Even modest increases in base wage requirements also increase payroll tax obligations and insurance costs. For a small business operating on a 5% margin, a few percentage points in additional labor expense can significantly affect staffing decisions and profit margins. My concern is not whether restaurants survive, it's whether staffing models change in ways that unintentionally reduce opportunity and flexibility for the very workers that this bill seeks to support here in Maryland. I respectfully urge careful consideration of how these economic realities may vary across regions and small businesses throughout Maryland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Martin Gardner. I've been in the service industry for 35 years as a bartender and a server. Thanks to great employers, coworkers, and customers, I've made it a career. I raised a family, paid my way through college, and after much sacrifice and saving, purchased a home. The enactment of this legislation would be a huge detriment to all of these accomplishments I've worked hard for. The removal of the earned tip credit would cause undue harm to all servers involved. The legislation would force small business owners to decrease or eliminate staff, mandatory charges, and raise their prices for food and beverage. None of these practices are good for the consumer or the employee. Most customers are happy to tip. Most people want to see servers and bartenders succeed in life. Please do not change this. No one in this business who is serious about their career wants this changed. Let the Department of Labor do their job and enforce allegations of wage theft. Please save our tips.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Christian Gaines, and I live here in Annapolis. I'm an operating partner of a restaurant that we opened 6 years ago. We have in our family 2 full-service family restaurants here in Annapolis. My husband Ryan is here with me tonight. We opened our business 6 years ago with his brother Steve and partner Jen. Ryan is also a partner in our flagship restaurant, which is the Smokehouse, which has proudly served our community for over 13 years. Collectively, our family has more than 85 years of experience in the food and beverage service industry. We've been prep and line cooks, hostesses, tip servers, general managers, directors of operations, and now owners. We've poured our hearts and savings and every lesson learned over the decades into building our businesses from the ground up, creating places where customers feel like family, neighbors become regulars, and special moments are celebrated together. That's the irreplaceable heart of the Maryland restaurant community. I'm here today to oppose House Bill 1229. This bill does more than phase in a $25 an hour minimum wage. It eliminates the tip credit entirely. That will inflict a severe financial burden on our small family-owned restaurants, and most damaging of all, on the employees who depend on tips to earn substantially more than any base wage, which they do. Currently, our servers and bartenders typically earn far more than the $25 an hour through the tips they receive for delivering exceptional service. If this bill passes, we will be required to pay every employee the full $25 up front, but to survive these added costs, we'll have no choice to raise menu prices significantly. Our loyal Annapolis customers, which is our extended family now, will see higher checks, and I call them guests, which will see higher checks, which will lead them to stop coming in regularly. I mean, that's just the reality of this. The result is...
You can finish your thought, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please.
The result is that our employees will take home less money overall than they do now. Skyrocketing labor costs forces tough decisions. We're forced to reduce staff, cut hours, eliminate shifts, and limit growth. Madam Chair and members of the committee, this legislation will devastate small restaurant owners statewide and harm the very tipped workers, families, and tight-knit communities it aims to help. It puts at risk the legacies that have been built over the many years and the future of Maryland's food and beverage industry altogether. I respectfully urge you to give HB 1229 an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your testimony. Okay, seeing no questions from the committee, thank you very much for being here and being patient all day for your name to be called. I want to just call Jay Steinmetz one more time. Okay, next we'll move on to James Stark, Dalio Guzman, Yolande Lacan, and Sarah Price. If you could say your name as you come up, because I think people have dwindled off. So I see Sarah Price. Ma'am, what's your name?
Yolande.
Yolande, okay.
Jim Stark is unable to be here.
Okay. Grayson Wiggins, Hannah Allen, Bree Walt, and, oh, those are virtual. Okay. All right. Sarah, you may begin. Ms. Price, excuse me.
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. Thank you for your patience this evening. When we talk about the cost of living, we know that that doesn't just apply to housing. It's groceries and insurance, utilities, household products, and every professional service that someone might need to hire. There is a threshold for all of these things that the average person is willing to pay for any given good or service. That's why when you're buying anything online, you can sort just about all of it by price, whether it's retail and restaurants or real estate and healthcare. Pricing in retail can be extremely competitive, and business owners have to be very thoughtful about what price range they are able to set in order to both maintain their customers, but also pay their own bills and keep the door open. For those of you who did not come from the Economic Matters Committee, you may not have heard me say 100 times before that the average grocery store profit margin is 1 to 3%. I think the Food Industry Association for last year, I think it was about 1.7% nationwide. So if we are proposing increasing the labor costs for those businesses by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars per year, there are only so many corners that can be cut before we start cutting employees and increasing prices. And that is going to have a major impact on that cost of living for a lot of people. There is a very serious possibility that this would have a dramatic impact across our entire state. I know that increasing wages does often have a multiplying effect on economic spending, but we're talking about some serious jumps in operating costs for businesses. So I would implore you to please keep that in mind as you consider this, and we would respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Hannah Allen here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in respectful opposition to the bill. Look, I think you've heard it from many panelists before me. This bill represents a dramatic structural shift in labor costs, especially for small businesses, for hospitality, retailers, restaurants, you name it, you've heard from them. I think Mr. O'Halloran and Mr. Fry made a good point earlier. We're not viewing this change in a vacuum. Maryland ranks 47th overall in the cost of doing business and 37th in overall business friendliness, right? So I think, Delegate Ruth, to your point, you ask a really good question. I think it's a part of a much larger conversation, your question. If we're focusing on costs, let's find ways to grow the economy. Let's create jobs. Let's drive competition in the state. Like Mr. O'Halloran said earlier, this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. We're here today to share the impacts on businesses that this legislation has, who do not control housing and energy costs and other costs that residents are seeing, businesses are also dealing with as well. I'll stop there. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Yolande Lacan. I'm the general manager at the Hampton Inn Camden Yards. I'm here to represent not only my hotel, but the hotels of the Baltimore City Business District, as well as a member of the board for the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association. The Maryland Hotel Lodging Association has given you some great statistics in their written testimony, and I had a prepared speech, but it's all been covered. So what I would like to give you an example of is how do we manage around some of these decisions that are made on our behalf. And a real life example that I went through this past business budget season was after viewing at a hotel conference an AI option. It was hard to think about that and not say this is a better choice for my business. We're in the hospitality industry. We're in the industry of talking to people and being hospitable and having conversations and making you feel at home. And mechanics and tech don't do that. But much like your Roomba at home, there is a machine out there that I can rent or purchase for less than a body that will vacuum my hallways, mop my floors, and deliver towels to your room if you are short of them, or whatever else you are looking for. Those are the kind of decisions we look at, and those eliminate positions instead of hiring people. Furthermore, the Baltimore area city was at about a 55% occupancy this past year. Hotels don't make money at 55%. We're already at bare bones staffing and combining positions. We need to do more to increase occupancy in the state and increase occupancy in the city. And there's a whole batch of bills out there trying to do that with the convention center. We need to increase revenue so that we can continue to hire people. That is our goal.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel for your testimony. Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just going to say this generally, partly to this panel and also to previous panels of business owners. You know, if going back to Delegate Ruth's earlier point, that if employers paid more, workers wouldn't be relying on different forms of public assistance, lower wage workers like, you know, food stamps or Medicaid or housing vouchers and that kind of thing. And they also would not be, so you don't control those things, I get it, you don't control the cost of housing, but you can control wages. You control wages and benefits if you're employers, and you can pay better and you can provide benefits. Do any of you have statistics? I probably should have asked Mr. Thompson on what percentage of restaurants provide benefits like health insurance, dental insurance, paid time off, sick leave, all of those things, because those are all costs that society bears when employers do not step up and provide those things along with living wages.
Sure. We don't have a restaurant up here. As a small hotel of 126 rooms, I can tell you that we are offering the benefits, and we offer more than the mandated participation of the employer, but it's still a very difficult thing for people to participate in.
So you offer more than mandated?
We offer, we participate in paying their health insurance and more than the standard 50%.
And you do that why? I think I know the answer, but why do you do that?
To compete with other businesses who are offering the same.
And to do right by your employees, I would hope?
Always to do right by your employees, but it's a set in, yes. And I would love to add a second piece. Part of this bill is a small employer versus a large employer. We pay more than minimum wage because we have to compete with large employers a block away. So we're already doing that because some of the larger ones can afford to do more. And in order for us to compete for the best employees, we've got to go after the same people with the same benefits.
Understood, thank you. And just a general observation, Madam Chair, I don't feel like that the opponents of this bill have come even close to the proponents on presenting actual data, studies, you know, meaningful information about what is happening in other states. Most of the opposition testimony, I feel like, has been anecdotal, the sky will fall kind of arguments. It's not very persuasive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no more questions from the committee, that concludes this panel. Thank you very much to the panelists. Again, thank you so much for being here with us until 6:35 p.m. We appreciate your patience. We have one virtual witness, I believe, joining us. Oh, two. Okay, they're both here. Bree Walt and Lisa Romano will be joining us virtually. Hi, good evening, Ms. Romano.
No.
Oh, okay, well, we'll start with Bree. I think, Ms. Walt, you are unmuted, so we'll have you begin. You have 2 minutes. Thank you for your patience this evening. Ms. Walt?
Oh, hi.
Yes,
Hello.
hi.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, we hear you. We can see you as well.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so my name is Bree. I am a restaurant professional working in Baltimore. I'm here today to respectfully urge caution on any proposal that would eliminate Maryland's tip credit system. I want to be super clear here. Restaurant workers absolutely deserve strong protections and fair enforcement of wage laws and safe work practices as I am sitting here from my job. But eliminating the tip credit is not the targeted solution many of us working in full service restaurants are asking for. I've personally been involved in this fight before. I just moved here from Boston, Massachusetts, where We had a similar question 5 on the ballot in 2024. I actively spoke out against question 5, which proposed a super similar elimination of the tip credit from one fair wage. That effort was ultimately defeated in large part because people like myself and other tipped workers raised concerns about unintended consequences. And I'm here today because I see many of the same risks emerging in Maryland, and I'm prepared, obviously, to speak up again against it. Maryland currently requires that tipped employees earn at least the full minimum wage when tips are included, and employers must make up any shortfall. So if we don't make our, $15 an hour, then the restaurant just makes it up. When properly enforced, the system allows experienced servers and bartenders in full service restaurants to earn well above the minimum wage, often significantly above. And not for nothing, I don't know any server or bartender who's going to work for $15 an hour flat. We don't do this for that. A lot of us do it because we genuinely love hospitality, but also because of the flexibility and the money that it allows us to earn. In Baltimore's independent restaurant scene, many tipped workers rely on this earning structure. Oh no. Does that mean I'm done?
Ms. Walt, you can complete your testimony.
All right, cool. I was like, oh no, I have more to say.
It's 2 minutes, but we'll give you some more time because you guys have both been really patient with us waiting this long.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In Baltimore's independent restaurants, see many tip workers rely on this earning structure, abruptly phasing out the tip credit risks unintended consequences that we are already seeing in Washington, D.C., where Initiative 82 has led many operators to implement service changes, raise menu prices, and restructure staffing models. Workers in some segments of the industry have reported reduced tip percentages, especially in high-end restaurants, not like chains, but like independently owned, chef-owned and operated. Baltimore's restaurant ecosystem is especially sensitive to cost pressures. Our city has a high concentration of independent restaurants operating on thin margins. Significant mandated labor cost increases may accelerate reduced staffing levels, increase service fees in place of traditional tipping, higher menu prices for guests, slower hiring, or fewer shifts for people who actually want to be there. Before making any structural changes to a system that many tip workers rely on, I urge the legislature to prioritize stronger enforcement against wage theft, clear and enforceable standards around tip pooling and tip out practices, because I personally know of a restaurant here that acts against that. Protections ensuring that only eligible tipped employees participate in tip pools, transparency requirements so workers can easily see how pooled tips are calculated and distributed, clear rules around side work and non-tip duties, worker-driven data specific to Maryland markets. For many of us on the floor, the real issue isn't the tip credit. It's inconsistent and sometimes opaque tip pool practices. Real worker protection starts with transparency and enforcement. Clear statewide standards for tip pooling and tip outs would deliver immediate targeted protection for Maryland's tipped workforce. Restaurant workers are not a monolith. Many of us in full service environments have chosen tipped roles specifically because of earning potential and flexibility the current system provides. Please do not follow DC's kind of footsteps in this, because it's already running this policy in real time. And with restaurant closures rising during the Initiative 82 phase-in, Maryland should proceed with extreme caution and fully understand the consequences before making the same move. Most importantly, please continue listening carefully to the tipped workers who live in this reality every single day. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Maryland's tipped workers. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walt. Ms. Romano.
Good afternoon, well, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Romano. I'm an owner of a small business, a bakery, and I speak today in opposition to House Bill 1229. When my husband and I purchased our bakery from the retiring family that ran it for nearly 30 years, we knew running a bakery was not a get-rich-quick scheme. We're not a large corporation or a franchise. We're a family working side by side, our team, every day to make great bread. We employ 30 hardworking people. We are proud of the jobs that we provide, and we operate on extremely thin profit margins, as others have said, as many small businesses do. We cannot endlessly raise prices without losing customers. At some point, the math no longer maths. This wage increase does not only impact entry-level employees, our employees with years of dedication and expertise would rightfully expect equity adjustments when a new employees started at a higher wage than they started at. This bill creates a cascading effect that dramatically increases payroll costs far beyond minimum wage. We fear this bill will force the closure of small businesses on main streets in each Maryland town. Small businesses are the backbone of our communities. We employ apprentices from community college programs. We sponsor the high school booster program. We donate to fundraisers and food banks. We hire young people for their first jobs, and we teach them how to be an employee. And we also pay higher than minimum wage already and offer tips on top of their current wages. We also offer health care and a 401k and paid vacation. And we do this to keep our employees. They're like family. This bill doesn't just increase wages, it permanently ties them to inflation each year. That means there's no stability, no ceiling, and no room for businesses to catch their breath. I just have a couple other quick points. I know I'm the last person, and I really appreciate you.
Ms. Romano, you take some more time to wrap up. You're okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sub-minimum wage shouldn't be tied to minimum wage in this bill. Minimum wage should not be tied to the consumer price index. It creates a cycle that has no ceiling, and the CPI should be representative for the area that the business is in. Just from hearing the other speakers, it seems like a no-brainer to me. So in closing, please consider the real-world impact on businesses like ours. We want to continue providing jobs and making good bread. House Bill 1229 makes that future uncertain. I respectfully urge you to oppose this bill, and thank you for your time and consideration today.
That's right, Lisa.
Thank you very much, Ms. Romano and Ms. Walt, and thank you for your patience. What time is it? 6:44 p.m., so we appreciate you waiting to testify this evening. Seeing no questions from the committee, this concludes the bill hearing for HB 1229, and we just want to thank everyone for being patient and respectful. We know it's been a long day, so we really appreciate you all coming down and hanging in with us. So with that, I also just want to make an announcement that we will not be voting tomorrow morning at 9:45 a.m., so just hold tight on a new vote time. I will share that with you guys tomorrow. And with that, we are adjourned for today. Huh?